Everyone, I declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee has set 4 March 2025 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 24 March 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Reserve Bank of Australia. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. The committee has agreed to authorising all media outlets to record the proceedings of the public hearings, subject to the broadcasting resolutions in the standing orders and the following conditions. The committee or a witness may object to being recorded at any time, and the committee may require that recording cease at any time. Recording must not occur from behind the committee or between the committee and witnesses and must not otherwise interfere in the proceedings. Computer screens and documents belonging to senators, members and witnesses must not be recorded, and flashes must not be used, and the directions of the committee secretariat must be followed at all times. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. The committee welcomes the Reserve Bank of Australia and its representatives, Deputy Governor Mr Andrew Hauser, Assistant Governor Brad Jones and Assistant Governor Ms Michelle McPhee. In welcoming the RBA, the committee recognises the central bank's independence under the Reserve Bank Act, particularly in relation to monetary policy settings. The committee is cognisant that while the RBA does not receive annual appropriations, it does provide the Parliament with opportunities to discuss its insight and performance, which the committee greatly welcomes. As such, no government minister will be in attendance with the committee while representatives of the RBA are present. So again, we welcome you all, and we welcome you in particular, Deputy Governor Mr Hauser, for your first appearance before the Senate Economics Committee. It's usual practice for me to offer the opportunity to make an opening statement if you would like. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
No, we don't.
Okay, we'll proceed straight to questions, and I'll go to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and welcome Deputy Governor Dr Jones and Ms McPhee. I just want to start with a line of inquiry that I pursued with the Treasury Secretary yesterday. It went to, and he effectively deferred the line of questioning to the RBA. I'm just curious to understand, at what point in the RBA's two-day deliberations is the decision around the cash rate made? I'm assuming it's not on the Monday, the first day.
The formal decision is made on the Tuesday morning.
On the Tuesday morning. And is that the first item of business, the last item of business?
It would normally be the first item of business. What the Governor likes usually to do is to go around the table in the morning on Tuesday. It's useful, I think, for all of us to reflect overnight on what we've heard, both from the staff and from each other. And we usually have a discussion that can be short or can be a bit more extended, and the Governor will then take the temperature of the table.
Does the Governor have any expectations in regards to the extent to which board members might confer and discuss with each other on the Monday evening in between the two-day deliberation?
I couldn't speak for the Governor, who, as you know, unfortunately can't be here because she's at the G20. But I think our goal, to be frank, is to have the substantive discussion around the table. And there is plenty of time, particularly, as you know, in the new format, where there are 2 days to have that conversation. There is no ban on discussion outside of the table, but frankly speaking, the substance of that conversation happens there.
So better that everyone can hear everyone's
absolutely
line of questioning or curiosity
yes.
or doubt,
yes.
and then everyone can equally hear the various perspectives of
yes.
other board members in person. Thank you very much for that. I just want to turn to the matter of revealing board votes at the board in regards to the cash rate decision. Has a decision been made in regards to that matter?
So, and as you know well, Senator, there is a recommendation in the RBA review that votes are included once the Monetary Policy Board is established, which, as you know, happens at the end of March. Well, formally it happens at the beginning of March, but the first meeting is at the end of March. The Governor is keen that a first discussion on that and a couple of other issues to do with the transparency recommendations in the report, that the board has an opportunity, the new board has an opportunity to discuss its approach to that issue and a couple of others as well at its first meeting.
What are the various options? So is it the prerogative of the Governor to put a formal recommendation to the board? Is that likely to happen after discussions have happened, or will discussion happen around a formal proposition put by the Governor?
Well, I can speak most clearly to what happens now, and clearly that could change under a new structure. But what happens now is that in general, and I think this has been discussed in the past, there is normally a recommendation on the table on the first day. Not always, but normally. I've only been on the board a year, as you know, and by memory that has always been the case. But it is a recommendation, and it is not it's not an edict. And I can tell you, and we'll maybe come to the decision that was made last week, I can tell you there can be some very lively discussions around it. And the Governor, in particular the current Governor, is extremely keen that the board has a voice on that recommendation and can challenge, and I can assure you that they do. The Governor would normally on the Tuesday morning, we were talking about that a moment ago, make a proposition so that it is clear what people are giving their response to.
So just in regards to the public disclosure of voting positions, what are the options that are being considered?
Well, let me maybe you can cut me short if you don't like this approach, but I can speak to how other central banks do it. I obviously come from the Bank of England, that I would say is at one end of that spectrum, and has individual accountability for each of its members. They vote formally at each meeting, and that vote is formally revealed, and many of them choose to explain their decisions, particularly if they are against the majority in public. That is at one end of the distribution. Obviously, at the other round of the distribution is consensus, which is where we are today. New Zealand has an interesting approach whereby it seeks consensus wherever possible, and so that is the norm, the default. Where there is a genuinely split vote, and the board asks for a split vote, that number is recorded in its public documents. I think that's happened once so far. And then there are other options that the ECB and the Federal Reserve adopt too. I think it's fair to say that what we want to do with the board is to explore that spectrum of alternatives with the board in its first meeting. Obviously, that would then, I think our assumption is, that would then be formalised in the statement on the conduct of monetary policy, which is agreed between the Treasurer and the board.
So an option, so the Bank of England experience is to have board member A and their voting position publicly disclosed.
Yes.
Board member B and their public and their voting decision disclosed.
Yes.
How do they, you mentioned that they often may seek to justify or explain their position. How does that happen? Does that happen in a written form, or does that happen in a, they walk out of the Bank of England and there's a gathering of media?
A press statement.
Or are the media invited into the Bank of England board discussion?
The media are not invited in, and indeed there is a very clear window where the communication of the committee's decision is handled by the Governor, and there's a press conference, as we have too, and the Governor is flanked by a couple of his deputies. As you say, the names are revealed in the minutes, so persons A, B and C are in favour of the proposition, purpose D and E were not. The arguments used by the individuals are never named in the minutes. So person A argued this, person B argued that. The balance of arguments in economic substance is listed. So there is a bit of a guessing game sometimes as to whether a particular paragraph that is, stating an opposing view is person A or person B's perspective, and that's an attempt to try to get the substance of the economics into the public debate rather than the individuals. The individuals at a later stage, and by memory, and I'm sorry I can't remember exactly when it is, it's not immediately afterwards, so the scenario you paint of rushing straight to the doors of the Bank of England and saying to the world that they've dissented and explaining why.
That would be a suboptimal
it would be deeply
outcome.
suboptimal and is not allowed. But the individuals who have been dissenters would from time to time, not always, but from time to time find an opportunity to speak. Catherine Mann, for example, who you may know is an external member of the Monetary Policy Committee, changed her vote at the last meeting and had an interview or a speech quite soon after, a matter of days afterwards, to explain. I think it's unlikely that a model at that extreme is going to be the one that the RBA board prefers.
Which model do you think meets the test of public expectation or parliamentary expectation?
Well, I mean, I would take your steer on the latter question. I wouldn't deign to say what I think the Parliament's view would be. Our view, for what it is worth, my view, perhaps I should say, is that transparency and accountability are fundamentally good things. They're rather hard to disagree with.
Agreed. That would be a parliamentary view.
But there are a number of principles in addition that are worth bearing in mind. The first is that in an intrinsically complex matter, monetary policy, it is best to start with clarity as to why the decision was made, which comes from the centre, from the majority. It is better not to add noise, but to signal to any subsequent communications. And it is better to focus on the substance of the economic disagreement, which I think, as you know, we have been seeking to move further towards, and I think is a wholly good thing, rather than person A, B or C had a particular view and maybe seeking to link it to their background or their perceived biases or whatever it might be. And so I think our desire, without wanting to front-run the board, because I genuinely don't know where the board will end up, it's a new board, it hasn't met yet, would be to seek a balance between those principles of the objective positiveness of transparency and accountability, whilst recognising the need to maximise signal rather than noise, to maintain focus on the substance of the arguments rather than the individuals, and to ensure that the public, and if I may say so, Parliament and other important stakeholders understand the why as well as the range of opinions. The why did we decide this should always precede, in my view anyway, the dissenting views or the challenges to that view.
So it may well be, and of course this is the decision for the new board at its end of March, beginning of April meeting, it may well be that the new board, rather than finding a midpoint between the Bank of England model and the consensus model, might actually land at one of the extremes, that is the consensus model.
I'm hesitant to front run. My read of the tenor of the discussion on the board, and perhaps the external debate in Australia as well, is that that's more likely than not. But where I feel very strongly, and I know the Governor does too, is that we want to find ways to move forward our ability to explain the range of different views, not individual views, but economic arguments, to get across the idea that whenever you're making decisions on monetary policy, you're balancing alternative risks. You're not doing black and white. You're balancing alternatives, and as you learn and develop and understand more, that view may shift. That's a very similar mechanism to any other decision of a company board or a household or anything else.
Some might say that where consensus models are utilised, ASEAN, the Commonwealth, they deliver suboptimal outcomes.
Yes. So I think we have agreed, you and me anyway, that those two very end outcomes are probably not where you want to be. But where in the middle of that process, I understand you're encouraging me to give my views and try to, but I genuinely don't know, actually, Senator. There are quite a range of different views on the board about this issue.
Yeah, and that is a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So just to be clear, formal discussion around a proposition for revealing board votes has not yet been concluded, and the formal discussion around what that might actually look like has not started.
That's right.
And the expectation is that that first discussion will happen at the next board meeting, which is the first meeting of the new monetary board, and the expectation is that that would then be codified, if you like, in the statement of expectation between the government and the bank.
That's right, and that discussion would take place against the backdrop, actually very much as you're on my discussion just now, of an analysis of the possible alternative options, the pros and cons, and a recognition that the review, the RBA review, did make a clear recommendation.
And would there be an expectation that that model would operate for 12 months, 4 years, or will it be iterative? It may well be that it's decided that what was thought to be a good operating approach turns out to be less successful.
We're a learning organisation, and if you look back over time, the statement of conduct and monetary policy has obviously changed a number of times. I doubt it would be something you'd want to revisit every 12 months unless it was, frankly, a disaster, which I hope, obviously, it would not be. But yes, the opportunity to review that arrangement from time to time would obviously be there. To the extent that it was hardwired in the statement of conduct and monetary policy, that obviously sets the framework within which the RBA's monetary policy operations work. I suspect there'll be a desire not to change that too often.
So then just turning to members of the board giving public speeches. Has the Governor crystallised a view in terms of how that will work?
I think the principles, if I may, to go back to the principles we just discussed on votes, are actually quite similar in this respect as well. There is a desire to continue on the journey of explaining in more depth the rival economic arguments that underpin a decision, and a desire to increase transparency and accountability, which is obviously the goal, but also a desire not to increase the noise over the signal, and a desire not to personalise what is ultimately a public policy debate. There will be a range of views, again, on the board about the desirability or otherwise of this occurring. And to go back to our earlier discussion, I think it personally very unlikely that we would get to a position like the Bank of England, which is at one end of that extreme, where every individual felt personally that they had to explain, perhaps at relatively high frequency sometimes, why they took the views that they did. So again, I think our and again, I'm slightly front-running here, but I think our approach would be to present a range of possible alternatives. And clearly, when one talks about public engagements, there are quite a number of different forms that could take. I think, as you may know, I've spent the last 3 days in Melbourne and in Hobart speaking to firms and schools and public organisations about economic conditions and probably explaining a little bit how we think about policy. And a number of those, I think Stephen Kennedy may have mentioned to you yesterday, a number of the board members already do events of that kind. That would be at one end. There'll be more listening than speaking, right the way over to, no, I don't think we're going to see the public statement on the steps of the RBA scenario that you painted earlier anytime soon, but right the way over maybe to a formal speech or an interview or some kind of that.
But the board member, the clear expectation is that the board member would be articulating the bank's view and not their view.
Absolutely, and I think that is one of the issues.
So they'd be reading from a pre-prepared speech.
Again, I wouldn't want to front run the range of options.
That would reduce the risk of them.
It clearly would, and going back to the principles in terms of maximising the signal, I think, to be frank, this would not be something where Michelle and I were saying, damn you read from the script. It will actually be very much in the minds of board members that they wish to maintain and enhance the clarity of the policy decisions that the board has made.
So where a board member did not want to be giving speeches to audiences, that would be respected, or would giving public presentations be a KPI for the board member?
I think the review has suggested an obligation. I think the point that you've just raised, however, about whether it is an obligation, and B, what that obligation might mean in terms of this quite wide range of options. Actually, we've had some preliminary discussions with our communications department about the way in which those engagements might work. One of the things I was doing yesterday was talking to schools, for example. I mean, that is a different type of conversation, students of economics, from one where maybe the room is packed full of journalists and people trying to do gotchas and so forth. So I think on the question of obligation, that will be in front of the board as well.
And given the unique position of the Secretary of the Treasury on the board, will the Secretary of the Treasury be treated equally like every other board member, or because of the unique role that they have, will exceptions be created and established for that particular individual?
Well, I think you've put your finger on another issue, if I may, that the board would, I think, want to discuss. I am mindful that at least the current Secretary, I don't have a long history of knowledge myself of this, but at least the current Secretary does already make speeches from time to time. And to go back to your earlier suggestion, which I will take, that there might from occasions be a fairly standard script for individuals to adopt, which may be indistinguishable from the minutes, for example, or the statement on monetary policy. I would have thought there are options there. I mean, it's an interesting tension, isn't it, that the more one plays it by the book and plays it by rote, frankly, the less the benefits of the transparency and accountability that were originally asserted are actually really, short of, oh, well, you couldn't be bothered to read the statement on monetary policy, but hey, I'll go and listen to Stephen Kennedy say the same words. It's addition to the stock of transparency and understanding might be quite low, but I think that option clearly would always be available, not just to him but to other members as well.
And I would add to that it's not where things start that is important, it's where things evolve to.
Yes.
That is important.
It needs to be consistent with a range of different board members, backgrounds and understandings and knowledge. I completely agree with that, because back to your earlier point about changing, although changing the approach is possible, in transparency issues in general, the usual lesson is once you've opened the door, it's very hard to shut it again.
Correct. Just before I defer to other colleagues, but I do have another line of questioning. Any observations you would like to make about your time in Australia thus far and the operations of the bank?
Well, I go there hesitantly, Senator, but it's an enormous privilege to have been asked to do this job. When one lists the number of non-nationals across the world who are asked to serve in a voting role on central banks, that list is very short. Obviously, from the Bank of England, I worked for Mark Carney for a number of years, who who I think did become a British citizen, but was a Canadian and Irish citizen while he was governor. I think there are one or two other examples, but they're rare. And so I was asked to apply for the job, and I was very grateful to receive it. But I have been very conscious since I began of the importance of learning and understanding about Australia. It's one of the reasons why I was travelling earlier this week. And frankly, it's a hugely stimulating opportunity for me. But look, I mean, as this discussion shows, the weight and importance of this decision-making is not lost on me. So I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm also extremely conscious of the important role that I've been given. I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you very much. I have other line of questioning around the dividend and other matters, but I'll wait my turn again. Thank you. Thank
you, Senator Smith. And yes, you will have ample time to ask further questions. Mr. Hauser, I might just give you the opportunity to give us a case study in some of the line of questioning that Senator Smith asked, which is just to ask you to talk about that decision in February of the board to cut the cash rate by 25 basis points. There is, as you've noted, a statement by the Reserve Bank Board already, of course, and the Governor has given a lengthy press conference. She's also appeared before the House version of this committee as well. But I'm interested to hear from you at this appearance as the Deputy Governor. Why did the bank cut interest rates, cut the cash rate?
It's a good question. Maybe if I start a little way back, Australia, and this obviously predated my arrival, adopted a somewhat different strategy in response to the spike in inflation that was experienced across the world. Interest rates were raised substantially, and obviously that had significant implications for households and firms. But the RBA chose not to raise interest rates as far as other central banks, other comparable central banks, and it did so quite deliberately, recognising that it would mean that inflation would come down back to target somewhat slower, but conscious that we also wanted to protect the gains in employment, which were part of our objectives. That strategy so far has played out broadly as we had expected. Inflation has come down from its heights to, on a trim mean basis, 3.2% in the most recent quarterly number. And employment growth, as you know, Chair, well, has frankly been extraordinarily strong. In fact, if you compare the employment outcomes in Australia to other comparable countries, it's a clear outlier in a positive way. The employment rate at 64.5% is its highest in history, and the growth in employment since COVID in Australia has far outstretched that, proportionally speaking, to any other country, including the US, which is often cited as one of the standouts. So that strategy of protecting employment gains whilst bringing inflation down in a measured way, central banks never declare mission accomplished, but so far appears on track. Why did we make the decision last week to cut interest rates? We had signalled in December that as inflation had come down and obviously activity had remained, subdued, not negative, but subdued, that we were gaining as a board growing confidence that inflation would sustainably be back to around the midpoint of the target range of 2 to 3%. That has been our criterion and remains our criterion for policy. And to remind, that doesn't necessarily mean that inflation on an underlying basis needs to be in the band. It simply needs to be expected to come into the band sustainably and to be around the midpoint over the forecast horizon. We were not confident that that was necessarily the case throughout last year. But when we met in February, reviewing the data, the significant fall in inflation, and in fact the faster than expected fall in inflation, the fall in wage growth, and we were very conscious of the persistent subdued pace of activity growth, that we had developed somewhat more confidence that inflation would sustainably be back to target. I say somewhat. Central banks sometimes overuse a kind of car driving analogy, that part of what we're doing is pushing on the brake and part of what we're doing is pushing on the accelerator. We have removed a small amount of the braking that we're still applying to the economy. We have not yet chosen to depress the accelerator because inflation still has work to do to get back sustainably to the midpoint of that target. We hope and expect that we will receive more further positive news, but we do need to see it before I think we feel confident that further removal of restrictiveness is appropriate. And the Governor made a comment, which I think was quite widely reported, that if you compare the expectations of the market, which were and are for a sequence of rate cuts through this year and into next, that we didn't yet share the confidence that the markets seemed to have on the basis of our outlook of the economy, that rates would necessarily follow that path. And just to conclude, the reason for that, and maybe it's obvious, is that very strong growth in employment. It's good news in terms of the achievement of our objectives, but it does pose potential challenges in terms of the tightness of the labour market and the potential that that might put some upward pressure on inflation over time. Let me pause there.
Thank you very much for that. And it is a path to navigate, isn't it? Putting downward pressure on inflation while, as you said, maintaining the gains in the labour market. And obviously, at the end of the day, I think we're all here for people to be able to have good jobs with rising wages and as close to full employment as we can, whilst at the same time having a cash rate that supports sustainable levels of inflation in the target band. So it's quite a path to walk, as you've described. In your answer, you talked about inflation peaking and coming down from that peak in 2022, and you talked about this bank choosing a path to increase rates more slowly than some of our international counterparts in order to maintain those gains in the labour market. Given that you have recently come from another central bank and you've got that significant overseas experience, can you give us some insights into how that narrow path, which we're trying to walk and are becoming confident that we're walking, how that has compared with other countries that perhaps took a different approach?
Yes, and it's it's difficult to generalise because obviously different countries have had different experiences. Maybe if I start with two countries that are in many ways quite similar, New Zealand and Canada. Both countries raised interest rates further than we did. In New Zealand's case in particular, there was a very explicit policy. In fact, I think the Governor may have said that he intended to drive the economy, or his board intended to drive the economy, if not into recession, then certainly to slow very dramatically to bring inflation down. In both cases, interest rates have fallen quite sharply, and that comparison has sometimes been made, I know, particularly with New Zealand, as to why on earth isn't the RBA following suit? What I will point out is that in both countries, unemployment has risen really quite sharply. In Canada, for example, at 6.9%. I think if that number were, on the front page here, there will be some difficult discussions as to what was going on with policy. So whilst I don't want to, and it's verboten in central bank circles to rubbish your peers, different countries have chosen different approaches in that respect, I think perfectly legitimately that different societies might make different trade-offs between inflation and unemployment. Inflation, as you will know, all as politicians, the cost of living is the number 1, 2 and 3 concern of households, both here and elsewhere, because you do pay the price you do pay the price in terms of employment. The United States is a different case, clearly, because the United States, relative to us and indeed most other developed economies, has had a very strong economy, a very strong productivity growth, very strong growth in output. And so the problems, if you like, that they've had are quite nice problems to have, which is that interest rates have been used to slow the economy from a relatively strong level rather than having to deal, as we have done, with a very weak level of activity whilst a relatively high level of inflation. So that's been a different challenge. And in the UK, well, I mean, Senator Smith asked me about my move. I mean, I'm glad not to have the problems of the UK, whether it is Brexit or whether it is exposure to the gas market or whether it is, you know, extremely anemic growth and challenges. I would rather have the policy challenges of Australia than the UK at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting. And in the published decision and, you know, some commentary, there's been quite a focus on the international outlook.
Yes.
And some of the pressures around China, around trade issues. So I wanted to get your perspective on those global outlook risks, perhaps just initially how they played into the decision that the bank made.
China, let me start with China. China is clearly a crucial trade partner for Australia, and before the recent fun and games over trade policy, was obviously already dealing with its own macroeconomic challenges that had originated in its property market but had spread more broadly. And growth has slowed, as you know, in China. Actually, the outcome this year was freakishly close to the target of 5%. But there are significant challenges in China, and we monitor that very closely. You may be aware we have two RBA officials that sit in the embassy in Beijing and monitor economic conditions in China on a real-time basis. On trade policy, this is clearly a very substantial and rapidly evolving issue. We've discussed in some detail in the Statement on Monetary Policy a range of scenarios, and I think scenarios is the only way to think about this issue at the moment. I'm not sure if there's been an announcement on a change on trade policy while we've been in this meeting, but it is happening so rapidly. There was news about the European Union, for example, this morning. Proposals are made and then withdrawn, exemptions are made and then withdrawn, that candidly I think most macroeconomic forecasters at the moment would struggle to put any single number on the impact on Australia or anywhere else. And so what we've done in this Statement on Monetary Policy is set out three different scenarios about possible tariffs from the US, and then questions as to whether the countries that are targeted, China in particular in this case, choose to retaliate. That would be question one. Question two, whether they would also choose to stimulate their economy in order to try to offset the impact of tariffs. And you may know during President Trump's first term, in fact, Chinese stimulus was so significant that in actual fact it outweighed the tariff effect on Australia's trade with China. So those effects can be substantial. The response of the exchange rate, I mean, I could go on. There's a very long list that gets economists very excited about the variables that go into assessing the impact of those scenarios on Australian activity and inflation. Boiling it all down, Australia is obviously, to state the obvious, extremely dependent on the health of the global economy. Our success has been based on a strong global economy, and when the global economy has been weaker in our history, we've suffered too. I mean, that's very hard to avoid. So if, when all the dust has settled, the global economy is slower, more impaired, it is hard to see how Australia would escape some negative impact on activity. But the impact on inflation is harder to divine. It could be positive. It's sure to be positive in the US because tariffs raise the price of imports. But whether it is positive or negative, and the Governor has talked to you, I think, before about this in Australia, is quite a finely judged issue. And people will sometimes say, well, for goodness sake, you're paid a great deal of money to work out the answer to that. And we are, and we're trying to. But it could be positive or it could be negative. One final point in coming to your question about the role it played in the policy decision. For me, actually, because it is so uncertain, the real important economic issue at the moment is when things are uncertain, households and firms tend to sit on their hands. That's sensible when you don't know what the outlook is for an individual firm, but it's damaging for an economy. And I think, and the Federal Reserve did a piece of analysis during President Trump's first term that looked at the question of what uncertainty about trade policy, rather than any specific negative outcomes, might do to activity, and suggested it might have reduced GDP growth in the US by about a percentage point, which is quite a significant amount. Now, I don't necessarily say that that number will transfer to Australia, but I think you even see in the response in the financial markets in the last few days in Australia and the US that companies are slowly waking up to the possibility that if things remain as uncertain as they currently are, that perhaps they'll just delay their investment projects, they'll delay their new external market developments, just to see how these things pan out. And when you ask, how this played into the decision, we didn't have any firm numbers about the impact of policy, but that uncertainty effect, that cooling or freezing uncertainty effect, I think for a number of us, and I would include myself, was an overlay on these other reasons for cutting rates. Whilst things remain uncertain, cutting rates and easing monetary policy a little in response seemed to us, some of us, sensible.
Okay. Thank you. I'll share the call. Senator Smith.
Thanks very much. Deputy Governor, in your previous remarks, you mentioned that you were approached for the job, which is, I think, common knowledge, but who approached you for the job?
Well, the Governor called me, actually. I was in Yale or New Haven or somewhere, and I had an email that said, Michelle Bullock, who I knew a little bit, would like to have a word with you. And she said, I know this might sound quite a strange request, but I just wondered if you might be interested in being considered for this job. And I'm sure she expected the answer no, and she was more or less how it was framed. But actually it did come at a good moment, and I said, well, this might surprise you, but yes. So that was a very early stage, Senator Smith. I mean, long before there was any formal process or any decision-making, but that was the first contact.
And did the Governor approach other people with a personal phone call to their mobile?
You would you certainly can't know any less. I can't know any less than you on that. She may well. I assume she did, but I don't know.
You talked about employment gains in the economy. What are the risks or impediments to those employment gains?
Maybe
future risks. So in the Treasury, in the Secretary of the Treasury's opening statement, he talked about trade tensions. He talked about falling commodity prices. He talked about weakening demand in the Chinese economy. Are they the sorts of things that actually might pose future risk to the employment gains that have been witnessed in the Australian economy?
Oh, undoubtedly so. Undoubtedly so. I think it's worth, in thinking about employment growth, to break down the numbers a little bit. As you know, growth in market sector employment has been positive. It's often reported as being negative, that there's job losses in the market sector. That isn't true in aggregate. Market employment has continued to grow, but at a low level and roughly in line with the growth in private activity. The strongest growth in employment growth has been in non-market sectors, the health sector, education, and so on and so forth, and that has been a big contributor. Therefore, when one's thinking about the outlook for employment growth, if I start with market growth again, if, as we are predicting, private sector activity picks up over the forecast period, we would expect, other things equal, that employment growth in the market sector would pick up too. The growth path for non-market employment clearly will be linked to different trends, including public expenditure and including the demographic effects that clearly have driven some of the substantial growth in the health sector in the past few years. We did a box actually in the Statement of Monetary Policy that shows that the growth in the health sector employment in Australia has clearly outstripped that in many other countries. If I may just go on one moment. Employment growth is one thing. Its contribution to the capacity or lack of it in the labour market in Australia is for us really the important question. And there, of course, there is a very lively debate, and we welcome that, about the extent to which recent employment growth has taken us closer or further away from the bite point. I hesitate to use the word NAIRU because I don't think it's a very useful concept, but the bite point, if you like, the point at which capacity pressures in the labour market become so large that they begin to bid wages up and begin to bid inflation up. It's been the case, obviously, as we've been discussing earlier, that strong employment growth has coincided with falling inflation and falling wage growth. And there are those who argue that that shows that the Australian labour market has substantial capacity and could easily deal with continued strong employment growth. There's another view, clearly, that says that we're close to full employment now, and that if we see further strong growth in employment, there's a chance that that might start to push pressures in the labour market back up again. The honest truth is that we're running a horse race, really, on those two options. We're reviewing the data. And we'd be very happy, frankly, if those who claim that there's more capacity than we think in the labour market are right. That will mean that inflation will come down more quickly, employment growth will continue, and monetary policy can ease. But I think we're keen to see the evidence for that before we take further steps.
Should Australian households budget for a rate decrease in April?
I think you pay your money and you take your choice on that. What I can commit to the Australian people to is that we will do what is necessary to bring inflation back to target. And I think when I talk to firms and when I'm out and about, and you do far more of this, Senator, than I do, that is the pressing concern of individuals, that the substantial rise in the price level over the last 3 or 4 years has been exceptionally painful. It is particularly for those on low and fixed incomes and for companies trying to plan for the future. And our job, as set out in legislation and the Statement of Conduct and Monetary Policy, is to bring inflation sustainably back to target, and we will set the interest rates necessary to achieve that. I realise that isn't as much clarity as your hypothetical individual would like, and I would like too if I were.
I think for Australian households that are struggling under cost of living pressures, I think that's great clarity. I think the answer to that to them would be don't budget for a rate cut in April.
Well, then you've given that hypothetical individual your advice. We will set monetary policy where it needs to be to deliver the inflation target. If we're able to do that at lower interest rates, we will. I can assure you, we will take that view. But equally, if we are not able, we will not.
Mm-hmm. Just turning to some of your comments about underlying inflation. So when does underlying inflation reach the midpoint of 2.5% in the forecast horizon?
Well, you put your finger, and I think you probably know you have, on an interesting question, which is that in the forecast we've published...
I hope you give me an interesting answer.
Well, you can give me a mark. You can give me a mark out of 10. In the forecast that we published, underlying inflation reaches 2.7% at the end of the forecast horizon. But the reason why it doesn't get back to 2.5 is that it is conditioned on the market path for interest rates, which assume another 3 to 4 interest rate cuts. And as the Governor stated very clearly, and actually as a direct result of that forecast, that if we followed the market path, inflation would be persistently, slightly, not a huge amount, slightly above the midpoint of the target, that we cannot share the confidence of the market that sequence of rate cuts will come. the board reviewed an alternative projection in which interest rates remained unchanged at 4.35%. And under that projection, which is not this one, inflation in an underlying sense moved downwards, and by the end of the forecast period was somewhat below 2.5. So I'm sorry that's a slightly involved answer, but the conclusion was that holding rates where they were would cause inflation in an underlying sense to undershoot the forecast, and therefore there was a case, that was a big and important contributory factor to the board concluding that there was a case to cut interest rates.
So it's a correct statement that the RBA calculation is that underlying inflation doesn't reach the RBA's target midpoint of 2.5% until beyond 2027?
Under the market path, that is true, but on unchanged interest rates, it in fact not only meets it, but slightly undershoots it.
But it was the RBA's forecast that the underlying inflation would reach 2.5% in December 2026.
In the
previous.
Yes, that's right. And the difference between those two projections is that extra strength in the labour market and also something of a change in the market path. So the market path moved down a little bit between December and February, and the strength of the labour market increased slightly.
So the delay in reaching the underlying inflation, the delay in reaching 2.5% for the underlying inflation is because of the strength of the labour market. And expected strength of the labour market.
And the shape of the interest rate path that underpins this forecast. So it's both effects. So yes, the delta, if you like, sorry to use that word, the increase in the projection between December and now partly reflects the strength in the labour market, but it also partly reflects the fact that between December and February, the market decided that it thought there would be somewhat more interest rate cuts, a view that we do not share the same confidence in.
It's been reported that the RBA has requested a dividend freeze. Are those reports correct?
The RBA, as you know from the annual report and previous hearings, currently has negative net equity. That is a legacy of its COVID-era policies. And in order to rebuild the capital base back towards a sustainable level, yes, it is the case that a request was made to forego the dividend this year, and likely for a number of future years too, although that will be for future discussion.
And has a response been provided to you in
yes.
regards to that request? And what was that response?
That was agreed.
That was agreed?
Yes.
And where will we see that that dividend freeze? Will we see it in the budget? Do we expect to see it in an economic statement if a budget's not delivered?
Do you mean from the government side?
Government's perspective,
Gosh,
yeah.
I can't answer.
Where would the bank look in the government's documents to?
Yes, it's. I may have to take that on notice, Senator, I'm afraid. You can obviously see it in our report and our balance sheet because we will not be paying a dividend. Yep. Where it's dual, if you like, in the government accounts is I am not immediately sure, unless my colleagues are.
And when was the request made of the government, and when was the request agreed by the government? Well,
there's a process, I think, and forgive me, I've only been here a year, but there is a process every year in which a dividend is agreed. So there is always discretion, and there is always a discussion around that. That would happen prior to the finalisation of the bank's accounts. So it is some time ago now, in fact.
Right.
I mean, just to add, it would be surprising if the government effectively banked in a set dividend over a period of time, because the history is that the dividend has moved around quite a bit as the bank's balance sheet has fluctuated because of interest rate moves, or in particular actually movements in the foreign exchange market create quite a bit of variability from one year to the next.
No, I accept that it's an annual discussion and an annual decision. Thank you very much for that.
There is, I think, a common commitment that it makes sense to rebuild the capital base of the central bank. This is not, as you know, Senator, an issue unique to Australia at all. The Bundesbank has been going through a very lively public discussion about its own negative net equity position, which in Germany has been a really difficult conversation. So most central banks have in various ways been having similar conversations with their treasuries.
Yeah, I accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. So we have the bank until 10:30 and a number of senators have questions. So I'll just move now to 10-minute blocks and we'll go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the officials who are here today. Underlying inflation has moderated in the last 3 quarters. That's reflected in your statement on monetary policy in February. What are the components of that underlying inflation that are driving that moderation or that reduction?
Yes. There are a couple that we have a particularly close eye on. One is market services. We are obviously a service-biased economy, and market services inflation has been pretty sticky, actually, well above 4%. That's, again, not unique to Australia and is a legacy in part of the COVID period and also of relatively elevated labour costs as well. Market services inflation has, you might say at long last, over the period you describe, begun to moderate, and that's very welcome. A second key component is housing costs, housing and rent. The cost of new dwellings and rent are both key components of the index, and both of those have moderated, particularly in the most recent quarter, actually quite substantially and welcomely, I think, more than expected. There's been a general diminution of inflation across the other components as well, but those are the two that, frankly, Senator, we particularly had our eye on. Because particularly in the case of market services, it's played a significant role in this sort of persistent above target path for inflation, and we needed to see it coming down.
One of the observations one of your colleagues made to a Senate committee earlier in the year, this is Dr Hunter, was that there was still unevenness in sectors in the economy, and that while some sectors were running hotter than others, were not seeing that same pressure. Is that still the case, or do these reductions in services, inflation and housing costs and rent, which is very welcome, mean that we're moving towards a more even picture across our economy?
I think it's probably unlikely that you would ever see a completely even picture, if I'm honest with you, and it's one of the challenges of setting monetary policy, that clearly every one of us has a different, what economists call consumption bundle, and if you have the misfortune of being particularly exposed, as I suppose all of us have, but particularly those on lower incomes, to food, for example, you have to eat, and that's been elevated in the past, you are going to be disproportionately affected, and you may not think that the official data on inflation are giving a very clear or fair read on your own costs. They may not be. But in any economy at any point, you are always going to see a range of different subsectoral inflation rates. So there's a good question whether we can actually point to greater commonality of inflation impulse. I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you on that. But certainly the extremes of inflation rates that we have seen in some sectors, and this may have been what Sarah was referring to, those have fallen back, and you can do various, clever indices about, the proportion of CPI that is growing at above 3%, and the share of that has been falling quite sharply.
Another dimension to this is where we observe stress across the country, across different sectors of the economy. Construction and hospitality were the two sectors that show up most visibly in terms of the increase in business insolvencies. Now, for construction, a lot of that was because of the cost push inflation and builders not being able to pass those cost increases through. So we saw a big spike in insolvencies in the construction sector, typically much smaller firms, not the larger developers. Hospitality, more recently, is where we've seen probably the sharpest increase in stress in business insolvencies, and that's been more a demand issue because of the squeeze on real household incomes. People have been spending less, so there has been more unevenness in the business insolvency picture.
Thank you. One of the observations you made a moment ago was that housing costs and rent have reduced substantially in this most recent.
The inflation rate.
The inflation, sorry,
yes.
The inflation rate has increased. Are you able to unpack that a little bit in terms of Are there components of that you have data that you're able to just give us a snapshot of?
Well, it's maybe not surprising that they have slowed, and we may well say thank goodness as well, given the challenges that some of the high inflation rates in this sector over the past few years have posed, particularly to people who are not yet in the housing market. But it is partly the effect of higher interest rates. It is also partly the effect of capacity challenges in the construction sector. And as I am sure will well know, the construction sector has faced a difficult period of rising costs, imported costs, and the products that it needs to build housing, but labour costs as well, as it fights, and to pick up on a point that Brad was making a minute ago, as it fights for labour with a number of other sectors. I was actually with a house builder in Melbourne yesterday, and the challenges of delivering to a fixed price contract in recent years, and you will know this better than I do, have been very significant. So there have been a number of dynamics going on in the construction industry that I suspect have also played a part in that. I mean, in some sense, the question for us is less where it's been than where it's going. And back to the discussion I was having with Senator Smith earlier, if it turns out that the labour market remains pretty tight, then that will have implications for the construction sector, and it will have implications for the price of new dwellings, to an extent rents as well. But we're not experts in projecting those elements of inflation into the future.
Can I ask a clarifying?
Of course.
With regard to, you've mentioned the labour market dimension for construction, but could you speak to the supply chain? Because my understanding is
Yes.
that was the most profoundly volatile part of that sector,
absolutely.
and that has seriously altered, which should give some confidence, I think.
You're right, Senator, and let me elaborate. This is not a labour-only problem, as you well know, particularly in the year or two after COVID. The issues that you described were pervasive in the construction industry. Importing the necessary, particularly for imported products that were needed to build houses, were impossible to get hold of, and the inflation rates for timber and for other imported building products were very elevated. Some of those constraints have eased back somewhat. The price level hasn't fallen back, so we're back to this point about inflation versus price levels. But certainly they remain pretty intense. And when you look at the comparisons between the prices and cost base in the construction industry, many of the constructors are still facing quite substantial margin squeeze.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I just make sure I understand that answer and the one before it? Does the reduction in the inflation in this space, given your observations about the labour market, mean that some of those capacity constraints are easing from where they were?
Well, the crucial issue for construction is obviously, or any business, is whether the diminution in output price inflation is also matched by, and it goes back to the question of Senator O'Neill, matched by a diminution in the inflation of their cost base as well. And it really does come back to this macroeconomic judgment as to whether we've achieved this narrow path, slightly broadening path, whatever analogy you wish to use, so that the the return to constructing becomes more reasonable than it has been in recent years.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you some sense of orders of magnitude here, dwelling cost inflation peaked at 20%. That's an order of magnitude way beyond anything we've observed before. And because that component of the CPI, it's almost 1/10 of the CPI, dwelling cost inflation was adding about contributing 2 percentage points to headline CPI. So it was a really meaningful impact on overall inflation. That 20% peak, well, to put things in context, we're now in the low single digits. So most of that upstream pressures that the Deputy Governor was speaking to have come out of the system now. Not completely, but the lion's share of it has.
It's important.
Taking some previous evidence of your colleagues to various committees that there's sometimes a lag in the way signals are transferred, and then also a lag in terms of how interest rates affect what's happening in the economy.
Always a lag, unfortunately, yes.
And building on what you said earlier about different economic scenarios and the various ways they play out, I appreciate that was in a particular context. Was there any concern raised at the most recent meeting that there's a risk of undershooting the band at some point?
Oh yes, and in fact, if you look at the, we always like to present our forecast for inflation. You probably know this with this kind of band around it, this blue band, which represents our forecast errors over the past. That band has blown out since COVID. It's something like 2 or 3 times as wide as it previously was, and frankly, and goes back to a discussion I had with Senator Smith earlier, we want to admit to that. Every other forecast will have had much the same issues. So there is every possibility that, in fact, as an old boss of mine used to say, the only thing you know for sure is that any point estimate of the outlook for inflation is wrong. The probability of inflation hitting the 2.7 we were discussing before in 3 years' time is roughly 0, in fact, because there will be so many other shocks. So, yes, absolutely, and on the board, and I think this is a strength of the board and the discussion we were having earlier about the range of different views, there will be those who worry about an undershoot, and there'll be those who worry about an overshoot as well. And that, I think you should want that on a policy board.
What are the consequences if...
Last question, if I may.
Thank you, sir. In broad terms, what are the consequences if there is that undershoot and you've got monetary policy settings that remain restrictive as they're described in the most recent statement?
And it's not the case today, but if there were to be a sequence of negative shocks or indeed surprises to our forecast, i.e. inflation came down more quickly, then policy would have to react. And again, as I said to Senator Smith earlier, you can be assured that it will. Not necessarily in the near term, but if the forecast for inflation in your scenario begins to move to the downside of the midpoint of the target, then policy will react. That's our job.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
That means interest rates could go down.
I'm sorry?
What does that exactly mean in normal speak?
It means that if our projection for inflation moves from 2.7 to, I don't know, 1.5, let's use a pretty extreme number actually, let's say 2, and we were to publish that, interest rates would be lower than they otherwise would be.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, how are you going?
Hi.
Mr Hauser, I know you're new to the RBA. I'm just curious, have you got an opinion on the management of monetary policy throughout the COVID period where the RBA panicked and literally dropped interest rates to 0.1%, printed $300 billion to pay people to stay at home, get brainwashed by the premiers, and then jacked interest rates up 14 times or 13 times in about 18 months? I mean, it was hardly the actions of a measured response, was it?
I hesitate to give a detailed answer to policy decisions that I wasn't studying closely, but I do recognise, I mean, maybe removing some of the extremes, but I do recognise the story you describe, and many central banks had the same experience. Whether it was...
Well, they created the experience, didn't they, by panicking?
Absolutely fair challenge.
Yep.
That in retrospect, some of the policy decisions that were made, not just in Australia but elsewhere, may have had consequences for the outlook. I think it was not easy to know that at the time.
I did. I mean, I posted the other day text messages I sent to Minister Cormann at the time, the Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, the Prime Minister. I said we're going to cause inflation for the next decade, but I was ignored. Do you think really the whole concept of the RBA being independent is nothing but a smokescreen, and really that at the end of the day the RBA is a puppet of the politicians? Which it should be, by the way. I actually think that the RBA should report to Parliament, but I think the whole independence...
As we do. And I think you put your finger on the challenge. Independence cannot mean you're just operating in isolation of society.
Yeah.
The whole remit for central banks only makes sense if it has social support and public support, and ultimately through this Parliament and people like you. The moment that support is no longer there, central banks do not and should not have a role, because we're unelected officials with enormous power. That is why The Act sets out our powers, and the Statement of the Conduct and Monetary Policy, as you know, which can change, as we were discussing earlier, sets parameters for our operations that are set by politicians and ultimately by you. And I completely agree with that. I think we must be accountable. We must explain ourselves. And any rights we have to set policy is contingent on doing a good enough job.
Thank you. So one of the criticisms I have of central banks is that they only rely on qualitative easing. So in other words, they just change the price of money. They don't look at quantitative easing, nor do they look at practical. Well, they've outsourced here in Australia. The RBA outsourced macroprudential controls to APRA back in the late 90s. So you've really got three levers to control monetary policy, of which the RBA only uses one, which is qualitative easing, or it changes the price of money. You know, companies expand the volume of credit via issuing new shares. Why can't governments expand the volume of credit by issuing infrastructure bonds against sovereign infrastructures such as dams, power stations, ports, rail and so forth, rather than go out and borrow money? So the Bank of England's a little bit, you're from the Bank of England, I understand, it's a little bit different. You have it's a bigger currency, so to speak, but here in Australia for the last, since 1985, I'm not sure if you're familiar with our monetary history, but Paul Keating lifted capital controls. So we stopped controlling our own volume of capital, which was a contradiction of the 1937 Banking Royal Commission recommendation. And now, for example, if we build a dam for $1 billion, rather than issuing new equity for that dam, which is our own title, we'll go out and borrow $1 billion to build that dam, which means we have to repay the $1 billion to another central bank, or because we use the foreign currency, i.e. Japanese, US or euro. So we now have to repay that money to a foreign bank, which gets it from one of those three central banks, rather than use it ourselves. So shouldn't we, in order to deal with inflation, rather than just control demand side, we should look at increasing supply via increasing the supply of sovereign assets such as dams, power stations and whatnot?
I mean, ultimately, government debt is secured on national assets of the kind you describe. I mean, I think you're describing a bond that is directly hypothecated, say, to hydroelectric plant A or
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's secured. It's secured rather than unsecured against our children's taxes, our children's future.
And those are more complicated financial instruments than basic vanilla bonds, and would probably cost more. They would cost the public more because the returns on that bond would not come, as you say, from the general power to tax, but the specific returns on that particular asset.
But the government would issue its own bond, so it's issuing equity. So it would come back to us as a dividend rather than go away from us. So it comes back to our children as a dividend. Rather than, so you pay the infrastructure bank that's owned by the Australian government, that then pays a dividend back to the actual federal government, rather than us paying interest offshore to a foreign bank.
And some of them, I might turn to Brad in a minute, but some countries in Europe, as you may be aware, have infrastructure banks. They have their benefits. They do also have some challenges. I mean, if you are seeking to sell an equity stake in national assets, then investors will demand a premium because, of course, they could lose all their money.
And that's not the point. So the state government, what we would be doing, the federal government would be funding the state government. I know you don't have states in the UK. State government to build that dam, and then the interest the state government pays is back to the infrastructure bank owned by the federal government. So the interest stays in Australia as well as the actual initial cost of the capital. So we're retaining the earnings here in Australia rather than letting them go offshore.
My sense is this is a perfectly sensible policy proposal. It's one that other countries have adopted. I wouldn't recommend that it be used as a monetary policy tool, in part because imagine a world in which we had a very successful funding flow to a set of infrastructure projects of the kind you describe, then inflation spiked and we had to raise the price of those assets. Well, that would have to be done in order to bring inflation down, but it might damage the investment.
But that's my point. If you're building more assets and supplying, I mean, inflation's a relative concept, right? So we've got, at the moment, so we had too much demand through COVID, so you're now smashing demand rather than lifting supply. If we've gone from 14 million people in 1985 to 28 million people today, so our demand has increased, we have to increase supply to match demand, and we're not doing that. We're just manipulating the price of money.
I'll turn to Brad in a minute, but I think you make a perfectly reasonable point that policies that might seek to increase demand would make monetary policy more straightforward. I'd humbly suggest that's probably a government and a parliamentary decision rather than the one for unelected central bankers who have struggled in recent years, as you quite pointedly remarked, to bring inflation back down. Brad, did you want to add anything?
I would just add, I mean, the remit the Parliament have given us is a tool to assist with cyclical demand management. The policies that you're talking about focused on expanding the supply side of the economy, very much in the government's wheelhouse. So.
Okay, just one more question, if that's right, Chair. I note the Bank of England has been struggling to meet its gold deliveries of late. There's a lot of talk about it, and authorities in the new American administration are talking about auditing the gold bars at Fort Knox. I'm not sure if you're familiar, Mr Hauser, but I've been given a document by the RBA whereby the Bank of England admitted to having fake gold bars and duplicate serial numbers. Is the RBA willing to cooperate with the American administration when the audit of the gold bars at Fort Knox are carried out, so that an audit of the gold bars at the Bank of England are carried out at the same time, so that we know that serial numbers aren't being double counted?
I might turn to Michelle on this point because, as you might understand, I'm a relatively new arrival.
Well, as you know, we do have considerable gold holdings at the Bank of England, and they have been audited, as you know, and the audit's been put on our website. And I know this has been an issue that you've been talking to my colleagues about for some time. I don't think we have any direct requests from any government or central bank to participate in any activity like that, so I might just take that on notice.
Okay, righto. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much. Just wanted to ask you about non-market jobs. Do you have a sense of how many non-market jobs there have been in the employment figures over the last year?
It is large, and I don't have the precise figure in front of me. Do you?
My recollection was the contribution to total growth from the market sector has been in the order of about 20%.
Market or non-market?
Market.
Non-market.
Senator Bragg's question about non-market.
Non-market has contributed about 80% of the increase in total employment growth over the last, I think, year or two.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and I assume your definition is similar to the one the Treasury uses, that there's some sort of government substitution or government subsidisation of these jobs?
We've discussed in the Statement of Monetary Policy, there's a box in there about the health sector in particular, which has been a significant part of the contribution. I don't have myself, and maybe colleagues do, detailed analysis of the relative contribution of public subsidy versus private provision.
I know our economics group do have that breakdown. It's not all public, but some of what's designated as private, non-market, is still supported in a roundabout way by various government measures.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Might want to repeat the question.
The question was, non-market jobs by definition subsidised in some form by the taxpayer.
Some of them.
Some are.
And it's a question of degree.
It is.
So some are here in Canberra, working in, they might be working at the Housing Australia Future Fund. Mm-hmm. They could be working in a job there, or they could be working in another role where the taxpayer is supporting a part of their salary. For example, they could be working in a
Early Childhood Education Centre.
Could be working in a business where the government is providing a subsidy to that organisation in some form. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I just have one more question, and I know Senator Smith has a couple more.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just wanted to quickly ask you, I know this is a very Senator Rennick question, but I did want to ask you about the gold. And given that you worked at the Bank of England, maybe you can help us with this, Deputy Governor. I think a number of countries have been repatriating their...
Yes.
So is it true to say that Poland, Hungary, Romania, India have repatriated gold from the Bank of England?
I don't know the list of names, but it has been there have been a number of people moving gold on the whole from the UK to the US.
UK to the US?
Yes.
Well,
So
why are they doing that?
Well, it's a complex story, and I'll pass to Michelle in a minute. But one of the dominant trades in the gold market is to buy gold, physical gold, hold physical gold in long form in London, which is the main physical gold market, and to sell futures or derivatives on gold in the US. Now, in normal times, that trade is what is called the market for pennies, right? It's a tiny little wedge between the return you'll get on the physical gold and the return you get on the derivatives in the US. It's a so-called basis trade. There are many other kinds of basis trade in financial markets. And it's a nice little earner, but rather small. What has happened in recent times is that because of rumours, not reality, but rumours that tariffs might be levied on precious metals by the US, that wedge between physical gold in London and the derivatives position in the US has widened. And those mostly market intermediaries, which is why I'm not sure about the name of your list of sovereigns, the market, JP Morgan, for example, have found that it is the best way to deal with this blowout in spreads is to give physical delivery of the gold in the US, which is not an easy process. You have trucks queued round the block in the City of London waiting to take the gold out of the Bank of England and then transferred to the US. This is not the only trade going on, but it is the dominant trade to deliver physically into the US market to close out that derivative position. Now, sorry to go into what might seem to double Dutch. Have I got that right?
Yeah, so just to kind of check this.
Don't say no.
No, it's all good. Just finally, so I think we've held the same amount of gold in England since the 90s. So it's not being traded. So
that's right.
Are there any plans to look at whether that would be repatriated?
Well, we review our investment strategy on our foreign currency reserves, which gold is part of that regularly. But we hold our gold at the Bank of England because it's the most liquid trading centre in the world, and it's convenient for us to hold it there. It's a good facility for us. The trade that the Deputy Governor has been talking about is one where market participants are exploiting a differential between prices, between physical and futures prices. There also seems to be a element, if you like, of perhaps de-risking with some of the global uncertainty with tariffs, etc. And so some US-based financial institutions are addressing that by bringing their gold home. It is quite unusual to move that much gold, so it is quite a logistic exercise, as you can imagine, to physically move gold bars. Hence, there's been a lot of attention on what's going on at the Bank of England with their gold.
Thank you.
We've got several minutes left. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Just turning to the Statement of Monetary Policy, at page 40, where we talk about, where the bank talks about household disposable income, it makes the following statement, that this has been among the weakest periods of real income growth since the 1960s and has occurred alongside a period of historically weak productivity outcomes. When does the bank expect Australia's living standards to be restored to their previous peak? Now, there is a graph, B.1, at page 40, which, unfortunately for me, I'm sure others, it's a little bit hard to read, but that previous peak looks like it might be, bar 6, 7 or 8. But my question is, when do you expect Australia's living standards to be restored to their previous peak?
Maybe if I could ask Brad to start, and if, Brad, you run out of road, I'll come in.
Yeah. I think the profile set out in the forecasts, I think it's in the forecast table in section 3.5, you are right in that there has been one of the largest contractions in real household income in the post-World War II period. We do expect real incomes to start to pick up, which is really a function of two things. One, nominal income growth remaining firm because the job market is expected to remain firm, and as inflation continues to come down, that will help lift real incomes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head when the earlier peak will be exceeded, but we can take that on notice.
Yes, please, that would be great. Then at page 46, you talk about the liaison program, and specifically when talking about the community services sector and charities, you make the statement that contacts in the business liaison program, so community service organisations and charities, and I'm quoting now, have highlighted the challenges posed by the heightened demand for their services and expect this to continue over the year ahead. What's happening in the community services and charities sector? So, Deputy Governor, you talked about having gone on a building site or spoken to a construction worker. Through your activities, have you also been speaking to community service organisations and charities?
And in fact, a few weeks ago, I spent a day at the National Debt Helpline in Sydney and listened in. They were kind enough to let me listen in to calls with individuals who are facing credit difficulties. I have to say it was a humbling experience. I haven't done that before, either in the UK or in Australia, and it was very evident from hearing directly from those involved the challenges and personal difficulties that being in that level of debt distress occurred. I might pass to Brad because we look closely at the aggregate data for that. I've also spent time with ACOS in various of the states, listening to the work they do. It's harder to reach the voluntary sector and the charity sector than it is to reach, peak body for mining or something. But it's terrifically important, and I would say particularly important for someone like me who's still learning how Australia works. So I take the thrust of your question very seriously, and I know the Governor does too.
There is an almost mirror image of calls into the National Debt Helpline, which is real household disposable income per capita. And so that to us underscores the importance of getting inflation down, because high inflation has been one of the key drivers, actually even more consequential than interest rate settings, in depressing real disposable income. We can get inflation back to target. Real incomes, supported hopefully by productivity growth, will help put the country back into a much better place on that metric. But I would underscore the point that the calls into community helplines, the National Debt Helpline, and there's others, we think is directly tied to the real income challenge the country is facing.
But it could have said over the next 3 months, over the next 6 months, but it clearly says over the year ahead. That's a bit of an ominous sign for charities and community service organisations that, as you say in the preceding sentences, are already dealing with heightened levels of demand, a broader range of clients.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time for real household disposable income, particularly on a per capita basis, to overtake the previous highs. So I don't think anyone at the bank thinks that these pressures are going to dissipate anytime soon.
Great, thank you. Just finally, who made the decision to invite the cameras into the board meeting? Why was it necessary? And is that an established precedent now?
The board made the decision because it was
unanimously.
It wasn't put to a formal vote.
Was it consensus?
It was consensus. The board made the decision because it was the 722nd and last meeting of the Reserve Bank Board. I appreciate there's been some discussion about the potential for there having been other reasons behind it, but that's the long and short of it. That is why it was done. So
the cameras will be invited into the first meeting of the Monetary Board. which will be meeting number 1. Oh, it depends. How will you record this? Will it be meeting 723?
Well, we'll have a subcommittee to work on that
722/1.
Yeah. I think it'll be meeting 1 of the Monetary Policy Board. I don't know if the cameras will be invited in again. It was a fairly straightforward decision to invite them in to commemorate the last meeting. It obviously coincided with a decision by the board to change interest rates. That was purely coincidence.
Final, a personal observation for myself. I thought the boardroom looked underwhelming.
Oh.
It looked like, I don't want to be unkind, but it looked like a staff training room. I was expecting sort of this grand boardroom and portraits of governors on the walls.
Your colleagues will be asking questions about
Since I've received a number of questions here today about feather bedding of public officials, I think we're lucky to have tables, actually. In the UK, it was always a specific thing that you should have the rattiest looking...
The Bank of England stands up like the Privy Council.
I'll take your comment and pass that back to the Governor. But, I mean, I can assure you that had we had...
But to be fair, the RBA building on Martin Place is a historic building and is suitably fitting for a central bank.
And as you know, we're temporarily out of that building. So we are in rented accommodation. We had the facilities available, and I apologise that it didn't have the necessary grandeur.
Perhaps the palatial boardroom is best kept out of the camera's eye.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. And on behalf of the committee, Mr Hauser, we thank you very much for your first appearance with us. Thank you to Dr Jones. Thank you very much, Ms McPhee. That concludes our questions, and you go with our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now suspend for a short break and resume at 10:41 a.m. Resumes, and I now welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade and Assistant Minister for a Future Made in Australia, representing the Treasurer, and I welcome representatives from ASIC. Welcome Chair Longo and team. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to appear before the committee for the first time in 2025. I'm joined today by Deputy Chair Sarah Court and fellow Commissioners Kate O'Rourke, Alan Kirkland and Simone Constant, as well as CEO Greg Yanko, Executive Director Enforcement and Compliance Chris Savundra, and Executive Director Enterprise Services Peter Dunlop. I have three topics I want to focus on. The first one is some new executive appointments at ASIC. As you will be aware, ASIC has appointed a new Chief Executive Officer, Scott Gregson, who will take over from our retiring interim CEO, Greg Yanko, on the 17th of March. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr Yanko for his exemplary service and his contribution to helping make ASIC a modern, confident and ambitious regulator. This week, we have also appointed Amy Nicol as ASIC's new General Counsel. Peter Dunlop, who you will know has been with ASIC for 3 years as our Chief Financial Officer, as I've already indicated, has just been appointed Executive Director. As this is our first estimates hearing for 2025, I thought it would be timely to provide a brief update on key aspects of ASIC's work program. Yesterday, we released a discussion paper canvassing key and emerging issues relating to public and private markets. The changing dynamics between public and private markets is evident worldwide. In Australia, the number of initial public offers is at a decade low, alongside declines in many developed markets. Australian and global private capital funds have experienced significant growth and are becoming an increasingly important source of economic funding, partly driven by the growth in domestic superannuation. Our discussion paper poses questions to inform ASIC's priorities and future work program. The paper seeks feedback on ASIC's role in balancing the dual goals of ensuring Australia's public and private markets are open, accessible, attractive and support economic growth while protecting against risks. We are looking to ensure we have the regulatory settings right to maintain the integrity, transparency and efficiency of our capital markets, which is critical to the sound functioning of Australia's financial system and investor confidence. The ASIC Simplification Consultative Group held its first meeting this week to discuss how we can more efficiently and effectively administer the law. As a regulator, our experience is that simplicity means enforceability. It's good for consumers, investors and businesses, and it is in line with government aims to reduce the regulatory burden throughout the economy. The ASCG will identify how we can more efficiently and effectively administer the law, how we can cut back on unnecessary bureaucracy, and how we can simplify guidance and legislative instruments. The focus will be on making the most difference as quickly as possible for consumers and investors, for businesses and directors. I look forward to updating this committee on the progress of this group at a later date. Turning to enforcement. Our enforcement outcomes remain strong. Last year, we increased both our investigation numbers and civil litigation filings by more than 20% on the previous year, and we saw important enforcement outcomes across a broad range of areas, including greenwashing, crypto, predatory lending, high-cost credit and insider trading. This year, we've already seen a number of strong enforcement outcomes. Last Friday, Australian Super was fined $27 million, with the Federal Court agreeing with the findings of our investigation, which identified failure to merge multiple superannuation accounts. In a strong signal to directors and executives on the importance of meeting their duties under the Corporations Act, this week the Federal Court penalised 2 former state entertainment executives for breaches of their Corporations Act duties and disqualified them from managing corporations for a period of time. ASIC's proceedings continue in relation to the remaining 9 former Star directors and officers. Recently, we have also banned the former director of JB Markets, from carrying on a financial services business after finding he was not a fit and proper person to participate in the financial services industry. And following an application by ASIC, the Federal Court recently made interim freezing orders against certain assets of 2 individuals in connection with our ongoing investigation into the Shield Master Fund. These investigations around the Shield Master Fund are among the most complex ASIC is undertaking at the moment. Our 2025 enforcement priorities were launched in November 2024 and reflect our strong focus on investor and consumer protection in the face of increasing cost of living pressures. Our priorities are selected to focus our enforcement efforts on the areas of greatest potential financial harm and promoting transparent and reliable markets. We will detect, investigate and prosecute unlawful conduct that seeks to take advantage of consumers and investors. We will target business models that avoid consumer credit protections. We will target conduct that exploits superannuation savings with a particular focus on fraudulent property investment schemes. We will continue to uphold the integrity of our financial markets, and to support this we have established a new dedicated team to target insider trading. We welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Longo, for that opening statement and for the work that the regulator does. I will go straight to questions. I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much. Good morning. How many people has ASIC been able to get into jail in the last 12 months because of corporate crimes in Australia?
We have some stats on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator Bragg. I haven't got the precise numbers of people that have been imprisoned as a result of ASIC investigations, but I can take you through some of the criminal matters where there have been...
I'm just interested in how many people actually go to jail for serious breaches of the corporate law in Australia.
Several people have gone to jail.
Several. Okay. Why don't you take it on notice if you don't know?
I can take it on notice, but I'm also happy, Senator, to take you through some of the examples of those who have been convicted and gone to jail.
I just want the number, so maybe take it on notice.
Yes, Senator.
Can I ask you about the Australian super matter you mentioned in your opening statement, Mr Longo?
Of course, Senator.
So how many people were injured as a result of Australian super's actions?
I think a lot of the information relating to that matter I might ask the Chair Court to give you, possibly Commissioner Simone Constant as our superannuation focus.
Senator, in relation to the matters that the case ASIC had in court, over about a 10-year period, there were more than 90,000 members of Australian Super who had multiple accounts that should have been merged. So over 90,000 people we were concerned about. That's right.
Okay, and I think in some of your submissions to the court, you had obtained some internal communications.
Yes, indeed.
Talking about I think there's a quote here I've been able to dig up. It benefits the member by stopping the $1.50 charge on their duplicate account, but for us it means less revenue. Yes. So does that indicate their internal thinking about how they were treating their members at the time?
Well, I can't speak for Australian Super, but clearly that kind of communication was something that we put before the court in the proceedings, and one of the pieces of evidence that we relied upon. And obviously we're concerned about any action by any superannuation trustee that indicates an intent to benefit a trustee to the detriment of a member. Yes.
Okay, so the fine is the fine is $27 million. Is that right?
Yeah, the penalty that the court imposed was $27 million.
Okay. And is it right for me to say that you being ASIC, submitted to the federal court, quote, the imposition of the pecuniary penalty in the amount of $27 million is not expected to cause a material detriment to members of the fund. It is noted that if the fund had been run at a profit for shareholders and thus contributed to assets owned beneficially by either Australian Super or its shareholders, ASIC would have sought substantially higher penalties.
I haven't got our submissions in front of us.
That's
Senator,
in the judgment.
that's in the judgment, or then, the parties put joint submissions to the court, so I assume that the judgment reflects those submissions.
So you could have sought a penalty of 140 million, but you sought a lower penalty because of the capital base of the fund. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, can you explain it to me then?
Yeah, so when the court imposes penalties, there are a range of factors that the court takes into account, so every case is clearly different. There's a list set out in the legislation, and there's also a lot of court-based law. So the kinds of things that the court will take into account will be the size of the company involved, the nature of the misconduct, the benefit gained by the person who's engaged in the conduct, the vulnerability of the consumers, the involvement of senior management, whether or not the conduct was deliberate. So there is a range of factors, Senator, that go into this. The courts describe penalty as an instinctive synthesis. I must say, in my view, it's an art, not a science, but the benefit to a trustee and the impact on a member is but one of many factors that go into determining penalty.
Okay, so but why did you say that if the fund had been run at a profit for shareholders, ASIC would have sought substantially higher penalties?
I assume what that refers to, Senator, is that one of the factors that the court will take into account in determining penalty is any benefit to the wrongdoer. So if the fund does not retain the benefit and it is returned to members, for example, well, then it's a different scenario than if a fund or any other company, for that matter, retains the financial benefit of the wrongdoing and keeps it for its own asset base or gives it to shareholders. So that would be the difference.
Is that your position?
Well,
of ASIC? You would treat the funds in a different way?
No, it's not our position that we will treat funds differently.
So why is that in your submission then?
That submission, Senator, and I haven't got it in front of me, would have been one factor in a range of factors, and as I say, each matter depends on the particular circumstances and the arrangements that sit behind, the particular trustee. So one factor a court will take into account, and ASIC will take into account when thinking about penalties, is who has retained the benefit of the misconduct.
Okay, you're clearly concerned, quite rightly, that if you hit these funds with big fines, like the cases you've got, REST, Australian Super, CBUS, that if they're hit with big fines, that it's the members that will pay.
So
is that what you're concerned about? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Well, we're concerned about a lot of things in the superannuation sector, Senator, as we've talked about on many occasions, and we have an extremely active both enforcement and surveillance program of work, as you're aware of.
I understand that.
We have many cases in court at the moment. All I wanted to take slight exception to, Senator, was your description of sort of ASIC-imposed fines. Just to be clear, these are court-imposed penalties by sitting, an independent judge looking at the facts and imposes the penalties. ASIC makes submissions as to what those penalties should be, and one of the things that we take into account is a benefit to the trustee. Sorry, and just going back to your question about members, and I think this was the subject of some discussion last night.
It was, yeah.
How the trustee pays for its any regulatory penalties, whether they be as a result of ASIC action or any other regulator, is an issue for the trustee, but there is a law, as I understand it, that says that those penalties cannot be paid directly from member funds. Indirectly, clearly, funds have to be paid, and there may be an indirect impact on members as a result of risk reserves being raised.
I understand you have to work with the laws as they are, and my submission would be, I don't need you to comment on this, is that the law has been distorted through the amendments to the trust deeds, and so the reality is that when these big fines come through, the members pay, not the shareholders. Clearly, that's been taken into account in this judgment, and my question really to you is, are you going to be consistent with how you deal with this regulatory arbitrage? Because clearly, if it was a fund that had shareholders putting capital into the fund, then it seems to me, by reading your submission to the court, that you would have imposed the maximum fine of $140 million. I mean,
Well,
you're talking about 90,000 people here who've been wronged, and now the members will pay the fine, but the fine would have been bigger if the shareholders had put some money in. Isn't that right?
No. Well, I'm not sure if I was supposed to respond to that. There's a lot in that question that I would dispute and be unable
I'll give you the
to-
question again.
Okay.
Are you going to be consistent with how you deal with this regulatory arbitrage?
ASIC will be consistent with how it deals with its approach to submissions to the court on misconduct by superannuation trustees and any other entity. We are consistent on that. We have a very clear framework. The courts have set out over many decades the factors that are taken into account to send deterrent signals to the market, which is the purpose of civil penalties, and we absolutely take a consistent approach to that, Senator.
Consistent across all funds?
Consistent across all entities, whether they be superannuation funds or any other entity in the market that we regulate.
Okay, so the comment in your submission to the court that notes the status of the fund, how would that apply in a fund that was not owned by unions and employer groups?
Yeah, I really can't answer that without the submissions and the more detail about the situations, and it's a hypothetical situation. We've had many matters against. We've had many matters.
I'll table the materials and we can come back and talk to it. Like, I don't want you to feel as if you're talking to your submission without knowing what it says, so we can table that and then we can come back to that later.
I think the procedure is you need to provide it to us to do that.
I think there are two elements to that proposition, Senator Bragg. One is, of course, the officer is not operating with the benefit of the material that you're referring to, and that can be resolved by providing it and giving her and her team an opportunity to review it. The second element that I think is more difficult is you are asking her to engage in any case in a hypothetical. That's harder to overcome unless you have a particular case in mind. It's inevitably the case that superannuation funds that are not for profit. Some of these issues are different to superannuation funds, whom the profits are returned to investors, of course, many of whom are in your support base. Understand that, but there are issues that are going to be very hard for ASIC to respond to unless you've got something actually specific to refer to.
Okay, thank you. So the committee is seeking to find and table the document, and in the meantime, we'll go to Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. We've just had the Reserve Bank here. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Thank you. We've just had the Reserve Bank here, and the Deputy Governor indicated that he'd been on the debt helpline and listening to people. There's a huge range of literacies in terms of financial products across the country that I know that you're very aware of. So can I just start my line of questioning reflecting on your comments about your insider trading team? Can I ask you to explain clearly so that ordinary Australians who don't trade understand what insider trading actually is?
Well, insider trading is when anyone in possession of material information affecting the price or value of those securities trades with that knowledge before that information becomes public. And that's been a long-standing principle in our markets, and in fact markets generally. It's just sort of unfair that people have selective access to information of that nature, because if you've got material inside information, obviously you've got a leg up. You've got an opportunity to trade with information no one else has.
So it's a practice of unfair trading on the Australian Stock Exchange, which some people may never have interacted with at all, but that's the trading bit. The inside bit, sorry, excuse me. The inside bit is knowing something that other people don't know.
We use and it's not a big problem, as a shorthand insider. And under US law, you have to be a true insider to commit an offence. In Australia, it's anyone in possession of that kind of information that you're prohibited from trading. So you don't have to be a true insider, it can be anybody.
Anybody who gets information that should be held confidentially.
And then there's a complex law around how you establish whether they've got possession and whether it's material or not, which is why running insider trading cases, in my experience, are very, very difficult to get across the line to a criminal standard.
And just because it's difficult doesn't mean that you resign from the task. In fact, you've mentioned it a couple of times in your opening
That's right. It is
statement.
difficult, but it's important to remind everyone that our resources are limited, and so we don't lightly embark on a fully resourced investigation every time a potential insider trading matter might be brought to our attention. The vast majority of those matters will not be resourced for investigation because we can make an early assessment that an investigation will not lead to admissible evidence being found that would justify a referral to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions.
And in your experience, you've taken cases about insider trading through to the courts. Have any of the people who've undertaken insider trading admitted immediately that occurred? Or do they usually say, no, it wasn't me, I was just smart when I did my trades?
That's a really good question. As a generalisation, most people who do the wrong thing find it hard to accept they've done the wrong thing until they reach the steps of the courthouse. But occasionally, even in the insider trading arena and even in the criminal arena, we do get the occasional plea of guilty. But that's a very fact-sensitive situation, Senator. Sometimes people will fess up or want to concede they've done the wrong thing early in the process, and there's a whole practice and protocol, whether it's a civil or criminal matter, as to how the regulator or the DPP will deal with those circumstances. It's very fact sensitive.
So how does ASIC become aware of cases of insider trading?
Well, we have constant monitoring of the markets on a daily basis. So we have a state-of-the-art surveillance system that's been in operation for some years. It's called Artemis. I think we've given evidence to the committee before about how it works, but it's real time. So depending on it varies from day to day, but I'm told that 100 or 200 queries might come to our attention because insider trading is often related to continuous disclosure issues. So there might be something happening in the market, and we're worried that either someone's trading in a way that's a bit odd, or there are circumstances brought to our attention where we might say, well, hang on a second, shouldn't you be disclosing what's going on here?
So in summary, you use market data
yes,
and
real-time market data.
AI tools to discern patterns?
I'm not sure I'd call it AI tools, but they're AI-like.
Okay.
I might add, I hope I'm not anticipating something that you're about to ask us, that the technology I'm referring to and the practice of our approach is relatively recent in the last few years.
So you wouldn't have had those observation skills when the GFC occurred, for example?
No.
Okay.
And indeed, at that time, the regulatory oversight arrangements were different.
So it was easier for people to get away with doing the wrong thing and being an insider trading, using exclusive knowledge to get a leg up and trade than it
Senator,
is now.
All I was saying was that there was a time when the ASX itself had frontline supervision for the sort of trading we're talking about. That moved to ASIC later. Now, I can't comment on, or maybe I can, but the other proposition that you're making.
That was then. This is now.
Yeah. So now, the way to understand it, with respect, is now we're the frontline markets regulator. We've had that role for some years. We have very good technology. I have a lot of confidence in the team. It's very hard to get a criminal brief up for insider trading, but we do a lot of work in that space. If you're talking about frontline supervision, say more than 10 years ago, or even 15 years ago, the regulatory arrangements for that were different. And they were led at that time by the ASX. And what would then happen is the ASX, if it found or heard something that it was unhappy with and felt it needed regulatory attention, they would then refer that to ASIC.
So there's a threshold there that you talk about, I think, that's embedded in your answers about when you would undertake an investigation. Is public interest a consideration in determining whether to conduct an ASIC investigation?
The Chair, I'm happy to answer that question. We take into account a wide range of factors. In more recent times, we have limited resources, and so what we've done is we've been very public about our enforcement priorities, about the areas where we think particular attention needs to be given. In recent times, we have dedicated resources to an insider trading team for reasons I can come back to. So the public interest is a very broad concept. It's not very useful really in deciding what matters to take on. Generally speaking, we will be driven by what our enforcement priorities are, what's going to be have the most impact on conduct in the market. We are not resourced and we're not required by the legislation to take action on every matter that's brought to our attention. We are not a complaints handling authority. We get lots of data from lots of places and we're resourced to conduct around 200 investigations a year. And a lot of those matters are then may end up in a civil or criminal court. So
thanks,
Mr. I mean, I can unpack that with maybe some assistance from my Deputy Chair, Sarah Court, who chairs the Enforcement Committee. But in broad outline, that's how it works.
I certainly don't want to speak over you, Mr. Longo, and I appreciate the detail that you want to give me.
Sure.
But I know that I'm going to get the call from the Chair very soon to wind up.
Okay.
So public interest is one component that you might consider in determining whether to conduct a review, along with other factors. But when things are in the public eye, that is something that comes to your attention. Is that a fair shorthand?
The public interest is a concept of wide import.
Yep.
We have so many matters that we could deal with. So we break it down to a range of factors. One of them, for example, is can we find the evidence, the age of the matter? How are we going to, is it likely if we put a lot of resources into this matter, we're actually going to get a result? Because there's no point investigating something for 18 months and saying, oh, it's nice, we can't do anything.
So can I ask if ASIC itself recommends criminal prosecutions through investigations, or is that a determination by law enforcement?
When we look at a matter at the very beginning, we have an open mind as to whether it will end up as an administrative result, a civil result or a criminal result. It's of the very nature of an investigation most of the time. One, that you don't know whether you're going to find the evidence you need to do anything at all. And secondly, once you find the evidence that it's admissible and you have an option to do something, we then very carefully consider what our options are, and we routinely are weighing up civil criminal results, outcomes, and making judgments and discretions and decisions about whether to refer something to the DPP because we think it's so serious and we think the evidence is there and we want the DPP to look at it. So there's a lot of discretion and judgment. This is not simple work. It's very complex work.
Is there a statute of limitations for an offence that becomes known?
Some offences have statutes of limitations.
Could you take on notice?
Some offences do. The less serious ones have statutes of limitations. I think, as a general matter, serious offences don't have statutes of limitations.
So we talked about the insider dimension of this.
Yes.
And often there's a sense of an insider as a person who belongs inside an institution, but an insider could be somebody outside an institution who has possession of information, and that makes them an insider. Is that correct?
Well, it makes them someone, the legislation, the word insider is not used in the Corporations Act.
It's knowledge of or information.
It's a handy shorthand. I think everyone sort of gets what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But the law prohibits trading if you're in possession of material, price-sensitive information that affects the price or value of securities that's not readily available or readily observable. There's a whole jurisprudence and the legislation around it. And I really do stress these cases are very hard to run.
A lot of people, I think, who don't know much about this would think that the market's all just about, businesses and information that flows around businesses. And, they might think BHP inside information there, or they might think banks. But can I clarify, government agencies can be the source of very sensitive market information too, isn't that the case?
I would generalise that to say there are many institutions in our society, corporations, the Commonwealth. There are lots of entities, private and public, that have information that is sensitive, which is why we have confidentiality obligations. A lot of us are very familiar with that.
Right across government,
across our community,
across the community, but in government, across every possible portfolio, there would be insider information that potentially could impact the market, so we would call it market sensitive. But Treasury surely would be the peak place where information that would be market sensitive would be moving around. Is that a fair
Well, that's a matter for Treasury. I think we all have access to information that's sensitive from time to time. All I would say is I'm happy to continue answering these questions in a hypothetical way, but I really want to stress that each situation is extremely fact sensitive, and when it comes to insider trading, what we're talking, but certainly the classical stuff involving, say, an entity on the Australian Stock Exchange, you really have to establish that you have to establish in detail what the information is that you say the person had that was sensitive, and that they had possession of it at the time they traded. And as we know from history, that person might have had an independent reason for trading, and if that reason is rational and coherent, the charges won't even be laid in the first place.
We heard yesterday, on the strength of information from this report, the Committee of Privileges into matters arising from the economics legislation hearing, and 3 subsequent publications of documents related to the matter, that Mr Godwin Gretsch was actually, if I can put it in the Australian parlance, leaking like a sieve to the Liberal Party while he was constructing a $4 billion market intervention to hold up the banks during the GFC. That is now clearly a matter of fact. Who had access to that information at this point of time remains unknown, and there may be people who have that information that could put it out in the public.
Yep.
But we've clarified a couple of things. An insider is a person who has information. Market trading is using that to your personal advantage because you have knowledge that the market doesn't have. We are clear that government agencies, particularly Treasury, and in this circumstance Mr Gretsch, with a $4 billion policy intervention, was providing information broadly to members of the Liberal Party.
No, I don't think that's an accurate.
So it is reasonable to say that both senior public servants and parliamentarians have access to market-sensitive data that could be used in a case of insider trading.
It's not the finding of the Privileges Committee.
Yes, staff.
I think the challenge here for I don't want to suggest you're doing anything but answering the questions properly, of course, but of course Mr Longo is in charge of an organisation that is responsible for conducting these prosecutions. So as you can see, he's been circumspect in terms of talking about what the thresholds are here. Of course, ASIC itself, officers of ASIC themselves and other agencies, Treasury, other parts of government, are of course always hold information that is market sensitive. So they have their own procedures and investigative procedures and codes of conduct for their own staff. And the thresholds for whether, as Mr Longo has said, these are complex matters, and he's of course giving this evidence in the shadow of the allegations about Mr Dutton that have been made publicly and in estimates proceedings.
Yesterday,
they have been canvassed across these estimates proceedings.
Chair, we had a private meeting.
Again, and you want to spend another 40 minutes figuring out that you should let this line of questioning proceed.
If you want to be part of the cover-up operation, Mr Smith, Senator Smith, you should.
Okay, order. Order.
Now,
allow
the tests,
Minister to conclude.
The tests are, of course, what are the tests that ASIC must engage in before it commences an investigation? Mr Longo has taken you to some of that. What are the tests that they determine before they send a matter to the Commonwealth prosecutor. That is a different matter. And of course they interfered with by the effluxion of time and the complexities of these kind of prosecutions. And of course the tests properly for a conviction are higher still. The court will apply those, and that's a matter for the court. The problem, of course, for Mr Dutton is that while those tests may apply to him,
this hearing is not about your political grubby machine. This hearing is about Senator estimates and us asking the official questions. You are out of order.
The committee will suspend.
This is a joke.
The committee resumes. The committee has had a private meeting and the committee agrees that the questions that Senator O'Neill is asking are relevant to this round of Senate estimates, including the topics that she is exploring around, for example, handling of sensitive information. She is entitled to ask those questions. The Minister is entitled to provide answers to questions as he sees fit when he wishes to answer a question. I draw the Minister to the topics of the question and invite the Minister to refrain from talking about any member of the House of Representatives' private interests in any answers that he may give. And on that understanding achieved by the committee, I call Senator O'Neill to continue her questions.
I might
Senator
just conclude
O'Neill.
my answer reflecting on that advice. Thank you, Chair. In terms of, I think Mr Longo has explained ASIC's role in terms of prosecutions. Of course, in terms of individuals who work for ASIC or Treasury or the public service more broadly, or public office holders, including members of the House of Representatives or senators, it is the case that individuals become privy to information that they have a duty, not just in terms of the criminal law and civil law, but they have a duty to the people who they serve to not use that information in any way but for the public purpose for which it has been provided. That it is not an opportunity to enrich yourself or to trade shares or to undertake activity that goes to one's private interest. And of course, that both the period that we've recently gone to around the global financial crisis, but also latterly the intervention that the Morrison government undertook with the support of the then opposition are good examples of concentric rings of people being engaged in having knowledge of imminent public sector interventions that will change the market. And in the absence of that knowledge, ordinary Australians who, during the COVID period, of course, we saw long queues at Centrelink's, high levels of uncertainty. during the global financial crisis, markets being smashed around the world, banks collapsing, factories closing, economies going backwards, that it was by no means a certain thing. Maybe in retrospect, people say astute investments at the time, by no means a certain thing when critical interventions were going to be undertaken or whether they were going to be undertaken. And so all of those, people in the Australian public deserve to know that their representatives are acting in their interests and their interests alone. That's why the government has, of course, on coming to office, put the Ministerial Code of Conduct, which imposes higher obligations upon ministers than previous governments imposed. But in any case, there are criminal and civil tests, but there are public character tests that should be applied to members of Parliament and public office holders more broadly. Thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Minister and Chair. So if I can pick up the threads of where I was before the private meeting, I asked, could information relating to policy development be considered market-sensitive information? I think Senator Ayres' contribution has made it very clear that that is the case. I was about to read from the privileges document a description of the behaviour of Mr Gretsch at the time, who was leading the policy work as a senior Treasury official of a program entitled the Australian Investment Business Partnership, which was essentially to invest $4 billion to shore up the banks and security of the banks for Australia in the crisis that was emerging under the GFC. So it is now a matter of fact, and recorded in this document, I'll quote from it, documents and emails recovered from the Treasury IT system indicate that Mr Gretsch was active during normal business hours in corresponding with third parties on issues of a political nature and outside his core work responsibilities. I read some of those onto the record yesterday. There was no dispute that he was he described himself as a Lib. He was communicating with members of the Liberal Party. That is shown by the addresses that he communicated with. Given that, it is unknown at the moment exactly with whom Mr Gretsch communicated this market-sensitive information. But my question to you is, how would such sensitive information be considered picked up now? You've indicated a couple of techniques you have. And would information of the kind that Mr Gretsch was sharing have been picked up at the time by the ASIC, who you indicated were the custodians of the insider trading matters at that time?
At that time, the ASIC, if we're talking about, 2009, I think, clearly the ASIC was the frontline regulator. But right up front, Senator, with great respect to the committee, I'm not in a position to comment on whether or not the information this person had was price sensitive in the sense that that concept is understood for the purposes of a potential insider trading prosecution.
You would have to do a lot more investigating.
I think it's really important that, with your indulgence, we're very important to be very objective about the language we're using. There's clearly lots of information that we talk is market sensitive. It's confidential, it's market sensitive, it's interesting, it might move the market. We often hear that phrase, move the market, and markets reacted. And that's fair enough. I think we have some sense of what that means. But market sensitive information and trading on it ahead of that information being published or made known isn't necessarily information that's going to prohibit you from trading because there are so many factors that go into an insider trading prosecution. So we talk about market sensitive information, as I've already mentioned, in any criminal prosecution, that information has to be particularised to a very high standard, and there are lots of court cases about that. I can personally attest to that. Secondly, in order for the prosecution to even get this matter to a jury, the Crown, usually the prosecution, normally has to lead expert evidence to establish or to opine that what the prosecution says is price-sensitive information is price-sensitive. So the court and the jury, if it ever gets to a jury, will not take the word of the prosecution. The court will expect there to be expert evidence. And I can tell you now that expert evidence is often contested by other expert evidence that says that the information is not price-sensitive. So I think it's really important for the committee to sort of appreciate that from my perspective, from ASIC's perspective, the information may be confidential, may be market sensitive, it might be interesting, but that doesn't, and people might know it at the time they do some trading, but all that has to be linked back to the particular entity in which the trading of securities occurs, and there's lots of hoops to jump through along the way. So I really want to stress those general principles because I really can't comment on this gentleman's state of knowledge and who he spoke to and all of that. I just can't do that, Senator.
Perhaps you're not the person who needs to come forth with the truth about what was going on there. There are members of the Liberal Party, though, who know exactly what it was that Mr Gretsch was communicating to them at the time, and I believe it would be in the national interest if people of integrity who had that information and didn't use it were able to inform the current interest. And of course, it would seem to me appropriate that if there was somebody who advantaged themselves in that period of time between the 23rd of February when the market was at its lowest and the day of the announcement of $4 billion to prop up the banks with a 21% increase over 12 days in the following 12 days, who had intimate knowledge of that, that would be important to put on the record too, especially if such a person was still in the public eye. Could I just ask a couple of quick general questions? Do you monitor for unusual share activity related to government announcements now?
My understanding of the way the system works is that we have technology and systems and processes where we look at what's going on in the trading in the market, and so that technology will lead wherever it leads. So we have the identifiers for who's actually doing the trading, and without going into sort of information that's actually quite sensitive, we have capability to trace who's behind the trading and form quick judgments about whether we need to ask more questions or whether we're satisfied that the initial reaction to our questions. Remember, we get hundreds a day. Our team's very experienced. We're on the constant communication with the ASIC and with brokers. So it just depends. So we actually don't have, we're interested in everybody's trading. We don't give special attention to one part of the market or over. You're trading on the Australian Stock Exchange, we're watching.
Thank you. Final question, if I can. If it was found that an official involved in the development of key policies responding to the global financial crisis had been leaking sensitive information that was capable of affecting the market, that was generating a practice of insider trading, would that raise concerns for you about these historic occurrences? Would you have the capacity with the ASX to investigate if you were so inclined?
Senator, I hope you don't mind me saying this. I'm not going to comment on a particular scenario, but as a general principle, ASIC stands for transparency. We've just published a paper on public and private markets. It is a fundamental tenet of well-functioning markets that there's transparency, because that leads to honesty and efficient markets, honest and efficient, transparent markets. So as a general principle, unless there's a good reason to keep something confidential, our system encourages information to be made available to everyone. That's really at the heart of the continuous disclosure regime. There are obviously exceptions that I won't go into now, but as a general principle, we celebrate transparency, and unless there's good reason, and there often is, you know, you're developing confidential policy, or it's proprietary nature, or it comes under one of the exceptions the ASX recognises, then, but as a general principle, of course, we encourage openness. Now, around the GFC, there's lots been written and said about that. I think for today's purposes, if it's okay with the Chair and the committee, I think from an ASIC perspective, we encourage transparency. But of course, all of us appreciate the need for confidentiality in our work.
And the integrity of people who come across confidential information, whether it's in their direct control or whether by the rumour mill they pick up a hot tip on the horse that's running tomorrow at the ASX.
I don't know anything about horse trading, I'm sorry, horse races. But I think we can agree that the basic principle is, I think, for those of us who have been around a while, appreciate basic concepts of confidentiality that we're talking about. And there's obviously lots of potential questions around information that should be kept confidential, that's market sensitive, that's going to move markets. But these are very general concepts. And from the humble world of ASIC, we are here to enforce the insider trading laws. If information comes to our attention that would justify the commencement of an investigation, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I've got other questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So just some housekeeping. We're due to break at 12:10 for lunch, which we will do. A number of senators still have questions. So we will be returning after lunch with ASIC, and I'll go to Senator Rennick.
Cheers, thanks, Chair. Hi, guys. How you going?
Good morning, Senator. I can still say good morning. It's not quite
just
lunchtime.
2 minutes. Look, I just want to congratulate you on the fact that you've raised this issue about transparency in opaque markets.
Yes.
Because I've long had an issue with opaque markets, but one of the reasons why I think these dark pools have been created and the way they get around it is that when the GST was introduced, the state governments got rid of stamp duty on share trading. I actually think if you wanted to actually kill a lot of this scalping and opaque market stuff, you need to bring back stamp duty on share trading. I know, well, if you think about it, we pay stamp duty. I mean, I know you're not responsible for policy, but just in terms of dealing with it, because, you know, hard-working Australians pay stamp duty on their houses, on their farms, on any hard assets they buy, you know, often still stamp duty on insurance, for example, and yet we have these high-frequency traders, most of them foreign sourced or residency, coming in here and if you take the fact there's no stamp duty on share trading, combined with the Tax Act that actually gives an exemption, a capital gains tax exemption on foreign companies who engage in, who own less than 10%, so they're called a non-portfolio interest, they don't have to pay capital gains tax. So it's a right market for money laundering because they don't have to pay stamp duty on the way in, they don't have to pay capital gains tax on the way back, and it's completely opaque. So I congratulate you for looking at it. I think it's a very serious issue and I think something has to be dealt with. I just want to come back to, so that's more of a comment, I guess, but keep it up.
Thank you, Senator.
Because, and Minister, I might recommend that to you, if you've got a productivity crisis in this country, bring back stamp duty on the share trading and encourage and fund the states to abolish payroll tax, because that would really help our corporate sector a lot. Because it's ridiculous we have payroll tax on people at work, but yet we have foreign scalpers and traders come into this country trading, you know, shares in our assets and pay nothing. But just the other question I've got for you is, I raised the issue last time of Macquarie Bank getting fined a few $1 million for engaging in scalping the energy markets. And I believe that was a civil conviction, if I'm...
I think that's correct. It was a penalty imposed by the Market Misconduct Tribunal, I think is the name of the tribunal. So it wasn't a court, but it's one of those interesting entities created by the Corporations Act.
Yeah, okay, thanks, because I just...
Thank you. My deputy is Market Disciplinary Tribunal.
The disciplinary panel.
Right.
MDP.
But not a court.
Okay, cool. I note, however, that there are a couple of smaller people. One was a nurse, I think, that got charged. Did they make? Yeah, they made a profit of $88,000 for, you know, what do you call it, spruiking shares on the market, and they were criminally charged. And I just note, I think there's a difference in outcome there. While obviously I don't condone what they did, you know, they made four people that made $88,000. It was out there somewhere, about $22,000 a pop. They're going to be criminally charged, and I, you know, I think there's plenty of spruikers out there on hot copper and all that all the time, but I just think that there was it's unfair that the individual gets a criminal charge, yet Macquarie Bank only gets a civil charge. I'll just leave that. I don't know if you've got any comments on that as well.
Are we familiar with that particular matter that the Senator is raising?
I'm not familiar with it. Sitting here now today, Senator, but I understand the broader point that, as I understand you're making, that individuals get criminally charged and criminal convictions, and that a big entity like Macquarie is getting a $5 million civil penalty, but not the condemnation, if you like, that comes with a criminal conviction. So I understand the point.
And because that touches on Senator Bragg's point before, you've got to put it, because there's so much going on, ASIC can't get over the top of every thing, bit of corruption or whatever, or cheating on the markets or whatever. But if you put a couple of them in jail, I think you'll find just the fear of actually real penalties being applied to these people will suddenly rein them in a bit. But I'll leave that as a comment as well.
Could
Thanks,
I,
Chair.
just with your leave, Chair, just very quickly, because over the break, Senator Bragg asked me about the number of custodial sentences in the last 12 months, and I haven't got the 12-month figure, but I've got the 6-month figure. And there's 11 custodial sentences that have been imposed on people for misconduct. That includes suspended sentences where the court makes that decision, 8 the year before and 21 the year before that. So we can still give you that information further if you need it, Senator Bragg, but there are a lot of people in custody as a result of ASIC investigations.
Good.
It's a good segue back to Senator Bragg.
So I just want to follow up on a few things. So thank you very much, Chair. So I think you've now tabled the document in relation to the Australian super matter.
Yes, I have it, Senator.
There's an extract and maybe also the whole judgment. So can I ask you, in relation to the trustee risk reserve, who funds that?
As I understand it, Senator, it's not my direct area of expertise, but I understand that is the members fund that through fees, and they fund a range of other administrative and other costs of the trustee.
Okay, and then the trustee risk reserve is used for paying regulatory fines, perhaps?
Yes, as I understand it. Again, Senator, I caveat my answer only in that I'm not an expert on how these issues work, but that's my understanding.
Okay, but generally speaking, the members have built up the reserves in the fund through paying higher fees. That is then reserved.
I don't know if they pay. Sorry to interrupt.
For future purposes.
Yeah.
And then in the case of the judgment here, as it says, as you know, in your own hand, Australian Super maintains a trustee risk reserve. And so then...
Sorry, Senator. Again, I'm not trying to be argumentative. This is not in my own hand, in ASIC's own hand. This is a judgment of the federal court written by a judge. Now, it will draw heavily on facts agreed between the parties put to the court. I don't demur from that at all, but I just want to be clear, this is an excerpt.
But didn't you agree with the judgment?
Submission or the judgment?
No, I think this is the... I'm so sorry, Senator. We're just trying to ascertain. I've assumed that this is an excerpt from the judgment of the federal court.
Yes,
that's right.
It is.
It's not from the joint submissions of the parties.
No, it's the judgment. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you generally were happy with the judgment?
We were...
These are not trick questions.
What's that?
These are not trick questions.
No, I was just trying to think about... Well, we're certainly... it's an interesting description, Senator, happy with the judgment. We think that the imposition of the penalty amount was appropriate in all the circumstances of this misconduct.
So I'll just take the opportunity to table the document formally that Senator Bragg is referring to, and also the opening statement as well.
Thanks, Chair. So then, I guess just going back to my earlier question around the size of the fine, as I said, it could have been as high as $140 million, and it seems to me, and now you have the paper in front of you, that one of the factors that was taken into account was the status of the capital position of the fund, that it had been funded by members who had created the trustee risk reserve. So is this a factor that you imagine you will take into account when you are in a similar situation in future, for example, in relation to, I don't expect you to make direct comments about these matters, but in relation to REST insurance issues or C-buses issues, that they are of a similar capital status in that the shareholders do not put capital into the fund, the members pay a fee to build up a risk reserve. So do you expect this to be something that ASIC will take into account in future?
The provisions of the legislation require ASIC to take into account the effect of the penalty on members. That's an express provision in the law. So yes, clearly that will be one of many factors that are taken into account in relation to ASIC submissions on penalty to the court. Ultimately, the court will determine that issue, Senator.
Because the higher the fine, the greater the fine, the more the members pay.
The higher the fine... Well, again, Senator...
The members pay the fines, right? They pay it through the risk reserve.
Yeah. The members don't directly pay the funds. There is the penalties. The law prohibits that. These penalties can be, as I understand it, sourced from a range of areas, including a risk reserve, including insurance, and there may well be other issues as well, Senator. So the effect of the penalty on members is one aspect a court will take into account. Against that, Senator, can I just be clear? ASIC has been working very hard to increase penalties across the board in the financial services sector, and this was a significantly high, I think it's the second highest penalty that has been imposed on a superannuation fund. Again, I stand to be corrected on that, but it's a significant penalty, and in our view it was appropriate in the circumstances.
Okay, you've made your position clear. I won't add any editorial, so thank you for that. I just want to ask about phoenixing, Chair. Thank you. So we have canvassed these issues with ASIC before about phoenixing. So I wanted to ask you about the Delma case. Is anyone able to talk to me about that?
Could you give me any more information, Senator? It's not a name I'm familiar with.
It's about payroll.
I'm sorry, Senator. It's not triggering or ringing any bells for me, I'm afraid.
Okay, so I might make some more general comments and maybe you can answer my question this way. So how confident are you that when someone is rubbed out as a company director or has faced a serious penalty, that they're not going to turn up again as a company director?
How confident are we?
Yeah, in your systems that ensure that if people are banned, that they don't end up being directors.
Well, I'm reasonably confident, Senator. I mean, we have got a lot of work that goes on in relation to directors. We engage all the time with liquidators. We are getting reports of misconduct from businesses and from liquidators on a regular basis. We follow all of those up, every one that we receive. So we have been working very hard to make sure that the requirements of the director ID requirements are being met, and we've now got very high compliance in terms of the directors and the director ID, and we are having prosecutions of directors that we are ascertaining have not complied with those requirements. So there is a lot of work going on in relation to these issues.
Can I ask you about a matter concerning someone who I believe was banned as a director, Terence Marshall? You might need to take this on notice, but
I think I might have to.
I understand that Mr. Marshall may have ended up becoming a company director again after he was banned and perhaps during his banning period. So could I don't expect you to know the details of the cases here at the hearing, unless you have anyone who can provide that on notice.
I don't think we have that, anyone here with that information, but
okay.
Senator, clearly, well, we being banned from being a director is serious. If we get information that somebody is acting as a director during the period of their ban, then that's something we would look at seriously and be very happy to have that information.
If you could look into that and provide me with an answer as to what has happened in this case.
Do you have any more details, Senator?
I understand that there's correspondence in your system from Mr. Warren Day. When he was there, he exchanged some correspondence with some people who had been in some way engaged with the gentleman. I mentioned before.
Sorry, I know you're asking me questions, Senator. Could I just ask, is that recent correspondence from Mr
Yes,
Day?
it is. Within the last 18 months.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much. Just finally, then I'm done, Chair. Can I ask you...
Actually, thank you for checking with me, Senator Bragg, because we are due for the lunch break. So we will take that break. We'll resume with ASIC, and the time that we will resume is, Secretary? 12:55. Thank you, 12:55 p.m.
Thank you.
The committee resumes and we welcome back ASIC and we'll go straight to questions. Go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much. Welcome back. What is your view on crypto, Mr. Longo? I believe in the past you might have said it was nonsense. I've also got a quote here from you saying it was the bigger fool theory, but I wonder if those are misquotes or whether that is your actual view about crypto.
My job is to administer the law as it is. Part of that involves warning consumers about trading or indulging in activity that's clearly highly risky, speculative, and about which there is ample evidence that losses can occur for no good reason. Putting that to one side, under the existing law, the cryptocurrency activity is regulated. If it's a financial product or service, then the law has been for years, if it is, you need a licence to do that activity. And we published an information sheet years ago, and I think there's been a bit of misapprehension and confusion recently about ASIC's position. I mean, I'll pass Alan Kirkland in a moment, who's personally attended a lot of the consultation meetings. But I think the key points are we're technology neutral. The law has been like that for many years. Secondly, our approach to regulation of crypto is in fact no different to our approach to regulating any other financial product or service. We publish a lot of regulatory guidance, information sheets, and a wide range of financial activities, and they get updated. So I think so my broad position is I have warned consumers about this activity. It's clearly highly risky, but our job is to administer the law the way it is, and so and we're technology neutral. So the only other point I would make is that the recent work that ASIC has been doing in this space is actually responding to various voices in this sector who are looking for more certainty in their business. So I think we're right in the middle of a consultation. We're open-minded. We're doing our best to administer the law to best effect. So I'll hand over to Mr. Kirkland, who's personally been in...
Before you do that, because I'm more interested, you're the head of the agency, so it sounds like you don't think it's nonsense.
I think it's a highly speculative activity. I do have personal views.
Well, you're entitled to your personal views, but you're also the head of the agency.
That's right.
What you say carries more weight than if you were doing a different job.
Well, I don't think I can be any clearer than to say to the general public that this activity is highly speculative, it's risky, and should not be undertaken lightly. Now, that doesn't mean it's illegal or it's prohibited. And as the regulator, it's my job, as I've done across a number of asset classes, and indeed in this private public markets paper, we've expressed views about private and public markets and the need for transparency and data. And in the crypto space, it might very well be said that there's a greater need for transparency there as well. So I don't think my views about the riskiness of this behaviour, I have no intention of withdrawing them. Secondly, I do intend to apply the law as it is, and if there's financialisation of this activity going on and it's regulated, we will regulate it. Now, if the Parliament wants to amend the law or revise the law...
You mean enforce?
We will administer the law as it is, and that includes licensing, and it does involve enforcement action. And we have a number of cases in the courts where we have taken action and been largely successful. So I think it's really important that we dispel this confusion. The ASIC will continue to administer and enforce the law as it is in connection with this activity. We're not policy makers.
That's right.
Now, if the Parliament wants to revise the law or amend it, then of course we will.
Well, you could
do
be.
that.
If you ran for Parliament, then maybe you would be. But right now, you're not. That's right. So when you talk about it being highly risky, you're talking about it through the lens of an investment, aren't you?
I'm talking through the lens of a retail investor. Yes.
Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah. So you're not necessarily impugning the value or virtue of disruptive ideas. You're talking about this through the prism of
If there's one thing I'm pro, Senator Bragg, is technology and innovation.
Well, we agree on that.
Absolutely agree on that. But it's part of my job. We are technology neutral. But part of my job as head of the agency, and I do accept to be reminded of that, is it's part of my job to call out activities that are causing harm. And so there's some crypto-related activities that have led to very significant losses for retail investors. And they need, all I'm saying to the market is be careful. Be careful.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in light of your comments that you are a law enforcement agency, which I very much welcome, what is the outcome you're looking from publishing a paper on private credit?
We are publishing a paper on, that includes private credit. So what this paper is about, stepping back, is about our markets in general, private and public markets in general, and in particular what's happening in our public equities markets, what's happening with the investments superannuation are making, in particular, and the impact of that on the stock exchange and in the private market space. We're concerned. This is all in the discussion paper.
But are you agitating for any policy change? Are you using your position to agitate for the Parliament to do something? That's my question.
Okay, fair enough. We did this paper for several reasons. One is to shine a light on a section of our markets that we believe is lacking transparency at the moment, and as a national markets regulator, I'm concerned about that.
Yeah.
So one thing we would be asking Parliament for, and have asked Parliament for over the years, is more recurrent data gathering powers, and for other we can be more specific on notice, and other, I'll call them reforms. And by the way, this would only line us up with what's going on internationally. We're actually behind in this space, is to give us greater transparency. This is not about, and I've made this very clear, re-regulating the private market space. It is about understanding what's going on there, and secondly, being very open-minded about whether there are, it's actually the other way around, Senator, whether there's aspects of our current regulatory settings that are impeding these markets, in particular the public market. So that, I think that we've made that very clear in the paper. And the other thing, in fairness, that I've made clear in the paper is that some very serious players like Larry Fink and others, they're worried about what's going on in these markets. They've become a bit frothy, and they're looking for more data and transparency. So part of what we're trying to do here is do the work, and by the end of the year, hopefully have something sensible to say about whether there is a need for any additional regulatory interventions, aside from the data gathering, which I'm morally certain we do need. But I'm not so convinced that we need more regulatory interventions in the private space, particularly as, and I'll stop there because this is a big subject, we're very open to hearing from market participants about what they're doing to maintain standards in this area. What we're interested in is keeping Australia competitive, attractive, and having an eye on risk. They're the key things.
Thanks, Mr. Longo.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, and thanks all for being here. Just on that front of governance, I haven't read yesterday's paper, but I'm just interested in if you have any thoughts in relation to governance. You point to the changing dynamics between public and private markets with that growth in private capital markets. What are your reflections on the different levels of governance in those two different kinds of investment categories?
There's what's often raised in the public space is that the levels of governance are actually too high, that our expectations of directors of public companies are too high, it's too burdensome. And I get some feedback that those boards are spending far too much time worrying about compliance rather than worrying about growing the business, and the balance isn't right. Now, what this paper does is our preliminary view is, I think that view has to be respected, that there is, and in fact that's one of the reasons we're doing regulatory simplification and listening to directors, but we don't think that's the main reason why we're seeing a patchy listing history on the ASX. We think it's part of the story, but we don't think it's the main driver. And as I've said, I think we are asking and inviting the ASX to take a more proactive approach with its listing rules to see whether there are things that can be done to make the public markets more attractive. Now, as the regulator, it's not my starting position to prefer one over the other. We need both. One supports the other. And these markets are crucial to our economy, and there's a lot going on internationally in terms of, for example, non-bank financial institutions. And this is going back to Senator Bragg's observation about private credit. We're coming from a relatively low base in Australia, but it's growing very quickly. And there are issues about valuations and disclosure and potential risk being transmitted from one to the other. So at the moment, what I'm really calling for is saying, look, everybody, this is a really important issue. And there are a number of things happening at once. We have the impact of 4 trillion odd Australian dollars looking for a place to invest. We'll call that superannuation. But the Australian Stock Exchange, between a quarter and a third is super. And then we have these other developments. So I think the paper really is a significant piece of work in sort of calling out these key themes and saying to everybody, you know, we all have an interest in getting this right. Everybody literally has an interest in getting this right.
If I can continue then around the question of governance, you may be aware of the large body of research internationally about how more gender diverse boards are associated with higher returns. There's research out of the US, out of various European countries. Bloomberg Intelligence recently drawn attention to a 2 to 5% higher return than companies with fewer women on their boards. And of course, diversity, equity, inclusion issues are on the international agenda. Today we hear John Deere in the US, shareholders have rejected a reduction in commitments to DEI, and this is occurring in other places as well. So it's a controversial issue, important to governance. Do you see a connection between diversity on boards and in senior leadership and performance?
I think ASIC and I certainly support diversity on boards, and I'm not going to comment on all the research. I think it's an area which seems to have attracted a lot of controversy in more recent times, but as a general matter, my views about board composition, I would step back even further and say, yes, absolutely, diversity on boards is really important, and ASIC encourages diversity, as indeed we do in our own institution. The only other thing I'd say about board composition, and I think it's as important as diversity, is science in the boardroom. So you'll be hearing me say a lot more about that. The diversity we're looking for on boards needs to include that as well, that we have directors. Can you explain?
Sorry, I missed the word you used.
Science.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we've had a lot of discussion. We've just been touching on crypto and the extraordinary underlying technologies that are summoned by that idea. We have AI that is just really becoming more and more significant from a governance perspective. Of course, I think diversity, gender diversity in particular, is really important. But from my perspective at the moment, I'll be talking a bit more about this in a few weeks at the AICD forum, is sort of stepping back and saying, what sort of board composition do we really need to face all these challenges of the future? It includes diversity, but you'll be hearing me banging on about science as well.
So you're talking about diversity of knowledge as well as diversity by
and experience
and other characteristics.
Yeah, diversity in its broadest sense.
Yeah. And coming to your own organisation, do you implement and follow through on equity and diversity policies within your own organisation? I'm assuming, of course, all appointments would be on merit, but making sure that established cultures and practices of recruitment, promotion, and so on reflect non-discriminatory and inclusive practices.
I think we're passionate about it. In fact, I might ask Kate O'Rourke, because all the commissioners are involved in diversity and inclusion efforts of one form or another internally. But I know Kate in particular is passionate about it. I'll ask Kate to say a few words.
Thank you, Senator. So ASIC does have a diversity council, which I'm pleased to chair, and which includes, as well as other Commission representative and executive representatives, the leaders from our staff of 6 different diversity committees that we have. So Women in ASIC, Parents and Carers, Multicultural Committee, Access and Inclusion, Reconciliation Action Plan, and our Rainbow group. So we have those 6 staff-led and staff-run committees. Obviously, all the staff do their other jobs as well, but are passionate about using activities within our organisation to enhance how we run as an organisation. We have events and very practical initiatives to help ASIC run even better.
So if we suddenly had a leader federally who said DEI is off the table and I want all DEI appointments sacked and removed, as the executive order does from Donald Trump in the US, from what you've just said, that would be a very small list of sackings in your organisation, given, as I hear, you've integrated the practice across your leadership. Is that a fair assessment?
The committees are staffed by people who are, are employees of our organisation. So that's how those committees are run. Yep.
Great, thank you. I want to go back to ASX governance. You'll be aware that the ASX Governance Board, I think it's called the Corporate Governance Council, thank you, has recently dropped or paused its proposed revamp of diversity, equity and inclusion reporting measures. I understand they've been through 5 rounds of amendment as a result of pushback from 4 business groups, including the Business Council of Australia and, sadly, the Australian Institute of Company Directors. Does ASIC take an active interest in Australian companies and their DEI policies?
Senator, the first part of your question, we're not part of that process. So the ASX Governance Council is independently chaired. It's actually a consensus-driven body. And if my memory serves me, we have the 4th edition of the principles currently in operation. And they, as it turned out, they weren't successful in coming up with a 5th edition. Of course, we're interested in what happened and what didn't happen, but we're not at that table. It's really entirely driven by the ASX and that council.
So do you have a view about that scaling back of creating a reporting obligation?
Well, I think that the press reports, I think it's very important that, for my purposes today, I've been watching what's going on, but from my perspective, the 4th edition is there. It remains operational. Our job's to administer, as I said a moment ago, the Corporations Act as it is. We have an enormous body of case law that talks about what our expectations of directors should be. We work closely with industry organisations. So from my perspective, it's an interesting incident and a disappointing one, because I think there were high hopes right up until recently that there would be a 5th edition. It just didn't work out. So I'm not sure what's going to happen now, whether there'll be like a cooling off and maybe 6 or 12 months from now there'll be another attempt at getting a 5th edition off the ground. From my perspective, I'm not sure I could take that much further. I don't know if that's helpful, Senator.
Do you, as ASIC, see an area of potential conflict where companies with a significant presence in Australia that have scrapped their diversity commitments might be breaching Australian law? One such company we've heard say publicly, for example, Accenture, does an enormous amount of business across our economy, including in the public sector. Do you see that as a conflict where a company says they're walking away from diversity and inclusion and non-discriminatory practice in the shadow of Trump? Is that a concern to you?
Well, it's certainly this unfolding situation is a concern to anyone who's worried about the highest standards of corporate governance. I think I can't speak for the US. I think we'll have our views about the US. But speaking for Australia, our own country, I think our values, our principles are well embedded in our institutions and in our law. Now, some of that are actually values and principles. They're not to be found in the Corporations Act. So I think it's we have a particular culture, a way of doing things in Australia, and I think we should all be, I think, proud of that. Now, there may be particular entities, some of them may be listed. Accenture, for example, I don't think is a listed entity. It's like a partnership. And so those entities will have to take responsibility for what they say about their practices and approach to this topic. And I think we're all going to be interested to see what happens in the next 6 to 12 months, to see what walking back there is from this important topic. Now, the other part of that is that, from an ASIC perspective, is that breaching the law? That's a different set of issues, I think. If you're looking at it from a Corporations Act lens, then I think it'd be very fact sensitive. I don't think you can sort of say, oh, the Corporations Act requires diversity in the boardroom. I don't think you could put it as bluntly as that. I think that it's more likely to be more subtle, where if you're doing business with the Commonwealth, then the Commonwealth won't want to be doing business, I'm just being hypothetically, won't want to be doing business with an entity that doesn't subscribe to these values and principles. I can see that way of enforcing, if I can use that word, this approach. But as far as the Directors' Duties provisions of the Corps Act are concerned, they're very broadly drafted, they're very general, and as far as I'm aware, and I try to keep on top of the case law here, I'm not aware of any case law in Australia that sort of directly says, oh, you know, you've broken your Directors' duties because you haven't encouraged a diverse work environment. Now, I think that we have a lot of employment legislation. We have other ways, I think, other hooks of approaching that issue. So I know that sounds a bit general, but at the general level, well, of course, we're very interested in high standards of corporate governance, and that includes diversity.
So there've been...
Senator Pocock, I did neglect to advise senators that I'd go in 10-minute blocks when we return from the lunch break, and you're pretty well into another one. So yeah, a final question, that'd be great.
Last one, and it's going over the same territory in a way, but there've been a litany of corporate governance failures in recent years. I won't go through them, that for many sort of point to the need for a new set of principles for listed companies. And the failure of that governance board at the ASX to come near to agreement on rule changes really points to the failure of our corporate leaders, the governance group of our biggest corporations, to come to navigate a way forward and establish a stronger commitment to things that are connected to good governance. Do you see a role for ASIC in solving that dilemma and in finding a more positive way forward on diversity?
Well, the ASX Governance Council, we're talking about the ASX Governance Council, that's really a governance council there to support the ASX, and it's by consensus. Now, can I just say that this is an area that tracks a very broad range of views, and and from an ASIC perspective, we try to approach issues when things go wrong in an objective way based on the law as it is, and we try to apply some judgment. Now, I'm not trying to avoid your question. I think there's all sorts of reasons why companies fail. Their business model fails, there have been problems in the boardroom, any number of reasons. And so I'm not sure I can generalise if that's the right way of putting it to answer your question, other than what I've already said.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank you for your work, firstly.
Thank you, Senator.
And the conversation this morning, particularly around insider trading and increase in your workload. So the first question is, given that it's been increased by 20%, investigations, has that been an increase for resources in any way to assist in any of that?
Well, I'll ask Deputy Chair Court to provide some her own observations as Chair of the Enforcement Committee. But when we approach enforcement, I'd like to talk about the machine. The general public sees the output, sees the court cases. But we spend a lot of time and energy thinking about how to investigate more quickly, more efficiently, how to work together more effectively, how to choose matters to best effect. So we have limited resources, so how we select matters is very important. I'm going to hand over to Sarah Court for a minute, but I cannot leave this opportunity to say that we have to invest in technology and data. We're doing our best within our existing resource remit, and I think some of the gains of the last 12, 18 months is a better use of technology. But I think if we are to remain an effective law enforcement agency and keep up with most issues in our lives these days, all have a connection of technology. When members of superannuation funds don't get what the services they require, the root cause technology. When banks let their customers down, a lot of the time, the root cause, technology. We have to understand AI. We have to understand what's going on in crypto. We live in a world of data. I said earlier, I want to try to understand what's going on in the private markets. Data. So we will be even more effective as a law enforcement agency if we invest more in data and technology. Sarah? No.
Thanks, Senator. In terms of the increase in work, as I think Mr Longo said in his opening remarks, we have significantly increased our new investigations in the last financial year and our civil penalty proceedings. In fact, I'm just looking at the statistics while Mr Longo was talking. So in the last financial year, we increased our new investigations up to 168, and that's the highest number of new investigations we've had over the last 5 or 6 years. That's been a very deliberate effort by us. We had and you weren't on the committee, Senator, at the time, but in previous appearances we've talked at length about the organisational restructure that ASIC underwent a couple of years ago, and one of our real aims of that work was to try to make sure that we could move matters through our agency more quickly than they had managed to get through the agency in the past, and we get a very high volume of matters, complaints, referrals of misconduct that comes to us day in and day out, and one of the hardest jobs for our staff is to look at all of those and assess those reports and work out, well, you know, which ones should be elevated for an investigation, which ones should be with another agency, which ones will we not get evidence to support the various issues. And so what I'm hoping, what we are cautiously hoping that we are seeing is now, moving into the where we are now, the results of some of that hard work that's been done over the last couple of years. Having said that, I just make the only caveat that numbers like this, of course, move up and down year by year, and one of the other challenges that we have is when we have large numbers of new investigations that work their way through the enforcement machine that Mr Longo's talked about, many of those will end up before the courts or with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions for criminal prosecution. Then our teams have a lot of work to do to support those matters through the court process. So it's not like we get to a certain point, we hand it over and our work here is done, we'll start on the next investigation. We have very large teams of people that are involved throughout the court process in liaising with witnesses and drafting affidavits and taking statements and compiling evidence and working with counsel. So they do a terrific job. We have a lot on, but we're having really pleasing results at the moment in our enforcement capacity.
Can I ask then, Ms Court, given that data is quite powerful too, and I think feeding into my colleague Senator Pocock's question around corporate governance, are we able to see any trends from that data? I know that, like 168 is quite a high volume, but trying to look at what those trends are in the data and where they're coming from. And I think, Mr Longo, in your opening statement or in a question to in response to Senator O'Neill, you talked about particularisation, you talked about looking at it case by case. But essentially, if there are particular markets or there are particular areas in which there are data trends, is any of that that you're able to table with the committee, or is it publicly available?
There are several levels to the data story. We, in fact, the Deputy Chair Court alluded to a couple of them already. We get data through reports of misconduct around 10, I'm guessing around 10,000. And then we get data from the Australian Financial Complaints Authority, from external dispute resolution schemes, internal dispute resolution data, and there's the how can I forget, the reportable situations regime also produces a lot of data points in terms of reportable situations. So when you step back from all that, you say, well, what's ASIC doing with all that data? And the answer is we have a data lake with a range of technologies and processes that try to interrogate that data. But the short answer is I think we need further investment in our capability there, to be really frank. We've made submissions to government and indeed to committees like this about it. But the other answer to your question is we do our best to draw conclusions and inferences from that data about where the emerging problems are and what where we should be putting our attention. So it does inform our enforcement work, but in particular, it also informs our regulatory work, because not every problem or issue that the data is telling us is something we can litigate. It might eventually be, but in the meantime it contributes to our regulatory guidance, the way we think about problems, the way we do thematic surveillances, our surveillance work. So if we know what's going on, we're able to focus our limited enforcement and surveillance resources to best effect. That's the key.
You know. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I haven't even got to my question yet, so sorry, Chair, that I originally came in with. And I hold the trade portfolio, but I also hold resources as well. And given that approximately 95% of foreign-owned companies are in the oil and gas industry operating within our markets, particularly in consortiums and alliances, what would be the process? And I want to sort of do the 101 for people who are watching here today around directors buying shares that what may be seen to be insider trading with the information, as Senator O'Neill talked about this morning.
Yeah.
What is the requirement, I suppose, for a director?
There's no general legal, that I'm aware of, requirement as to how companies manage this issue, but a well-run public entity, they all have procedures and policies that deal with this very issue, and there are trading windows. I think so. There are times when you're allowed to trade as a director,
right.
And depending on the policies and procedures of the particular entity, you may need to get approval from the Chief Compliance Officer or from the Chair. The various ways of tackling the issue, but broadly speaking, a well-run company will have well-developed governance and compliance procedures around what circumstances in which a director in particular can trade in the shares of the entity that they're a director of, which is obviously very sensitive.
So a company director, so just hypothetically, without sort of doing the thing we did this morning, but that a company director with a company that's not doing so well then increases their shares, buys into it. There are milestones that may be happening in projects outside of that. They have access to some of that information.
Yeah.
Are they generally the red flags?
Well, this is where we get to continuous disclosure. If it's a publicly listed entity,
So how does that work with an international market, though? So if this is listed on AIM and the London Exchange...
Most markets will have disclosure rules.
Yep.
So in the US there's Reg FD, full disclosure. The Brits have their rules.
But how does that when they're operating in Australia?
They're operating in Australia and they're listed here. If their securities are listed here on the public exchange, then they're under an obligation to continuously disclose material information that affects the price of value of their securities. So the idea in a nutshell, if you're a director of one of these entities in Australia, is that so long as your company is strictly complying with those obligations, then in theory at least, when the director trades, he or she hasn't got any advantage of everybody else because all the material information should be out there. Now, as I say, different companies have different approaches to this. There are some that are quite conservative and they'll only allow their directors to trade in the securities of that company around the announcement of their results, for example.
Right.
You've got like little windows, they're quite strict. Different companies approach this differently. And then, of course, there's the staff. So we've been focusing on directors, but the same policies, sort of not necessarily the same policies, but the same problem applies to all the staff because and senior executives because they've all got access to information as well.
Yeah.
So this issue, as I say, it's a well understood risk in public companies, and my understanding is they've all got policies and procedures that deal with it.
Okay. So my final question, Chair. Thank you. Is there any relationship or arrangements that exist, given that there's 95% of those foreign-owned companies that are operating here may have securities and are doing whatever it is in compliance in that? I know that there is a Foreign Investment Review Board that exists. What's the relationship between ASIC and the Foreign Investment Review Board?
We don't do... I'm aware of the work of FIRB. Their job, broadly speaking, is to approve transactions that involve foreign investors and attract certain thresholds and caps. I'm not that familiar with their work.
But there's no...
Yeah, there's no... I don't know whether any other commissions have any...
I think the Foreign Investment Review Board procedures include gathering of information, and information that's gathered might include ASIC generated or information.
So we might help FIRB make their decisions.
Right. But there's no formal arrangements, is that right, Mr. Norman?
No, as Commissioner O'Rourke says, FIRB has its own capability to gather its own, has its own powers and protocols. So if FIRB came to ASIC and said, look, we really need some help to understand this corporate structure, or what do you know about this entity? We're looking at this transaction. Has it come to your attention? Then I don't know how often that happens, by the way, but if requests like that would obviously...
Or if it's ever happened, right? Like...
I suspect it would happen from time to time, that we're asked for what we know about a particular entity. And by the way,
provide on notice whether it actually has and under what...
No, we can go back on notice, but some of those requests might just be interrogating our systems. They may not involve a phone call or a meeting or anything. ASIC has a lot of data of its own. Some of it's available to the public, for payment of a small fee to the Commonwealth, or it's available to the official family. So my guess is FIRB probably has some access to our database through that route as well under our legislation. 627, I think, is the gateway. But we can go back on notice and
that'd be great.
tell you a little bit more about that.
Maybe Treasury could take that into consideration too, Minister.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation. Thank you also for the speediness with which you responded to my recent correspondence in regards to add-on insurance. And I'll just ask, with the Chair's permission, I'll just ask that AFCA's letter to me in regards to similar issues that I raised with them be circulated for the benefit of the witnesses and senators who might be interested. Chair, I just want to table this letter that I think...
just pass it over to me and I will do so.
Yep. I think you might already...
sure. All good. Senator Smith.
So I'll just start with your correspondence first. In your letter to me on the first page, you say that we, ASIC, took steps recently in response to concerns raised with us about AFCA's approach to the lodgement of complaints about mis-sold add-on insurance. Where did those concerns come from?
Thank you, Senator. I vividly remember the Commission meeting where we looked at this issue very closely. What I'm going to do, if it's okay with you, I'm going to ask Commissioner Kirkland, who's spent a lot of time engaging with AFCA and with third parties on this very issue. So I'll ask Commissioner Kirkland.
The committee tables the letter from David Locke of AFCA. Yes, the committee tables the letter.
Thanks, Senator. I believe we first became aware of these concerns through correspondence. Certainly, I first became aware of these concerns through correspondence from a law firm representing a firm known as Clamo, which I understand to be a business that submits complaints to AFCA on behalf of some consumers.
And when was that first raised with ASIC?
That was in December, is my understanding.
December
2024.
2024. And when I read this statement in your letter, I took it to mean that there were a variety of concerns raised with ASIC. So were there others that raised concerns with ASIC about AFCA's approach?
To my knowledge, it was only that law firm, and it's possible that the firm may have raised the firm that was represented by the lawyers may have also raised some of those concerns directly, but I'm not aware of any other stakeholders raising concerns about that.
So then,
issue.
Since December 2024, what has ASIC done? How has ASIC engaged with AFCA? How many meetings, for example? Who have you been speaking with?
So we have had some conversations with AFCA. There will be some conversations that would have occurred at officer level that I've not been part of. I've personally been part of 3 conversations with AFCA, 2 conversations with the CEO, and another meeting attended by a range of ASIC and AFCA staff, including the Deputy Chief Ombudsman from AFCA. Those were meetings which we discussed AFCA's proposed. We discussed AFCA's proposed approach to this issue and some changes to its approach that AFCA was considering.
So when was the final meeting between ASIC and AFCA which agreed the extension of the date from the 4th of February to the 30th of June?
In relation to the latter part of that question, Senator, I should say there was never an agreement as such. There's not a requirement on matters like this for AFCA to seek ASIC's agreement.
But obviously there were discussions and negotiations, and there was obviously, or was AFCA considering an extension to the 4th of February deadline prior to the correspondence from the law firm in December 2024?
I think you would need to direct that question to AFCA.
Did you have any impression from AFCA that they were considering an extension of the 4th of February deadline when you started engaging with them on or around December 2024?
In my dealings with AFCA, the possibility of an extension was first raised in early January 2025. And again, just to ensure I'm being as accurate as possible in responding to the question, Senator, I wouldn't characterise those discussions as negotiations because, as I said, there's no requirement for us to reach agreement on these issues.
Your letter makes it quite clear in terms of ASIC's approach here. So why is a deadline necessary at all?
This is really a matter for AFCA, Senator. AFCA does have rules that already establish the notion of a deadline in general, in order for a complaint to be considered by AFCA in relation to any issue, the complaint needs to be made within 6 years of the consumer becoming aware or it being reasonable for the consumer to have become aware of the loss that they've suffered or the harm that's been caused. So there is a deadline that's established in the AFCA rules, which I understand to be broadly accepted and supported by consumer groups and industry groups, because it, I think, perhaps strikes a balance between offering redress to consumers but also allowing the scheme to operate efficiently, noting that it's industry funded. In this case, it's entirely a matter for AFCA to determine if it was going to apply a particular approach in relation to these types of complaints. It's very clear that it's not intended in the legislation that ASIC would get involved in those sorts of decisions. Although, as I think we said in our correspondence to you, where stakeholders raise concerns, significant concerns about AFCA, we'll often have conversations with AFCA to put those concerns to them. And it's then a matter for AFCA to consider whether it wants to make changes to its approach.
Yeah, that's exactly what your letter says to me, correct. So when you began your discussions with AFCA, also in the discussions with AFCA since you received that letter from the law firm in December 2024, what other matters have you discussed with AFCA in the context of the mis-sold add-on insurance? So time frame for lodgement or deadline for lodgement is one element of your discussions?
That is correct. That was an issue that was raised by AFCA, to be fair. So we did not ask AFCA to consider a change in deadline. They, as part of those conversations, volunteered that was something that they were considering. We did discuss with AFCA, we wanted to understand their reasons for suggesting that they would not, in general, consider new complaints in relation to add-on insurance sold before early February 2019 after a certain date in 2025. So we wanted to understand AFCA's rationale, and in the course of our correspondence with AFCA and our conversations, it became clear that there were a broad range of circumstances that AFCA was considering. So they had referred publicly to the issuance of or the publication of the Financial Services Royal Commission report. But it became clear that there were a broader range of factors on their minds, such as the various work that ASIC had done over time to raise awareness of this issue, including some significant reports we'd released, the campaigns by consumer groups, the degree of media coverage over a number of years. And so that was one of the sets of issues we discussed with them, that if there was a broader rationale for I guess, not hearing new complaints after a certain period of time, it might be better to articulate that more clearly in the fact sheet that they publish for consumers and for the industry. So that was the other key issue that we discussed in those discussions.
So then you came to an agreement or an understanding around the use of special circumstances? Or did the special circumstances pre-exist as an AFCA consideration?
So once again, Senator, I wouldn't characterise it as an agreement. These were issues.
The discussion, I said. I mean,
in the course of discussion, AFCA already had provisions in relation to special circumstances in its fact sheet. One of the changes that they told us that they were considering making was to better explain the special circumstances provisions and I guess the right of consumers to make an argument that there were special circumstances that would mean that their complaint should be considered.
Is the do you think that the balance is appropriately struck between the responsibility for banks who sold the add-on insurance, and then the balance between that and the consumer's responsibility to bring forward a claim?
Ultimately,
is the balance appropriately struck? You said,
look, that balance is one that we're conscious AFCA has to apply all the time. So I would say ultimately that's a decision AFCA has to make. That is clearly a decision for AFCA under the legislative framework. And we acknowledge where they landed on that. But we in our dealings with AFCA, we are always conscious that they're trying to strike a similar balance, that balance between offering access to redress for consumers, but also managing the costs of the AFCA scheme, which are borne by a range of industry participants, large and small. And at the same time, we're conscious that both AFCA and ASIC at times hear concerns about when AFCA needs to increase its fees to members. So AFCA is often having to balance those considerations, and that's something that we acknowledge in our dealings with AFCA.
So you are aware that...
Sorry, Senator Smith, I am interrupting you, but I'm doing that for some housekeeping in order to say that the committee has decided to release the Productivity Commission. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. You are conscious that the number of complaints has been rising. Discussions with AFCA, you obviously took an interest in what is their experience in terms of the number of claims that are being made.
Is this in relation to the number of complaints in relation to add-on insurance in particular? I don't have that in front of me, so I can't confirm that for sure. But I know we certainly did look at the number of complaints as part of our conversations with AFCA. I might just add, just to correct an earlier answer as well, Senator, when you were asking about the range of issues we'd covered in those discussions with AFCA, the other issue that came up was the degree to what AFCA might do to publicise the changes that it was considering making to its fact sheet, and AFCA said that it was planning to do some more work to make consumers aware of those changes.
Does ASIC have any responsibility in sort of raising consumer awareness around this matter?
It's not something that we would normally do in relation to a matter like this, Senator. We would see this primarily being the role of AFCA to raise awareness of the ability to make complaints, particularly where it's considering making a change to its arrangements.
Mm-hmm. So in your letter to me, you identify three dot points that you preface those dot points by saying, following our engagement with AFCA advised ASIC that it intended to do .1, .2, .3. Is AFCA required to provide you with any reporting of its fulfilment of those agreed outcomes? I don't want to call them agreed outcomes. Are you monitoring AFCA's implementation of those three agreed outcomes?
AFCA is not legally, to answer your question technically, AFCA is not legally required to report on those changes that it determined to make.
They're not formal undertakings, for example?
No, that's right. But we do engage with AFCA regularly at all levels, and so I would fully anticipate that as part of those engagements, many of which I'm involved with, we will be asking AFCA for an update on how it's going about those activities.
So so between now and the 30th of June, is there a program of engagement between AFCA and ASIC generally, not necessarily on this particular matter?
We have a series of scheduled meetings, so arranged that happen on a regular basis at officer level. Although I don't have any scheduled, I would typically meet with the AFCA CEO at least once within that period. And at least once a year, the ASIC Commission meets with the AFCA board, and I just would need to check whether that meeting is due to occur within that period.
So would it be correct to characterise the 30 June deadline as locked in?
My understanding is that AFCA has now established a new approach and communicated that through a fact sheet. But as noted earlier in this discussion, that includes a special circumstances provision. So consumers have the ability to indicate whether they believe the special circumstances that still mean their complaint should be considered after that point.
Is there anything in the AFCA rules that ASIC is aware of that would prohibit a further extension beyond the 30th of June?
I'm not aware of anything that would prevent AFCA from making further changes to the fact sheet that it's recently revised.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Going to, Senator O'Neill.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to go to a case, I think, that gives demonstration to insider trading and the intersection between public service and information movement in and within the public service and its potential to be engaged by somebody outside the public service with knowledge to have an impact in the market. And the case that I'm referring to, and I'd just like to table a document, which is an article by Helen Vines and court reporter Peter Carlion, dated the 12th of March 2015. That will come to you shortly.
The document.
So I see Mr Savundra has joined us, and this is probably the time when you were the General Counsel, if I recall.
Senator, for the Hansard, Chris Savundra, Executive Director of Enforcement and Compliance. I think the case you're about to refer to is when I was leading the markets enforcement team at the relevant time. So prior to me being the General Counsel.
But you have knowledge of the matter?
I do.
Wonderful. Okay, so if I can put it in this way, two mates at a party in around 2013 decide that they are going to share some information and make some money. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with going out and investing and making money, so long as you do it in an ethical way that complies with the law. And that you don't use information that should be kept privately for public good, especially if you're a public servant. So this deal between these two former schoolmates involved Mr Hill, who was the public servant at the Australian Bureau of Statistics, between August 2013 and May 2014, taking handwritten notes from unpublished labour force, new capital expenditure, retail trade and building approvals data, and sending that information to his mate Mr Kamei via his mobile phone. Why is this a very good example of how insider trading works? And can you explain the intersection between the public service and the market in this instance?
Thanks, Senator. So at the time, it was Australia's largest insider trading matter. As Chair Longo mentioned earlier today, in terms of our market supervision, we have a number of sources of information where we monitor market activity and particularly suspicious trading. In this particular case, I won't talk about the sources of information that were utilised, given their sensitive nature, but due to the size of the profits involved, that certainly alerted us to the suspicious trading. Within, I think, 24 hours of the matter coming to our attention, we involved the Australian Federal Police, and that's because we suspected the conduct was ongoing. We partnered with the AFP to use some of their covert powers, which we don't have, and in order to investigate the matter. Another reason for involving the Australian Federal Police is because the misconduct involved abuse of public office, so that under the Criminal Code involves, public servants misusing Commonwealth information. So
we've been talking about Commonwealth information in the last 48 hours around a potential intervention in the market to the tune of $4 billion that involved every major bank. And, of course, there's public interest in it. This was two young men. Hopefully they've seen the error of their ways and their lives have been reformed and they're on the path to a great life here in this country. But these two admitted to money laundering, identity theft and insider trading. That was the banker. And Mr Hill pleaded guilty to insider trading and misuse of public office. The information they were using was nothing of the scale of $4 billion as a market intervention. This was labour force data, new capital expenditure data, retail trade data, building approvals data. Yet they were sentenced, respectively, Mr Kamei, as I understand it, for 7 years and 3 months in prison, the person who used the information to the biggest financial gain of profit of $7 million. And Mr Hill was jailed for 3 years. The public servant who shared this information was jailed for 3 years and 3 months. So it was an effective investigation. It was pretty quick. You picked it up. Earlier, Mr Longo was saying to me that ASIC took responsibility for doing this kind of work. In what year was that?
Senator, the sentencing, I think, occurred in 2015. From memory, I think the misconduct occurred
2013.
2013?
Yeah. So when did ASIC pick up the responsibility from the ASX?
2010.
Right. So prior to 2010, you had no capacity to be involved in this. It was purely the ASX.
Senator, frontline market supervision was the responsibility of the ASX, and that was transferred. Frontline market supervision was transferred to ASIC in 2010.
So the mechanisms that you talked about that triggered your attention to this, then your capacity to engage the AFP, the responsibility to be able to do that at the time that the GFC was on and the $4 billion was inside market information that was absolutely known to Mr Gretchen being shared amongst the Liberal Party, what capacity would the ASX have had to engage the AFP if they had any concerns?
Senator, I can't respond to that. I'm not aware of that. It would be purely speculation.
Right. So perhaps we need to write to the ASX and find out what it is that they were doing, what techniques they were using, who they were engaging with, because it seems extraordinary to me that something of that scale wasn't absolutely on their radar and that they were using every tool possible to monitor that. Given also the interest in Mr Gretch, I wonder if the ASX then actually did due diligence and went back and had a look at what happened in 2008-9 around that period of time, given the public documentation around Mr Gretch's sharing of APS information. So can I ask you, just to conclude this line of questioning, is it concerning that the ASX have not taken any action with regard to Mr Gretsch's publicly documented sharing of confidential government information to the Liberal Party. Unnamed numbers of the Liberal Party, but we've got an email trail of at least many.
Senator, I can't comment on those facts, as in those facts aren't known to me, and these events occurred a long time ago. So again, it would be simply speculation to comment in 2025 on what the ASX did or didn't do at that time.
I think what's interesting, though, in your evidence is you're talking about an event in 2013-14, which is not that long after the GFC, where you had the wherewithal, the capacity, the systems in place to make observations. 2008-9 is not that far ahead of that. And I am becoming increasingly concerned that, given the public nature of Mr Gretsch's actions and his distribution of this information, that the ASX have not done anything with this, and neither have they referred it to you when it became your responsibility. So that is of concern to me. Could I just go directly to the ASX and new powers that you have? This is my last question, Chair.
Last question, yep.
So the ASX has recently made rules in February 2025. ASIC has recently made rules in 2025, just this month, I believe, requiring the ASX to provide its clearing and settlement services on a transparent and fair basis, with a requirement to publish the comparison of fees against international providers. My understanding is this is a power that you have recently acquired and have used for the very first time, and I guess it follows on from your concern and concerns expressed by the Corporations and Financial Services Committee and this committee around the action of the ASX with regard to failure to deliver the CHESS program and the upgrade to their technologies. How will the new rules for clearing and settlement services that you've just issued support the development of a strong and innovative financial system? And how will these reforms that the government legislation and the rules have just issued help to limit the ASX's ability to misuse monopoly power and to deter new entrants?
I'll give a quick overall response, then I'll probably ask Commissioner Constant to amplify anything I say. That the reforms came out of the Council of Financial Regulators' recommendations back in 2015. They're basically competition in clearing and settlement powers rules that that legislation was passed last year, along with the market infrastructure reforms. They gave new powers to us and the Reserve Bank. So those two pieces of, just stepping back for a second, those two pieces of legislation, their origin was well before the whole CHESS saga that we've been talking about unfolded. Bringing back these rules are really significant because they're designed and intended to promote competition. The way they will work is if there's a dispute between the exchange and a market participant about what's being charged, then that can be effectively arbitrated by the ACCC. So the ACCC also gets some new powers or new role, if you like. This is an area of, if I can put it this way, of reform around the activities of the ASX that are really quite new. I mean, we've, as a legal system, we haven't really had the powers to really intervene on the competition side of things as we have now. And I think attitudes have changed as well within the market as to what's expected of ASX. Perhaps I could ask Commissioner Constant to sort of elaborate on what we expect to see happen the next 6 to 12 months. My understanding, though, is that the early impact of these rules won't be so great because they're primarily designed to bring down barriers to entry rather than... So at the moment there isn't a lot of competition, there aren't a lot of players, but we're hoping these new rules will encourage new players. Yeah. Can I ask Commissioner Constant to...
So I think Chair Longo has outlined how this works and the background history. The only things to add are that probably the initial impact will be the confidence in the opening up of competition, and that this is a step change in the regulatory environment and oversight of ASICs in that regard. So we hope that this encourages, whether it's participants in markets or people considering innovative other approaches, encourages them to continue exploring that and bringing those things forth.
There've already been expressions of interest, haven't there?
Yeah, and exactly, and there've also been responses, and that's the only other point to make, is that there's been consultation, of course, in the lead-in. It's been carefully considered, including industry feedback, so which is about the balance, striking the right balance between the regulation, the cost of regulation, including, for example, independent assessments, versus really fundamental concepts like interoperability. So to enable that competition and the plumbing being able to work across and look toward the future. So the way that this has been approached in terms of taking up that consultation and feedback is also really important, and that's probably one of the initial impacts and signals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the committee is now running around 2.5 hours behind. The committee's agreed to, after a final block of questioning from Senator Pocock, to move to the entire portfolio area that we haven't got to yet, being DISA. We've agreed to move to DISA and release ASIC in 10 minutes' time. So, Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Risk. First, some questions about WiseTech. I understand that all the independent directors resigned on Monday and that Mr White has assumed the position of Executive Chairman and will now take charge of appointing a Chief Executive. Does ASIC think it's concerning that a single shareholder and executive can engineer effectively a takeover of a board at the expense of other shareholders?
It's certainly the case that we're very interested in what's going on at WiseTech and the extraordinary manoeuvres at board level. What I can confirm to the committee for today's purposes is that we have commenced some preliminary inquiries into what's going on there. Whether those inquiries will lead to the commencement of a formal investigation remains to be seen, but I can certainly reassure the committee that we're very interested in what's going on in WiseTech at the moment.
Thank you. Coming to mineral resources, is ASIC considering any action, or do you have any action underway in relation to mineral resources or its directors after recent governance issues surfaced there and the recent upset in its profit announcement?
Can you deal with that?
Good afternoon again, Senator Pocock. So again, I mean, it's a similar answer to the one that Mr Longo just gave in relation to WiseTech. Although in relation to MinRes, I can confirm that we have commenced a formal investigation in relation to the various issues that have been reported on in relation to that company.
And when you say various issues, can you give us some illumination about what they cover?
I think because we're at such an early stage, Senator, really where we're up to at the moment is looking at all the various media reports, receiving information from a range of sources and using our compulsory information gathering powers. And so, as is the normal course, we look at the conduct, we get all the information, we gather the facts and the evidence, and from there we will look at the particular contraventions of legislation that may arise. So we are really assessing the broad range of reports at the moment.
Are these two companies a lesson in why an independent and diverse board brings good governance?
Well, I might just refer back to Mr Longo's discussion with you earlier, Senator Pocock. I'm not sure I can add to that, but clearly in both
Mr
of these...
Mr Longo's smiling now. I'd like to hear why you're...
Well, I think Deputy Chair Court's response is entirely appropriate. I'm not sure I've got much to add to what I said earlier. I think if I may say so, I've been around corporate issues my whole professional life, and there are just so many reasons why things go wrong in the boardroom. Clearly there's been some, I think I've been quoted on this publicly the last few weeks, there's been some personal misbehaviour, personal conduct that's unattractive of a wide nature, and that can, in the boardroom, can lead to trouble, can lead to governance issues. And I think we're seeing a bit of that at the moment. Now, whether that leads to, and I really want to be objective about this, actionable breaches of the Corporations Act that ASIC can do something about, that's a really different matter. Now, in terms of standards of corporate governance, I think it's really important we maintain the culture of talking about it, what we really expect of directors in terms of values and standards, and that needs to, and I think that's very healthy, and I think ASIC will continue to contribute to that, but we need to distinguish that from court action, where we have to establish, have to have the evidence and be able to establish contraventions of our Corporations Act. That's a different, it's a different lens, if I can put it that way. Obviously very much related, and but I just want to highlight from an enforcement perspective, going to court's a non-trivial exercise. Yeah.
And also, I would make the point, having sat through watching the internal culture and business model in PwC and in EY, where we saw major internal reviews of culture, which drove very poor practice. It's not something that you only find, of course, in the corporate sector. Other forms and structures face very similar problems with very significant costs. Your paper yesterday and your concerns about the private market and the way it's working, are any of the concerns about Mr Paul Chiodo and Keystone reflected in your concerns raised in that report, the one you released yesterday?
I think that's a stretch.
Okay.
That's the word that immediately comes to mind. I think the issues we're facing in the Shield master situation, if you don't mind, Senator, I will ask Sarah Court to remind the committee of some of what we already know about the issues we're facing in that matter and related matters. Because I think they're very serious for all Australians, the amounts of money involved, ordinary Australians being talked into doing things that really ought not to have occurred. That really is misconduct, and I'll ask Senator Deputy Chair Court to comment. Yeah.
I can be quick, Senator Pocock, given the committee's timing. Just a very quick reminder for the committee. So the Shield Master Fund is a registered managed investment scheme. Keystone Asset Management was the responsible entity for Shield. We have extensive concerns relating to the possible mishandling of significant superannuation monies that have been invested into that scheme, and we have taken a large number of investigation actions relating to a range of entities and individuals associated with the scheme. I think, Senator, I won't go into the particular entities and the particular individuals this afternoon, but suffice to say, we've taken multiple court actions to protect investor funds. We've frozen assets. We've obtained travel restraints. We've had receivers and managers appointed, and we are at the beginning, at the still likely early stages of what is an extensive investigation. We've stood up several teams of investigators to work on these matters, and the kind of figures that we're concerned about here, and these have been publicly reported previously, are sort of in the order of $480 million worth of investor funds and 5,800 investors potentially impacted. So it's a major issue. Unfortunately, that's not the only matter like this we have on our books at the moment, and we've been very keen to get out messages to say to potential investors in relation to their superannuation funds, be very cautious about transferring your superannuation funds into a self-managed super fund for the purposes of unrealistic property investment returns. These are industrial scale models that we are seeing.
Thank you for explaining that. Final question. Do you have underway or have you conducted any investigations in relation to the business operations of Mr Sanjeev Gupta and his investments in GFG at Whyalla, InfraBuild or the Tahmoor coal mine?
I'll ask Deputy Chair Court. Obviously, the Whyalla situation's of great interest in unfolding. As to ASIC's role right now, I'll ask Deputy Chair Court to be as specific as we can.
Thank you.
Senator, again, I'll be relatively circumspect. We've been following very closely the situation that has emerged in Whyalla in recent weeks and months. Obviously, it's an issue of enormous import to the South Australian community. We have certainly made preliminary inquiries in relation to some of the financial reporting of some of there's a range of entities associated with Mr Gupta's group, and we're going to continue to continue to consider those governance issues going forward. I won't put it any higher than that at this stage.
And are you in contact with international bodies in relation to Mr Gupta's affairs?
I can't answer that with personal knowledge, Senator. I suspect some of our teams, I certainly know that they're considering the broad spread of companies that sit both within Australia and more broadly. Whether they are engaging with our overseas counterparts, I'm not sure at this stage.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you very
Thanks
much.
for all your answers.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Thank you to ASIC. That concludes the questions that we have for you, and you go with our thanks. Thank you. The committee will welcome representatives from DISA Program 1.1, and we'll take a brief recess while you come to the table. The committee resumes and we commence with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Corporate Enabling and Business Services. I remind witnesses that the committee has set 4 March 2025 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 24 March 2025 as the date for return of answers. I welcome back Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres. And welcome the Secretary of the Department, Ms Quinn. Ms Quinn, did you have any remarks that you needed to give us before we start?
I did, Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to welcome colleagues to the portfolio since the last estimates. We've had 4 new colleagues join in their roles. On the 13th of January, David Latina was appointed as the Anti-Dumping Commissioner. He brings senior level government experience and industry engagement in his new role, having worked in the Victorian Department of Jobs, Skills, Industry Regions, Small Business Victoria, Deloitte and the Victorian Department of the Premier and Cabinet. And on the 28th of January, Professor Tony Haymet was appointed to the Australian Chief Scientist role. Professor Haymet is a distinguished scientist with demonstrated experience in effective advocacy across a number of scientific disciplines. He has held senior roles in the CSIRO, the Scripps Institute of Oceanography in the United States and the Minderoo Foundation in Australia. He has been chair of the Antarctic Science Foundation, the Oceans Council of the World Economic Forum and the Australian Academy of Technology and Sciences and Engineering Climate Change Working Group. He's authored over 170 peer-reviewed publications and is co-founder and co-owner of MRV Systems, a company that manufactures autonomous ocean robots. Also on the 28th of January, David Gall commenced as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Reconstruction Corporation. David brings significant experience with a successful 35 career that spans corporate, commercial and retail banking. He spent 16 years at the National Australia Bank, including as Group Executive for Corporate and Institutional Banking, where he managed the bank's relationship with large corporations, financial institutions and government entities. His contribution to the financial services sector is demonstrated by 10 years on the board of the Financial Services Institute of Australasia, including 4 years as president. And this week, Melissa Harris began in the Chief Executive Officer role for Geoscience Australia. Mrs Harris is an accomplished senior executive, highly experienced public servant. In her most recent role as CEO and Registrar of Titles for Land Use Victoria, she received a Public Service Medal for outstanding public service and transformation of geospatial planning, land administration in Victoria. So they'll all be available to this committee during these estimates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Quinn, and we look forward to welcoming those new colleagues when they appear before us later today. We'll proceed straight to questions. I'll go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. I have some questions for the Business Grants Hub, please. Sam Chard.
Certainly. If you want to start your questions, we've got the Deputy here as well.
Thank you. I'd like to ask some questions about the grant to the EDO, and the reference is EDO EJA 000002. It is my understanding that there was a $1,062,000 progress payment due on the 30th of the 11th, 2024. Information discovered via FOI highlights that Business Grants Hub was awaiting additional information from the EDO before payment. What additional information was requested by the Business Grants Hub prior to this payment?
Senator Sam Chard, Head of Division Business Grants Hub. So we required audited an independently audited financial report as well as a progress report from EDO, which we assessed prior to agreeing to pay the next instalment payment.
The progress report was with relation to the specific grants funded program?
That is correct, Senator.
What specifically was the Business Grants Hub trying to satisfy itself when it asked for the audited financial reports prior to the payment of the milestone?
So under the review that was undertaken by DQ, there was a requirement. We would typically ask for an audited financial report relating to the grant program at the end of a grant program. In some particular circumstances, we ask for those kind of reports periodically through the life of the grant. As an outcome of the DQ commissioned review into the EDO program, Secretary Fredericks required that there be progress audited reports provided to us to assist us with our assessments. So we look at those to determine whether or not the payments that have been made, the eligible expenditure that's been made, is compliant with the grant guidelines.
So how did this additional information satisfy the department?
So it satisfied us that EDO had only spent money on items that were eligible, consistent with their milestones under the grant and their requirements under the grant agreement.
And is it now a requirement that the EDO will continue to provide these progress audit reports into the future?
Yes, that is correct.
Had the EDO previously provided this information but failed to do so for this milestone prompting the request?
The information hasn't been previously sought in this way prior to the requirements of the review.
Can you provide the information the EDO provided in writing?
Sorry, Senator?
Can you provide the information that the EDO provided to you to meet the milestone payment?
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator.
When did the Business Grants Hub request the additional information from the EDO?
Senator, just let me have a look at my dates. Senator, I don't have the specific dates. I can tell you when the progress payment was made and that the material was requested between the time of the EDO review being completed and the progress payment, but I don't have with me, I'd have to take on notice the specific date when we were provided the information from EDO.
All right, then what I'm looking for is what date did the Business Grants Hub request the additional information from the EDO?
Yes.
What date did they provide the information? The date that the progress payment was made? And I'm sorry, my question was, has it been made? Well, you've since confirmed that. And so what date was it provided to the EDO? Can you tell me how many more payments are scheduled to be paid?
Yes, Senator. So I can tell you that the EDO grant is it's current up until the 30th of June 2026. So the final reporting and acquittals are due for completion by the 30th of June 2026, and there are milestone payments to be made periodically up until that time. I don't have with me a schedule of the specific payments against those. I could run you through a set of milestones and when those milestones are due from EDO.
Thank you.
So they were required to establish a recruitment plan and recruit project staff in the threatened species project. They were required to do that by the 30th of the 11th, 2023, and that's been complete. They were required to recruit program staff member for the First Nations Country and Cultural Heritage Program by the 30th of the 11th, 2023, and that's complete. They were required to develop transparent guidelines for the Threatened Species Project by the 30th of the 11th, 23, and that is also complete. They were required to undertake an assessment and overhaul of EDO's existing online gateway assessment tool and to fix issues that have been identified and improve user experience by December 2023. They were required to upgrade EDO's existing document management platform and their website gateway linkages. That was due by the 31st of the 3rd, 2025, and it's 75% complete. They have a milestone to develop a program outreach schedule and plan for the First Nations Country and Cultural Heritage Program. That's due by March, the end of March 2025. It's also 75% complete. They are required to deliver and review and conduct client surveys and review project parts against expected outcomes by the 30th of the 4th, 2026. That project element is 35% complete. They're required to evaluate the program of activities funded by the grant by the 30th of April 2026, and that is 15% complete. And they are the set of milestones under the grant agreements that underpin the progress payments.
Could you provide me what is the First Nations Country and Cultural Heritage Program, please?
I can take that on notice to provide you further information.
Thank you. I'm specifically looking for the details of the program.
Understood.
Thank you. Are there new or additional restraints or limits on these future payments that the EDO has to satisfy prior to payments as a result of the DQ investigation? So you've identified the audited financial reports. Is there anything additional to that?
Not in addition to their delivery of the components of the elements or the milestones under the grant program.
How does the Business Grants Hub satisfy itself that the foreign funding arrangements of the EDO does not inappropriately influence its work and how it works?
So, Senator, we are not specifically aware of foreign income sources for the EDO. We're aware of a loan facility, and we've reviewed the nature of that loan facility, the amount of that loan facility, in reviewing EDO's financial statements to give ourselves confidence that the EDO is sufficiently liquid to continue delivering the grant. But in this particular grant program, we've had no reason to assess the specific source of funding or loans beyond what is publicly disclosed.
Who provided the loan facility?
We're not aware of who provided the loan facility.
So how do you satisfy yourself that that may not be an overseas entity?
We haven't satisfied ourselves that it's not an overseas facility because we've seen no reason to assess whether the sources of their funding under the terms of this particular grant agreement. It's not an element of the guidelines that were agreed by the policy agencies. There's no provisions in that would give us any remit or recourse to assess the source of any foreign revenue.
Is there an agency that would have a role to be assessing foreign influence and funding into an organisation that's receiving a grant from the government, if it's not the Grants Hub?
Not in this particular case, Senator. So there are certainly grants where, in developing the grant guidelines, there's the identified potential for national security risks, and that may prompt a level of due diligence that does assess the source of funding. Those kind of security risks were not identified as a particular issue in relation to this grant by the policy partner.
Last night, the Charities Commission highlighted that they were looking into concerns around the influence of foreign funding and Australian charities. Given the nature of the legal case that the EDO was involved with and has since had to make the $9 million settlement and has required the loan to provide them with liquidity, and that we've now identified the gas shortfall issue, and I'll be asking further questions around that shortly. There is a national security and national interest element to the work that the EDO has been doing, and so I now think that there is a very it's no longer a dotted line, it could be a straight line between the EDO, its financing, and the work it's done to delay the Barossa project. So, knowing that, have you escalated your the funding nature or the loan facility of the EDO to an organisation like ASIO or other that would have oversight of foreign influence into funding?
So, Senator, I might just enter this line of questioning just to clarify. So the concerns you're raising are around the activities of the EDO and the policy owner of the grant to the EDO, who's responsible for the guidelines and whether the guidelines are meeting the government's intent, is another department. The grants hub administers
Could I
the
just pause then?
Sure.
Who is responsible then? Because I'm identifying that there is a link between a national security, national energy supply and this organisation, and I'm wondering who is this being escalated to?
So my understanding of the legal obligations and the responsibilities of different parties here would be it's the policy owner of the grant guidelines and the intent of the program. If there are any concerns that is no longer serving the purpose, it's a policy question. The Grants Hub clearly does work around making sure that the contracted grant contract is enforced, whether there's any fraud or any aspect around that is what the Grants Hub does, and they would escalate those matters to the policy authority to determine what they wanted to do next. So the connection between the EDO's activities, the implications for the market and things like that would need to go to the policy owner of the grant, which is a DQ.
Okay, so this is my last question, Chair. What I'm identifying is that the Grants Hub has assessed that there is a loan facility to ensure the financial stability of the EDO, but you don't know who the loan facility is from. We have no oversight of that at all, and I'm asking, because it's no good being the three monkeys, if this part of this department is not asking those questions, then who is going to escalate that question?
So that question, the policy question about whether foreign sources of funding is an issue or not for the EDO and the activities they undertake is the program owner.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I think that concludes questions for corporate. You got it. Okay, we'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Sorry. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
It's good. How many times did the department brief the Minister for Industry last year?
I guess I'd need a bit more clarity on the question. We brief through different mechanisms in terms of written advice, but also oral discussions, and then kind of other sorts of processes. So we can take on notice how many pieces of written advice or information were provided.
That'd be good. Have you provided any information for members of the House who are not members of the government?
Have we provided information to members of the House?
Yeah.
I'm happy to take it on notice, but it's not usually the way that we operate. We provide information to the ministers that we serve, and that's the flow of information. We are involved as officials in terms of experts in things such as backbencher briefing on legislation or policy issues, and so we are often called on to present information to members of the House. But that is always through the direction of the ministers that we serve.
Okay, so you haven't been asked to do any particular pieces of advice by the minister for a non-member of the government in the House?
We may not know where the end information flows.
But you don't consciously know. You're not.
Not that I'm aware of, certainly personally, but I can't guarantee that that's the case, given we've got quite a few staff across a large number of different policy issues.
And I imagine it's the same answer for members of the Senate.
That's right. We provide information to ministers, and then the ministers use that in the way to do the business of being ministers, which is consulting across the Parliament, across the Senate, with external stakeholders. So we don't always know where the information we provide to ministers goes. They ask for information and policy advice. We provide it, and they use it in the operation of their activities.
Okay. So are you not aware of any? Have there been any meetings with members of the crossbench of either chamber with a departmental official?
So I am not aware of any, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened, so I'm happy to take it on notice. It's not the sort of thing we would necessarily track on a regular basis.
It'd be unusual though, wouldn't it?
I mean, I've certainly, in my career as a public servant, been involved in those sorts of discussions from time to time, so I'm not sure it's that unusual. But we don't have necessarily a mechanism. We attend a whole host of meetings with ministers and their ministers' offices as well, with a whole range of stakeholders to provide subject matter expertise. So it's a regular part of our support for ministerial actions and decision making.
Do you want to take it on notice then?
Happy to take it on notice, but I'm not entirely sure how we would verify it. But we can have a go.
Okay. What about how many people are in DISA now? Is it 3,300?
Senator Neil Mason, Deputy Secretary, Enabling and Business Services. I can give you our ASL numbers as at the end of December.
Please.
Which were 3,443.
3,443. Okay, so it's gone up by a couple of hundred.
We're currently tracking a couple of hundred above where the end of
24.
The estimate was for the 24-25. We expect that that'll shift as we near towards the next financial year, and as you'd be aware, Senator, those numbers will fluctuate from time to time based on measures terminating and commencing.
You got 200 more people in the last 12 months, is that right?
We've got 200 more than the average that we finished 23-24 on.
Yeah. I'm going to steal one of your pencils, thank you. Senator Smith's got both of the pencils, so it's a bit unfortunate, but it's all right, not unforgivable. Okay, and then what are these additional 200 people doing?
We've got those staff spread across a range of activities.
Yeah.
And obviously they'll be working on policy and program activities. We've got a few that are working on kind of core work that results from previously having people in labour hire roles, like some of our science roles, for example. And then we've also got folk doing work like grants work, shared service payroll work, etc.
Grant work?
So we as we just
shared
discussed,
service. What is shared service?
So, Senator, we pay not only public servants working in DISA, but also public servants working in 13 other Commonwealth departments. We run their payroll essentially.
You do?
We do.
Why?
So several years ago, Senator, the then government at the time looked at the opportunity to run hubs to run shared service work, predominantly back office work in payroll, and we've effectively seen a strong demand in that and are able to do that on a cost recovered basis. Okay, so these 200 people working on grants, well, there's
shared services, and what was the other thing?
At a range of our policy and program functions across.
A range of policy and programs.
Yeah.
Can you give me some examples? It's quite a lot of people.
Yeah, when you spread that across, though, Senator, 25 divisions, we're talking about, in some cases, changes of sort of 10 to 15 people. So it's a large organisation. And I'd say, Senator, we've also experienced over a successive number of years a large reduction in our contract workforce. So the overall labour that we would be deploying at the moment is probably less than where we were, say, 3 to 4 years ago.
What are these? So what is the main thing you'd say these 200 people have done?
Well, Senator, I'm happy to kind of talk to particular areas under each program.
Why don't you give me an example for the policy programs, and then the grants, and then the shared services?
Yes, certainly. So
just give me an example of each of those areas.
Senator, in the shared services space, we've taken on 2 more client agencies in the last 12 months, so we're paying more public servants. Right. So they're essentially running payroll functions. In the case of the areas where we've taken public servants...
Is it a profit centre for you, or did you say it's cost recovery? Cost recovery.
Yep.
Okay, so you're doing it for overall government efficiency?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's a good example. What about in the grants area?
So certainly in the grants area, the same principle would apply. So we're running grants for the programs that we run as part of our portfolio, and then also grants for a range of other portfolios, as Senator McDonald has just been asking us about. Same principle applies there. We run that on a cost recovered basis. Essentially, the cost of what it costs to deliver is what we recover.
What about policy and programs?
So policy and programs, Senator, obviously depends on the particular program that they're running, and I'm sure the Senate will ask us a range of questions on programs throughout the course of today. And those individuals do a whole range of things in a policy level. That'll be a range of work, thinking through analysis, providing advice to government, in providing advice in terms of the future requirements for a particular policy area. In the program space, there'll be the project management of establishing whatever that program is to execute, project managing the execution of that particular item, and we've seen a range of programs announced over the last 12 months by the government which we're implementing.
Okay. I also want to ask you about the resourcing of ministers.
Yes.
These might be questions for the Secretary. I'm not sure. Now, last time I asked you about the ministerial arrangements, you recall that?
In terms of...
Broadly?
Broadly, yes.
So Assistant Minister Ayres, who's helpfully here today, is no longer the Assistant Minister for Manufacturing. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Is he still supported by your department?
No, he's not.
You're not? Okay, so which department supports you? You're in PMC now, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so what about the... Does the department control the paraphernalia and the materials related to Future Made in Australia, or is that somewhere else?
So the Future Made in Australia program is
cross-portfolio.
Cross-portfolio. We implement elements underneath the high-level portfolio program name. For example, the work on critical minerals, batteries, green metals, and elements, some other elements of clean technology. So they're just some examples. So we have particular programs underneath the overall program of the Future Made in Australia agenda. We also provide major project facilitation agency and a few other elements. So the overall direction is the whole of government component, and then there's parts implemented by the Department of Energy. There's elements that go to the bit of the environment and elements in Treasury.
Okay. So what about the National Reconstruction Fund? Doesn't that sit under your portfolio?
The National Reconstruction Fund does sit under the portfolio, yes.
Yeah, so do you control the logos and paraphernalia in relation to the National Reconstruction Fund, or does that sit with them as their own organisation?
They are a separate entity that control their corporate branding.
Okay. So that's questions I have for them. Just finally, can I just ask you, this is my last question about corporate Chair, is just in relation to Industry, Innovation and Science Australia.
Mm-hmm.
That's you?
Yes.
It's not you personally, but you know about that?
No, it's a independent body with with people who have oversight for program implementation and policy advice.
So what exactly does it do? It just gives advice to the Minister?
It does. It has different elements. It is responsible for oversight of various programs, that it's responsible for making sure that they are implemented and strong governance and mechanisms and processes. They also have an avenue to provide advice to the government through own-initiated research and other elements as directed by the Minister for Industry and Science.
Okay, so who is the latest chair?
So we have a new chair who's starting shortly.
Who's
Peter Ross Deutscher.
Mr. Ross Deutscher.
Yes.
Okay. Has he been given a statement of expectation?
Not at this point because he has not commenced in the role. But there's an existing statement of expectations.
Does he work
on
the one that was given to Mr. Stevens?
That's right. So there is one provided to the ISA, and then that gets revised and refreshed upon change of leadership or change of government. So that will be something that gets actioned upon shortly.
Has the government sought any advice from this body in relation to small and medium enterprises, especially in light of the large number of recent insolvencies?
So they did produce a report in last year, I believe. I have experts here under the next item that can take you through more details, but they produced a report entitled The Missing Middle that looked at the structure and circumstances facing different entities in the business environment. So it is a topic of...
Have they been made public?
That report has been made public, yes.
Okay. That is, so of all the reports done by ISA been published?
Not all reports, no.
Some of them have not been published?
Correct.
What's the reason for not publishing them all?
They provide advice to the government, and then it's a government decision about
so it's
whether
cabinet.
It may be cabinet or it may be a ministerial decision, depending on the process taken to form a view about whether it should or shouldn't be released.
How many reports have been kept under wraps?
I have to take that on notice. Over what time period are you interested in?
Well, I mean, we're looking at this recent administration, I guess, so the last couple of years.
Okay. I have to check. I'm reasonably certain all the ones that have been completed under this government have been released, but previous ones were not.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe that concludes...
You might have one more for corporate, do you?
Sure. Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Hello again, Ms. Shard. In January 2024, the government announced $63.2 million for Liberty Steel supports the purchase and installation of an electric arc furnace. This is a contribution to the Whyalla Steelworks Green Steel Transformation Program, which will enable green steel production, supports Liberty's commitment to carbon neutrality by 2030. This would be funding through the Powering the Regions Fund. My question is, was this $63 million in the form of a grant? And was this delivered through the Business Grants Hub?
That is a policy question for the Department of Climate Change and Energy, who are the policy owners of the Powering the Future Fund. I do understand that it was in the form of a grant.
But my question was it delivered through the Grants Hub?
Yes, it was. It's being delivered through the Grants Hub.
Right. Can I confirm that the grant recipient is Liberty Steel Group, owned by GFG?
So we're just scrolling through
just
the numerous.
Just look at, yes,
as you
I
appreciate,
get that.
we lot of grants. Yep.
I get that.
And I'm not sure we would have necessarily the ownership piece with us here today, but we'll check.
Senator Sam Chard, Head of Division Business Grants Hub. Apologies, I don't have the specific ownership details with me on that grant.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind taking that on notice.
I think it may be one steel, but I'll just need to confirm that. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you tell me how much of that 63 million has been released to the proponent?
That I think we would need to take on notice because it'll come to milestone payments, etc. Yeah.
Can you tell me what is the status of the project?
Again, I don't think we wouldn't have necessarily bought specific grants with us, noting that there's at any given time thousands that we'd be administering. So yeah.
Okay. So if I notice, if you could provide what is the status of the project, as far as the department is aware, what milestones have been met on the work that has been done to advance its purchase and instalment of an electric arc furnace, what milestones were attached to that funding, what information did the proponent give to the department about reaching those milestones, and given the steelworks in question has been put into administration and the South Australian Government has deferred its plans for green hydrogen in Whyalla, has the funding for this grant effectively been discontinued? If so, if not, why not? Under the grant agreement, is the proponent, will it be required to pay back any of these funds if the project does not come to fruition? And finally, I'm looking for what due diligence did the government undertake to ensure this would be a prudent use of taxpayer funds? What was the assessment that occurred to recommend funding?
So, Senator, I think there are a range of questions that are kind of policy and a range of grant hub questions in that, so we're happy to kind of take that and we'll come back to you on notice.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I believe that concludes the questions the committee has for corporate. So thank you. You go with our thanks, but I think as per usual, Ms Quinn, you keep a few people here just in case. Is that the...
Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Depends on the nature of the questions.
Well, I think I'll try and release corporate.
That would be our preference. They've got plenty to get on with.
There are no further questions, so we release corporate.
Thank you.
The committee welcomes representatives from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources for Program 1.1, Growing Innovative and Competitive Businesses, Industries and Regions. And we'll proceed straight to questions. I think I'll go to Senator Bragg.
So I'm going to ask you about the Whyalla issues. Now, when was the government first aware that the South Australian Government intended to put one steel into administration?
So we've been engaged quite intensively with the South Australian apparatus. Well, since 2016, really. We've been having 2 weekly discussions with their Steel Task Force through 2024, monitoring the situation. The first time the proposal, the discussion around possible insolvency processes was in early February.
Early February? Early February?
Yes.
So what time, what happened at that point from your point of view? What did you do then?
The South Australian Government reached out to the Australian Government with a set of proposals to discuss different scenarios going forward. They had formed a view around the viability of the operations and what implications it had for the South Australian Government. They shared their views with the Commonwealth Government and Commonwealth officials, and we heard their concerns and their proposals, and we then the Commonwealth Government worked through what that might mean for their actions.
Has the government met with Mr Gupta or anyone from GFG?
So I believe there was some discussions in regard to the grant that was just raised between Commonwealth officials at that grant level with the organisation. Other than that, I'm not aware of any direct conversations with GFG in recent times.
So when was that meeting?
I'd have to check because it was a member of my staff who attended a meeting with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water, who are the grant proposals, so I'd have to check the exact timing of it.
Or was it this year?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Has the Minister met with Mr Gupta?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has the Minister met with any officials from GFG?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or Minister Ayres, have you met with Mr Gupta?
No.
Or anyone from GFG?
Not, just to be clear, not in recent times. Of course, there have been over the
just about
course
this
of
issue.
government. Yeah.
Have you met with anyone from GFG?
I'll happily take that on notice. Certainly, the broader business, of course, has other pieces in Australia. For example, I've travelled to at least one of the infra-build businesses in Australia, but happy to take that on notice.
So when was the last briefing done by the department on the GFG operation?
We've been providing briefing on a very regular basis.
Have been?
So, I mean, in recent times, daily. Prior to that, we provided information fairly regularly on the basis of discussions with the South Australian Steel Task Force.
What's the nature of the briefing? Is it about the viability, the impact of various scenarios? What does it look like?
So the initial phase all through 2024 was monitoring the circumstances, their plans. We were doing detailed work on the green metals policy program, so we were looking at and engaging with green metal proponents across the country. So there was some elements in relation to the future opportunities for Australia in that policy space. In terms of the kind of the actual operation of the steel mill, etc., more recently, post the government's decision and announcement of action joint with the South Australian Government, the Department of Industry is joint on a task force with the South Australian Government to support the administration and delivery of programs on the ground to support the Whyalla community.
So there's a task force or a working group now, is there?
There is a task force in the department that is working jointly with the South Australian Government to support the administration
When was that
process.
established?
So the task force was formally established on Monday.
Monday, which Monday?
Last Monday.
Yeah, Troy Sloan, Acting Deputy Secretary, Industry and Commercialisation. So, Senator, I suppose there's a bit of a story here that people being, as the Secretary said, have been working on Whyalla for a while, and so people were transitioning across, but the task force was stood up, I believe, Monday last week formally. But
last week?
Yeah, but before that, there had been people working full-time on the proposal that South Australia's put forward, and the government has agreed to work with South Australia on.
The task force set up on Monday last week.
Yeah, the work was previously in a part of a program that did other things. But given the nature of the work ahead of us, we've added more resources and working cooperatively with South Australia.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So we've had people working on monitoring the situation in Whyalla, providing advice to government, engaging with. We've got an individual on the ground that's our regional manager as well through our Oz Industry network. So we've had various elements within the department focused on the Whyalla situation. With the government's agreement and announcement with the South Australian Government and the South Australian Government having put One Steel into administration and the commitment from both governments to work together to work through the administration and the future for the Whyalla Steelworks and the region, we have created a task force within industry that will take the point responsibility for the Commonwealth to work with the South Australian Government to support administration and provide advice. We will be providing advice to the Commonwealth on its role and future developments.
Okay, and is this work solely confined to the steelworks operation?
So the One Steel company has various elements within it. So it is not just the blast furnace and steelworks, it's also got elements that capture the magnetite and hematite mines, and there's also elements connected to the port and other infrastructure. So we're focused on supporting the administration of the One Steel entity, and that's the main focus for now.
What about the rest of GFG?
So there are other components that clearly are interlinked. Senator Ayres mentioned InfraBuild, which takes a lot of feedstock from the process in Whyalla. So the administrator is looking at what the implications are for the One Steel entity, but the other elements are not in administration, and they are working through their usual processes.
What do you mean, the usual processes?
Well, they've got boards, they've got CEOs,
they're going concerns.
They've got governance structures that support them. They will be working through as they were before the administration.
So there's no body of work you're doing in the department to monitor?
So we monitor all. We monitor all quite a lot of things coming through the door. People asking us if there's particular concerns about areas. So we are interested and monitoring what's happening to some of those other entities. At this point, they're structurally separate from the Whyalla Steelworks and the One Steel enterprise, so they're not part of the administration. But clearly, we are monitoring what's happening to those other entities.
Okay, so let's talk about the announcement from last Thursday, 20 February.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just pausing to give some instructions to the photographer to please move back from between the two tables. Yeah, thank you, on this side. That's right. Or you can go to the other side, but you're just too close to the table for my liking, so I'm just giving that instruction. Senator Bragg.
You broke up my flow. That was very strategic of you, Chair.
Were you going somewhere? Okay. Thank you.
That kind of observation would have caused everybody to shout at each other last night, but just seeing how calm it is now, it didn't...
Very serene time.
It is very.
So, last Thursday, there's the announcement. So, the creditor assistance payments of $50 million, they go to the creditors, I assume?
So you're talking about the announced support
the immediate on-ground support of $100 million, is that right? Broken up in a couple of different segments?
That's correct.
So can you explain the creditor assistance payments? Are they paid directly to the creditors?
So it's being administered by the South Australian Government. At this stage, they're seeking, people can provide their information to the South Australian Government and they'll make the assessment. We are working with them on that. They've got two different mechanisms that they've opened for people to put expressions of interest in. Some of it's around grants if entities have had a significant impact on their business as a result of uncertainty or lack of other payments in the system, and others is related to creditors who might be owed money and need support in light of the lack of payments and uncertainty.
So, Senator, the $50 million fund is for creditors under certain criteria, which, as the Secretary said, is being administered by the South Australian Government, and then there's a $3 million support grants for those businesses that the Secretary talked about that may have had a loss of revenue due to economic circumstances in Whyalla.
Okay. Then the investing in the steelworks, $1.9 billion, is that the total Commonwealth contribution in the investment?
So the Commonwealth has there's sort of three phases in terms of its contribution envisaged over time. And as I've mentioned, it's sort of early days in the process, but there is on-the-ground supports, which we've talked to, creditor assistance payments, there's infrastructure upgrades, and then there's issues to do with jobs, matching, etc. So there's a set of on-the-ground supports. Then there's stabilising the steelworks through the administration process, so supporting the administration process to allow the administrator to maintain the ongoing operations of the steelworks while it works through evaluating the options going forward. And then there's a commitment to investing in the steelworks going forward through funding under the Green Iron Fund for the Commonwealth and potentially other vehicles, depending on what the administrator provides, finds and evaluates as the best way forward to continue the operations of the steelworks and to move it towards a more sustainable future, including green iron and steel options.
So 1.9 billion, is that the one? Is that?
That's the 1.9 covers both the South Australian and the Commonwealth.
Well, how much of that is Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth is working through how much that is. It's going to depend on the exact composition and requirements for the once the administrator works through what's the best future for the entity.
Okay. So the Commonwealth contribution will be somewhere between 0 and 1.9 billion?
For the investing in the future, yes.
Okay.
They've been very clear, at least up to 500 million is available from the Green Iron Fund. Okay,
so it'll be between 500 million and 1.9 billion?
That would, yes, depending on given current information.
Okay, and what sort of investment is it? Is it an equity? I mean, when I say investment, I mean, I'm assuming that it's taking equity in the business.
So there are different options, and it's going to depend on the entity that takes the vehicle forward, and that's all to be worked through as part of the administration process.
So, Senator, the Green Iron Fund is a grant, so that 500 million will be a grant.
It's a gift.
And then, as the Secretary said, and I think Department of Finance talked about at their estimates, the makeup is then depending on what, what comes out the other side of administration, and it can be equity, it can be debt, it can be a grant.
Oh.
Okay, so
a mixture.
So 500 mil comes out of the green, what's it called? The Green
Iron Fund.
Green Iron Fund, and that's a gift. We give that away.
Senator, 2 points about this. One, I think there was extensive evidence given in finance about some of these questions. I'm very happy for officials to deal with all of that, of course.
Yeah.
Saying it's a gift might, in certain circles in the eastern suburbs, be a clever thing to say. It is not a gift. It is not a gift.
It's a grant.
This is a very significant intervention mobilised by wanting to ensure that Australia has the steel making capability it needs for the future, and smart aleck observations about gifts are very helpful.
It's a very mature response from you and consistent with your general approach.
Well, gift is a pejorative that in this case, when we're talking about hard-working blue-collar Australians, is really insulting.
The committee,
I don't think it's insulting.
No, Senator Bragg, no, and no, Minister. The committee earlier had a meeting where some agreements were made about conduct, and I advise that, there's a behaviour code, we're all trying to adhere to it. We're also due for a break in a couple of minutes, so propose to take the break now, and that we are taking the break now, and we are suspended, and we will return at 3:20 p.m.
Okay.
The committee resumes with DISA Outcome 1, Program 1.1, and I give the call to Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd like to ask questions regarding the research and development tax incentive. Okay. I'm just wondering whether you have an update on the legality of applications from various companies. At previous estimates, I mentioned Strike, Blue and Galilee. I understand that you can't discuss individual applicants, but I'm wondering what update can you provide me on the legality and validity of applications?
I might give my colleague Crawshaw to answer that.
Hello, Senator. Matthew Crawshaw, General Manager, R&D Tax Incentive Program. I think my predecessor did indicate that we can't disclose the nature of companies' participation in the program, their activities and or compliance activities in respect of that. But what I can give you some comfort about is that the resources exclusion, which was the issue that was raised previously, is something that factors into our risk-based compliance activities in the R&D TI program, and that's all that I can say at the moment, Senator. As I said, I can't talk about their activities and compliance matters.
I understand that the department's prohibited under legislation from disclosing information relating to companies' claims under that R&D offset. Where doing so would constitute a breach of confidence. It doesn't seem to me, however, that this prohibition could reasonably prevent the department from describing, in general terms, its compliance processes, nor from answering questions about hypothetical scenarios. So could you please explain whether or not the department has actually looked into compliance by petroleum exploration companies with the provisions of the Income Tax Assessment Act, which exclude petroleum exploration eligibility for the R&D offset?
So I might just, you're correct, at a very high level we're able to talk through the processes of administering the program. So as you know, there's the entry into the program where eligibility is assessed by the department against the legislation based on the material that's provided. And there is an assurance process around that entry where we ask questions and we validate them based on our intelligence of high risk areas and priority areas. And then there's the assessment at the end where they put claims into the tax office around their activities, and the tax office also has insurance and fraud and other kind of components that they run through their system. So there's sort of two entry and exit, or entry and then payment, and then often these companies stay in the program because they're doing ongoing proposals, and so we use information across years to do the assessment process. So in general, the department looks at the profile of companies within the RDTI. We do an assessment of where we think there are high priority sectors, risks based on fraud, intelligence, and any other intelligence from other sources, and then we do more in-depth looks at those areas. We did take on board the information that was provided and the concern expressed by the Senate in looking at the eligibility requirements around the areas that were raised before, and we did undertake extra kind of due diligence assessments at that time.
Okay. Has the department conducted a review of the scheme itself?
So we look at the evaluation. We have an evaluation program across all our programs, and we have looked at the evaluation of the RDTI as part of our regular assessments, and provide that advice to governments, either part of just the ongoing efficiency or as part of the policy process. The RDTI is also one of the areas that's oversought by the Industry Innovation and Science Australia Committee that was raised earlier by Senator Bragg. It has oversight to look at the efficient and effective administration of the program. And so there is a whole series of different types of evaluations that are done. The last big external review of the scheme was done quite a few years back, which was referred to as the colloquially, and unfortunately I'm not sure I know all the names, the 3F report, which was
done by Ferris and someone else. We could take that on notice. That was the last public process on the evaluation of the RDTI program.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Considering the fairly significant conflicts that appear to be occurring based on information that we're seeing on companies' websites, is it time to do another significant public review of the scheme?
So that would be a matter for government in terms of a public process, in terms of the validity of the scheme, and so it does come up from time to time. We have, in terms of our administration, we're always looking at ongoing ability. It's one of the areas, for example, where we're looking to use new technologies such as artificial intelligence to be able to speed up our compliance and fraud checks, because there's a great deal of data involved, and it's an area we're investing in to be able to get more quickly to the areas of concern. So on the administration side and compliance, it is an area we're always focused on. In terms of the policy framing, that's a matter for the government consideration of overall effectiveness and evaluation of the RDTI.
I do remain concerned about how the department is ensuring that the rules around eligibility for this really lucrative R&D offset are being followed, so that I can get some clarity on what is legal versus what's illegal. If a company drills and fracks an exploration well to provide valuable technical information regarding hydrocarbon composition and content and rock mechanical properties, and the data will inform the company about the likely recoverable volumes of hydrocarbons. In that instance, if a company was to claim an RDTI for the development of new fracture stimulation techniques to extract hydrocarbons in relation to the well, is that likely to be eligible?
Senator, I really couldn't offer a view on particular circumstances. We have a process for doing an examination as part of our compliance activities to really drill into eligibility questions. I could alternatively answer your question in another way to give you a general sense of how we're interpreting the current exclusion and how we apply that generally in the program without talking specifically about any companies or R&D activities, if that's helpful.
Well, maybe before you do, that example that I gave, under our understanding, is unlawful and isn't allowed under the legislation. I have a second similar example that's unlawful, and yet the reason I put that to you is because both of that hypothetical that I gave and another one that I won't for the sake of time were based on public statements from real companies about claims that they have successfully made that are quite obviously based on activities designed to determine the size and quality of petroleum deposits. So that's where the concern comes from. So if those situations are unlawful and companies are still making public statements that they are getting money for doing those things, surely it goes that those companies have unlawfully accessed money under the R&D scheme. And it relies on applicants self-assessing their eligibility. And from what I'm hearing, the department isn't necessarily actually assessing those applications.
So I'm happy to take on notice and we're very happy to receive information from you, Senator, about concerns you have for us to feed into our compliance and approach to RDTI. It is difficult for us to talk about individual cases because the devil is always in the detail on these things, but very happy to receive the information. You've put some on the record today, but if you've got other information, and we will feed it into our processes in terms of evaluation.
Are you able to explain how these companies are able to successfully make these claims when under the Income Tax Assessment Act the offset is explicitly not available for, and I quote, exploring or drilling for petroleum for the purpose of discovering deposits, determining more precisely the location of deposits, or determining the size or quality of deposits?
So without having the ability to go through all the details and look at the case law on this matter, of which there is...
and what was actually claimed, Senator? Like, we don't know what they've claimed for exactly, and we'd have to go and look at that.
Yeah.
All right. If you can give me more information on notice, that'd be good, and if we have any more to give to you, we will. Has any oil or gas company self-assessed and received benefit under the RDTI for petroleum exploration that involves any exploration prospecting or drilling activities which aim to find deposits or establish the prospective character of deposits.
So we would have to take that on notice as well.
All right, if you could provide that on notice, that'd be great. Also on notice, if you could, a list of companies wholly or partially involved in oil and or gas production or exploration that have self-assessed under this program and the benefit accrued by each company as a result.
A number you said, Senator.
Beg your pardon?
You said number. Just want to confirm.
No, if you could provide a list of the companies.
I don't think we could, from confidentiality, I don't think we can provide a list of companies.
Well, can you take that on notice and come back to us on whether you can provide the names, and if not, then at
my
least
understanding
the
of the
numbers of
legislation,
companies that are involved in oil or gas production that have self-assessed.
Yeah,
So-
we'll look at it, Senator, yes.
All right, great. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the Deputy Chair.
Right. Okay, so I think where we were was I was being accused of being some sort of a dreadful person from a part of Sydney for talking about grants or gifts which taxpayer funds, and I think that's where we were before we had the recent break. So $500 million goes as a contribution to who exactly?
So I just want to be clear. So it's the Green Iron Investment Fund. You asked me before and I inadvertently dropped off the word investment. So it's the Green Iron Investment Fund.
Yeah.
And the government announced that up to $1 billion is available in this fund. At least $500 million will be open to proponents around Australia for existing facilities and greenfield projects to apply through a competitive process. And up to $500 million has been earmarked to support the Whyalla Steelworks long-term transformation, subject to appropriate due diligence and negotiations with possible future buyers of the steelworks.
Okay.
Importantly, it's a co-investment, co-funding. It's focused at eligible upfront capital costs associated with establishing a commercial green iron facility.
Okay. So it isn't. So sorry, I thought you said it was a grant.
So it's a co-funded grant program. So it's
a grant. It's not an investment.
The
grant is not an investment. The grant is giving away taxpayer funds.
So it's the Green Iron Investment Fund, where the government provides co-funding for eligible upfront capital costs associated with commercial green iron facilities.
And does the government take an equity stake in return for its money?
Not under this fund, no.
So what does the government get in return, other than the societal benefit?
The transformation of those facilities into commercial green iron facilities.
Okay, so there's a societal benefit and potentially an economic benefit to industry, but the taxpayer gives the money and there's no return to the taxpayer.
No, Senator Bragg. I don't know what a societal benefit means. I assume you mean the social economic benefit of good jobs in a regional community. I understand Mr Dutton said he backed all of this. I'm sure he wouldn't have done it. When the coalition was in government, there wasn't much action on the Whyalla Steelworks. The purpose, the sets of national interest principles that sit underneath the Albanese government's judgment about this, of course, go to sustaining good jobs in that very important regional community. In addition, of course, it is I would have thought self-evident that Australia needs steelmaking capability. I would have thought it's self-evident in the world that we are entering that that industrial capability is critical for our economic resilience and our strategic positioning in the world in which we live, much of which contains uncertainty about Australia's future position, security and prosperity. There are, I would have thought, some pretty obvious rationales that sit underneath this, and
thank you.
Not sure what societal means, but...
Well, I appreciate your geopolitical analysis, thorough as always. My question was not about that. My question was how the contribution will work. And the evidence, I believe, is that it will be a contribution to the business?
So if I just say and then pass over to the Secretary, there are some broad parameters for that at this stage, and
Yeah, what are they?
the Secretary can answer questions about those in more, like,
Sure.
You're absolutely entitled to ask about those.
Thank you.
There is, of course, some of the answers may not be as precise because the administration has only just commenced.
Okay, I understand that.
That work is still to be undertaken.
Yeah.
Discoveries will be made about the viability or otherwise of particular components of the steelworks themselves.
Yeah.
And the associated businesses that
Yeah, I
fall within
understand
the
that.
administration. And of course, that will enliven discussions about guidelines and how, whether it's a grant, whether it's an investment model, that, you know, all of that still has to be
Yeah, I understand
undertaken,
that.
and I don't want.
No, I understand that you've got to build the plane and fly it simultaneously, and it's hard. All I'm trying to do is ascertain what's the information as at today.
Yes.
So, do you have a sense of what the conditions might be?
The $2.4 billion is the whole package between the South Australian and the Commonwealth Government.
Yeah.
I've talked about the $100 million on the ground support, around $400 stabilising the steelworks, which includes the operation through administration,
Yep.
and then $1.9 for the future.
Which includes the 500, right?
Which includes the 500.
Okay, so the Commonwealth contribution is somewhere between 500 and 1.9.
Correct.
Okay. And what other conditions that you think might be applicable?
So that will depend on the precise nature, but under the Green Iron Fund, investment fund, for example, as I mentioned, that is around capital support for capital equipment to produce a green iron facility. So that's a capital support program. There could be other requirements for capital support. Most of what the government does in transforming industry is around supporting upfront capital support. That's the main economic argument for government involvement, and that's consistent with long-standing policies within government over multiple governments.
Okay. When do you think you'll know what the final number will be?
It's hard to say that. The administrator has only just been appointed. We have done quite a lot of work thinking about opportunities for green iron and steel in Australia through policy advice to government. So we are in a good place in terms of the opportunity set, but it's going to depend on private sector actors and eventual owner of the works, and that is in the hands of the administrator.
Okay, so is it possible that there's a scenario that the 500 million goes through the Green Steel Fund?
Green Iron Investment Fund.
Sorry. And then the rest, the balance of that 1.9 up to 1.9 billion contribution could be a mix of equity and grants?
And or guarantees, that's correct.
Or guarantees. Okay. Okay, but your sense is that the bulk of that would go up front?
It would be focused on the capital transformation required, because that is the public policy case for supporting the transformation from existing capability to future capability. There is operational expenses in the administration component, but the intention for this is a new owner enters, they have a business model and strategy that once supported through transition is an ongoing concern. So most of the arguments for public policy is on capital investment as opposed to anything to do with operating expenses.
Have you met with any of the prospective private sector operators in this space?
There are a set of prospective people interested in green iron opportunities, green iron and steel opportunities in Australia. The department has met with all those people interested as part of our work on the green metals package. The department have met with almost everyone, I think, interested in those opportunities now and in the future for Australia.
Okay. So what's happening with this hydroelectrolyser? there's a proposal to build a hydrogen electrolyser and a power plant.
I think you're talking about South Australian program.
Yep.
So you'd be best to direct those questions.
So you don't
to
know
us.
about that?
Only at a high level.
Is it going to go ahead, do you think?
So as I understand it, the South Australian government has put that program on pause as it focuses its attention on supporting the transformation of Whyalla.
Okay.
That's based on public pronouncements of the South Australian government. Any further details you'd have to ask the South Australian government.
Okay. So, I mean, what measures will be taken to protect the taxpayer funds here?
So the same mechanisms that we apply to all considerations of government funding in this portfolio and across other agencies.
Yeah.
All money is subjected to cost-benefit analysis, detailed commercial terms, appropriate risk-based assessments going through cabinet processes. That has been the process to date for the consideration of the government's support for joint with the South Australian to support the Whyalla region, and I imagine that will continue. So the program under the Green Iron Investment Fund will be a process through guidelines that are approved under the government's guidelines. It will go through an assessment process, evaluation, contract negotiations, all the usual things we go through.
So that will include the total package?
So all elements are subject to those sorts of considerations.
So, but at one point in the future, would you imagine that all the elements would be publicly known, including the cash contributions?
I imagine so. I mean, they are under all the other arrangements we have now. So all grant agreements are published.
But they're not all grants, are they? Isn't the idea that aren't you working towards trying to have this more towards? I mean, isn't it better if it's? Isn't the best way to protect the taxpayers' investment to have a mix of options here, like as you say, some equity, maybe guarantees?
So I didn't quite get to finish.
Sorry.
So any grant funding or program funding is published through the usual mechanisms. Any other commercial loan or guarantee or equity is also published through transparency mechanisms, depending on the entity that might be on the other side of that approach, whether it's the government, whether it's institutions such as the Export Finance Australia or the National Reconstruction Fund or other entities. All of government funding is public and transparent in terms of the high-level commercial arrangements. Specific details are not always available for commercial reasons, as we've discussed in other contexts.
Can I just ask you a dumb question? Is there a link between the proposed South Australian hydrogen electrolyser and the rehabilitation of the steelworks?
So for full transformation to a green facility, there is a requirement to have low emission energy.
Right.
And so that is part of the component and the opportunity for Australia. And also full transformation to getting green hydrogen into steel making is part of the expected transition on the technological front. So there is absolutely a connection between renewable energy and also hydrogen into the process of actual steel making. So that is the way forward. Exactly when and how is partly a technological question, and it's also a funding question.
So if the South Australian government isn't going to proceed with its plan, does that mean that this is going to be in peril?
So the South Australian and Commonwealth government have both committed to the transformation of the steelworks.
Right.
And so that will envisage a whole set of steps joint with the owner of the steelworks. It requires appropriate input, such as using magnetite iron ore rather than hematite iron ore. It requires the use of energy, which may or may not require public infrastructure. It requires the operation of new capital, such as electric arc furnaces and direct iron reduction facilities. So all of that, and then obviously port and infrastructure to distribute the products at the end. So there is a commitment to look at that whole transformation field. The South Australian Government has, at the moment, quite rightly, focused on the immediate, but that I don't believe they've made any statements about the eventual outcome of the focus on hydrogen.
Okay, so you're not sure whether they're going to proceed or not?
Well,
It's a matter for the South Australian Government.
But isn't it linked to the Commonwealth's potential investment?
So the requirement to have the ability to, depending on the technological pathway and the choices available to the company, there will at different times be different options. So we're back in the world of assessing the options depending on the technology that the eventual owner of the company would like to implement, which would be part of the process and development of the Green Iron Investment Fund, working with proponents where they come forward with option sets and the government then evaluates them for a cost-benefit analysis process.
Okay, I think we're done.
Senator Bragg, just
I'm done with it.
on that point, I think one can and should separate out the proposal that was envisaged in terms of generation capability in that region is one thing. The future energy sources for within the steelworks is another. And I would not assume from the decision that the South Australian Government has taken in relation to the first part of that does not engage hydrogen production within the steelworks facility itself.
Yeah.
But that is, of course, all subject to that very significant body of work that's in front of the two governments and the proponents.
Okay, I might just change tack now for a few more things to get to. So do you want to?
I just have one follow-up question on Whyalla, and then I think it would be appropriate to go to Senator Pocock. I just wanted to circle back to the immediate on-the-ground support for Whyalla. And I think we all know that when large-scale industrial facilities like this fail, there's not just a cost to the people who work directly at that facility or to the owner of that particular business. There's also potential impacts in the supply chain. There's usually businesses and contractors who are supplying that facility who are impacted as well. And we know that, for example, we've got a lot of experience around that when the car industry closed down in Australia, in Victoria and in South Australia. It wasn't just the thousands and thousands of jobs in those actual industrial facilities. It was many, many, many more thousands of jobs in the supply chain and businesses as well. And so I'm wondering, is it the case here that there are businesses, contractors, workers in the supply chain who would be affected if Whyalla, if the steelworks failed? And does the sort of on the ground support sort of extend to supporting the supply chain as well?
So there is the direct employees of the company that's been put into administration. There are the other entities that rely on the One Steel Corporation within South Australia and elsewhere that may or may not be affected. There are the local community through provision of services. There is an issue that quite a few creditors have not been paid in recent times. That was part of the advice given to both governments for the case to step in and to invoke, for the South Australian government to invoke administration, their concern about the uncertainty and the ongoing financial strain on the region, workers and the supply chains. And there are companies that are in that supply chain who had been expressing their concern publicly and privately about the operations of the One Steel entity. The process of administration is that the administrator calls a creditors meeting for all those people who have got existing kind of debts owed by the entity. That first meeting is on Monday. That is an opportunity for the administrator to grip up what the situation is in terms of the way into administration and what this current situation is. Clearly, for the operation of the facility, you need people who are currently providing services to continue to provide services, and so that's the job of the administrator, to make sure that they have got the confidence to continue to supply the services you need, such as the oxygen and the other and the workers to do it. So there's a focus of the administrator. One of the consequences of companies not having been paid and is addressed through the on-the-ground support package, particularly for the smaller entities. And that I mentioned earlier, there's $100 million at the moment that's being provided through both the South Australian and the Commonwealth Government, with different components depending on our expertise, to support local businesses, workers and the community. Some of that goes directly to provide assistance to creditors, where they have an opportunity, if they've got debts, they can provide that information through an online portal. They will be assessed and support will be provided. They can apply for interim payments of up to 50%, and there's various caps and concerns. I mentioned before that there'll be support for local businesses who might be experiencing a downturn in turnover. There is also support through the labour market assistance that the Commonwealth provides areas. So there is a focus on supporting both those entities crucial to the operation of the steelworks, because it would be catastrophic if the steelworks was to close at this point, because restarting it and rebuilding the supply chains is a much harder task. So that is the job of the administrator. That is why the Commonwealth and the South Australian Government are supporting that process. And then there is a support for the wider community and other entities outside the direct steelworks.
So it's sort of a critical time for that community, in the sense that if those creditors who are, small businesses in some cases, in the area, are also sort of left to fail, the consequence is that, they probably, just to paraphrase or try to paraphrase what you said, that if they sort of, shut down now, it's difficult to stand them sort of back up again later. Probably don't have the capacity to sort of wait it out. So that's, part of the reason why it's so sort of urgent to get in there and provide that certainty and stability going forward.
So is the case that the arrangements in this part of South Australia have, from the mine through to the various components of the steelworks to the port facilities, has a highly skilled, capable workforce and a specialised supply chain that supports the steelworks? And it's important that is one of its comparative advantages relative to other parts of Australia or other parts of the world. And so the importance of keeping it whole and having a transformation plan for it to be viable in the future. The assessment from the Australian Government, based on all the work that's been done across government on the comparative advantages in the transition to a net zero future, is that Australia has a great opportunity in green iron in particular, because of our ability to have renewable energy, our resource base, but also our, in parts of Australia, our expert workforce and capability to be able to produce green iron at lower emissions and provide that to other parts of the world, thereby reducing global emissions, and that would benefit the whole supply chain. So keeping that expertise and dedicated supply chains is important. It is disruptive, clearly, when a major employer is put into administration. We are working with the South Australian Government. They are on the ground. As I mentioned, we've got Oz Industry members on the ground to provide as much information as we can to local proponents, and more of that will continue, as I said, starting with the creditors meeting and the administrator on Monday.
Great.
Senator, I would also add that while there's a focus on the 100 million, don't underestimate 384 million provided for the administrator to keep the company running.
Yeah.
So that will obviously have on the ground impacts for both employees, knowing that, you know, there is someone running the organisation that will keep the money flowing, and also those suppliers now supplying into the business being run by the administration have confidence that they will get paid for the work that they do going forward. I think that's very important to maintain the supply chain. So while we focus on, and rightly so, the 100 million, I would not, on the ground, I would not underestimate the 384 and the impact that is having on the ground and the suppliers into that business.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for your answers so far. Just on Whyalla, how big is the team that you have working on this issue?
So we're sort of adding expertise as we need to go along.
We've got 19 ASL working on it at the moment, Senator. But the Secretary has certainly made clear to me that you know, it's a priority and we will have the resources we need.
And from other departments?
So we're drawing on expertise, particularly Department of Finance. And also the Department of Energy as needed. We've got staff, but we'll also have funding for expert commercial and legal advice, which we will need over time. Some of that will come through the administrator, who will be working through those arrangements, but we'll also need to have expertise to be able to do the government side of kind of support going forward, and so similar to the South Australians.
And on the ground, you mentioned Oz Industry people on the ground. How many?
We've got one person in the region, and the South Australian Government has put a local coordinator. I'm not sure they're exact, but they put a person in it as well. We'll assess that as the situation goes forward. A lot of the on-the-ground direct support is the South Australian Government, and we are supporting behind them. But we are joint in our task force in assessing this, and there's a commitment from both sides through various arrangements to do so.
Have you made a budget estimate of what KordaMentha will cost?
So we're working through the funding agreement with the administrator, so that's not been finalised at this point.
This is their second rodeo in Whyalla. Very profitable last time. You can't give us I think I'd be guessing from memory, my memory's not very good, but I thought it was around 16 million.
So the process last time did go over 17 months. It was a longer process.
Yeah.
We are hoping it's a more efficient process this time, partly because of the expertise, but also because of the focus and expertise that we have on the opportunities. So we have a lot more information, a lot more focus, but it's difficult to be certain at this point because there's a whole set of steps to go. We will have a close eye on making sure that funds are expended appropriately and efficiently, and we've got a very sharp focus on trying to resolve this as quick as possible. But the most important thing is that there's a good outcome for the people of Whyalla.
I should just add to Senator that there is, while it was the South Australian Government that undertook the administration action, of course there's a joint approach on these questions, which will go to costs broadly. And secondly, that KordaMentha's first engagement with this was not a government-led process; it was an entirely commercial process.
Very different.
So that it'll mean it's a different.
Has your team been looking at general employment in the Upper Spencer Gulf?
So we have had a focus for some time on the Upper Spencer Gulf. It's one of the priority areas of the Net Zero Transformation Agency. And so we have been monitoring the situation as one of the regions. We run an eye over quite a few different regions that are facing industrial transformation.
I understand there are 1,100 direct jobs at the steelworks and a multiplier maybe of 3 out from that. Public sector is also very important in the Spencer Gulf area, Upper Spencer Gulf. if we look at a public sector across our country, which I think is around 185,000 federal public servants, and so I think South Australia has a share of something like 7% of that. Relatively small number up in the region, but still a significant group of employees. If we applied a cut of 36,000 across the public sector, as Mr Dutton has said he intends to do, that would be, by my calculations, around 2,500 direct jobs to go, which, is it the case, would be something like 2.25 times more than you expect to lose directly from a whaler closure if that ever happened.
There's quite a few steps in that question. Our understanding is that there are about 1,100 direct workers related to the One Steel administration. In terms of the possibility of public service cuts, that is very much going to depend on where those cuts are over what time horizons.
Yeah. The point is we actually don't know, but if it were applied evenly according to the proportion of existing employment.
Across states, you mean? Senator?
By state,
yes,
by general region, as distinguished by state, then it would have a much greater impact on our state than the immediate closure of Whyalla, which is a very alarming thought to me. But I want to come back to Whyalla. What work is being done in relation specifically to the electric arc furnace?
So that would be part of, I mentioned the sort of 3 phases. There's the on-the-ground support, the administration and the future transformation. So the steps in transforming the works is going to require analysis and electric arc furnace, the direct reduced iron plant, and then casting and rolling mills, and then issues to do with energy supply. So that would be part of that engagement through the...
Yeah, I know that, but how is it to be powered? Given that hydrogen is deferred in the language, as I understand it, of the state government, how is it powered?
So that is all to be worked through as part of the discussions with the proponent.
And it's... again, I'm reluctant to sort of venture too much into territory that will be the subject of, the administrator working out some of these capabilities, then potential proponents working out what it is that they are. But having offered that qualification, electric arc furnaces have particular purposes that they are not mutually exclusive, these two technologies for...
Which two technologies?
The hydrogen and...
I'm not talking about hydrogen. I can see that's a fair way off.
But
understand that.
There's a parallel process.
I'm wondering where the power is coming from for an electric arc furnace. We don't know.
If we can tell you any more on notice, Senator Pocock, we will.
Thank you. That'd be great.
But the direction of travel here is investors in iron making and steel who are looking at Australia in particular because of our particular characteristics in terms of energy, lots of sunshine and lots of wind. Yes.
I wanted to go to the funding arrangement, and let's start with the Green Iron Investment Fund. That's, it's a lot of money, isn't it? As I recollect, Mr Gupta spent something like $700 million to actually buy the plant in 2016, 2018. Here we are looking at spending up to $500 million.
1.9.
Oh, sorry, 1.9, but within the Green Iron Fund, it's up to 500 million, is that right?
That's right, for Whyalla, and then another 500 million available for proponents
elsewhere in the country. Yep, for greenfields or other renovations of steel facilities. So that's a lot of money, which I fully support. I totally agree with the sovereign steel protection and that we need that industry. But why are you not, Minister, considering an equity stake in exchange for such a massive investment? And that's just one part of the investment, of course, 1.9 billion in total.
I think we sort of dealt with some of these questions when Senator Bragg was asking questions. There are
I was here when those...
Yeah, I'll get the Secretary to talk about the structure of what's been determined thus far, but there is still some way to travel in terms of how this, what the guidelines are going to be, what the structure of that is going to be. So, we are a bit constrained, not because there's things that we know at the moment that we don't want to tell you, but because there's some
So let me
more
just
work to do.
rephrase my question, if I may. You are not excluding the possibility of an equity investment. Is that what I'm to understand from what you're saying?
We're not excluding equity or loans or guarantees or grant funding. Everything is in play through different mechanisms, and we have been looking at all those different mechanisms that, in terms of the advice we provide government, and the government has used different mechanisms in different parts of the ecosystem based on advice about risks and trade-off and opportunities. This is partly in response to the needs of the industry as well, and so equity's not off the table.
I guess as a South Australian, and for any South Australians paying attention, and we certainly are, we've put millions as a country into Whyalla. We put millions into the car industry. We put billions into Qantas, and we've got nothing. We've got no public stake at the table in those very critical investments. So I think South Australians are watching closely and wanting to know how we can make sure we aren't back here in 5 years talking to another Gupta equivalent without anything really of equity that we can talk about. But I want to go to the other funds that are available potentially and to get a bit of a better understanding. So we've got 500 million possibly from the Green Iron Investment Fund, which may or may not be equity, but is actually investment in capital equipment. Is there a role here for the Future Made in Australia funding in addition?
Possibly. There's different vehicles the government has, such as the National Reconstruction Fund, the Export Finance Australia, both of which can take equity, loans and guarantees, both like in Australia and also connecting to export markets for Export Finance Australia. There is other elements in terms of innovation funding, for example, which might be possible for parts of the system.
What was the name of that one?
So under the Future Made in Australia, there's an innovation fund, and the government makes direct other outside those vehicles makes direct investments through grants, investments, and equity. So there are multiple tools with different trade-offs, and that will all be worked through in coming time.
I totally take on board that this is a very movable feast depending on who is at the table. But it sounds like the possible buckets of the Future Made in Australia, the Export Finance Australia, Equity Loans and Guarantees, National Reconstruction Fund, and of course the Green Iron Fund, which you've talked about. Are there any other buckets that I don't know about that might be?
So there is always, there are different buckets and considerations under the energy side of the energy infrastructure and components there, sort of, if I were to be complete in terms of government support, sometimes there are focuses on labour market and capability building and training and skills, etc.
Yeah, I can see there's a $6 million investment on that already on the table. You've mentioned that there are a number of potential partners, commercial private partners in the mix. How confident are you, based on discussions to date, that there will be, Minister, a partner successfully brought into the ongoing future?
I don't think I don't think it would be wise for me to speculate on the discussions at this stage, which are at a very early stage. I just emphasise it was just a few days ago that the administration commenced. You know, there is a lot of interest in Australia for the reasons that I indicated before. We have, in this region, very significant magnetite deposit. There is a very strong case for this region in terms of its port and infrastructure capabilities, the labour force and supply chain and industrial capability that sit around that. And of course, its proximity to untapped but large solar and other energy reserves. So I anticipate for those reasons that there'll be very significant interest, but I don't want to speculate further than that at this stage because I want to protect the process and allow the teams in there to do their work.
I want to ask you whether the government has considered at all the possibility that there is no successful agreement made with a private partner. Are you willing to have a go at answering that?
Again, this is my opinion. I think that's very unlikely.
Okay.
But on the basis of what I think
you're feeling optimistic.
What the government is anticipating, and I think the South Australian government is anticipating, is this will be a jewel in the crown of Southern Hemisphere steel making and iron making, that we'd anticipate a very high level of interest. This is mobilised by all of the public policy rationales that you've pointed to, but we anticipate that what we'd want to see in there is a highly capable steel making firm that guided by the national interest objectives that the government's established here, and that it's not just we don't want to see, and the people of Whyalla don't want to see a repeat of the last decade.
Can I ask, just shifting away from Whyalla, whether the government has any plans in relation to a similar national strategy around the production, manufacture of wind towers?
You'll have seen recently that the Prime Minister in the Illawarra pointed to precisely that question, and was very clear that we have the capability in Australia to make exactly the plate steel that is made into wind towers themselves. It is also used to make, for example, in large-scale solar torque tubes that at this very moment are being installed in solar projects in regional Queensland and New South Wales and Victoria. I was last week at a facility in Western Sydney which is using BlueScope plate steel to make anchor cages and bases with at very high volumes for domestic wind tower installations. And the Prime Minister was, I think, very direct about the ambition to make sure that Australian steel is incorporated into these projects. In particular with wind towers, one of the advantages of wind tower construction here is, of course, it leads to a much greater incorporation of the supply chain into the process. That is
circular economy.
All of the internal electrical and mechanical gear that goes into wind towers is done then by local firms. We are at a point in the we had a decade of disinvestment in renewable energy capability. In fact, in any energy generation at all, we now have volume that is around 800 wind towers a year through to 2040 is what the industry says. So we are with a government that has the policy settings to deliver volume and a determination to strengthen local content in in the wind and solar and transmission sectors, that is what leads to investment in large-scale local fabrication, which is what is required.
Not to mention savings on, I'm on my last question, of carbon when we don't have to.
Well, there's all sorts of other advantages too. Wind towers supplied by one or two overseas markets that may or may not be reliable, arriving at ports, very disruptive in terms of getting them from one place to the other. There's all sorts of challenges and reasons why this portfolio minister and the other portfolio ministers and the Prime Minister and the government more broadly are interested in this question.
Correct.
Just point out gently that it will require the re-election of an Albanese Labor government to deliver the kind of
I don't like
industry
to cut
strategy.
you off, but I'm going to get in the evil eye here to move along.
She softened a bit when I said that, though.
Okay, just my last question is around a much more smaller matter, but still significant to me. One of the it's about around a particular contract within the department. One of the key findings of the Finance and Public Administrative Inquiry into Consulting was that there is rampant use of land and expand tactics in consulting firms, where the firm underquotes in the first instance, then contracts and extends the contract over time. The Finance Minister's first biennial consultancy spending report showed that the department has a contract with King and Wood Mallisons, which has been amended, I think, 11 times. What's this contract for? I'm after some information that goes beyond legal services, and why has it been buried 11 times?
So I will have to check whether it's entirely... the majority of that was part of the due diligence process and contractual negotiation with the PsiQuantum computer company. And that matter has been reviewed by the ANAO specifically in terms of the processes around that contract. And the ANAO called it out in their annual statement around performance and found no concern with
no concerns.
No. And it's partly because of the nature of that project, which was a series of work that was done in providing advice to government when subsequent discussions. And so it was a commercial negotiation and a series of discussions with government. So we started the process and we stepped it through, and as we needed to, we adjusted the terms of the contract.
So ANAO have followed that contract from its initial $282,000 through to $3.6 million.
Correct.
And have no concerns about it?
Given the nature of the project and the work that was done and the due diligence around it.
Thank you. And could that work have been done in-house now? Do you reflect, as you reflect?
No.
Okay.
No, some of it was very specific transactional legal advice that we would always draw on the private market to do, given the kind of nature of the technical, it's work that's done more often in the private sector, and we don't do it very often in the public sector. And so we would always draw on the best advice, and we have used other private companies for other projects. So I imagine we'd always draw on, because it's what they do best and it's cheaper.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Bragg.
Thank you. So, Mr. Oliver? Ms. Oliver?
Do you want to ask your question and we make sure we've got the right witness for you?
Is that right?
Well, it depends on the question.
It's about manufacturing insolvencies. Someone else? Sorry.
That's okay.
How presumptuous of me.
Ms. Oliver is working on the Whyalla matter. So we have a new acting division head of the Manufacturing and Industry Division.
Right.
So Louise Talbot, who has joined me.
Hello. Which industries or subdivisions within the manufacturing sector have been most impacted by the recent spike in insolvencies?
Okay, so Louise Talbot, Acting Head of Division, Industry and Manufacturing Divisions. We do have some data on that. I'll just have to find it. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Thank you. We do have... We do monitor this matter and we do have some data around that. All right. According to ASIC, manufacturing insolvencies, 578 sector external administrations commenced in 23-24, first half of 24-25, a further 330 insolvencies. You're after the sectors most impacted, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just...
So, Senator, while Ms Talbot finds out, I'd say that, for example, in 23-24, manufacturing administrations were 5.2% of all companies going in administration. For this part of the 24-25 year, they're 4.4%. In 23-24, they're 5.8%. So we're seeing that number as a percentage of total administrations has come down over the last few years.
Michelle Dowdle, Chief Economist. We don't have the subsector breakdown on hand at the moment, but we will be able to get that to you later today.
Okay.
I will note of the sectors that we monitor where construction has had more insolvencies than manufacturing.
Okay, so can I ask you on notice then, that information and any data you have on state and territory breakdowns?
So we would be drawing on the ASIC database to provide that information, but we're happy to take it on notice.
Yeah, we'll get you what we can. I mean, in the broad, at a net level, 2,000 more manufacturing firms since the Albanese government was elected, 40,000 more manufacturing workers than when we took office. But of course, there are closures that have occurred. Each one of those, of course, has an impact. But we'll get you on notice, a state-by-state breakdown if that assists.
I think finally, I want to ask you about the building codes. Can I talk to you about that?
So you can, and we've also got the expert on the building codes here.
Who's that?
So Mr. Gary Rake.
How are you going? Good. When was the last...
He'll take that on notice too.
Take it on notice. Take it on notice. More obfuscation. Now, when did the last round of the NCC get done?
Gary Rake, Chief Executive of the Australian Building Codes Board. The last update to the code was finalised in 2022 and has been commencing across the country from January 2023 onwards. So it varies state by state.
Are there any proposals that the Department or the Australian Building Codes Board is considering at the moment to change the latest iteration?
Yes, we are working on an update to the code that went to public consultation in May last year. We consulted for a 2-month period. Perhaps it might help if I give a little bit of background on the update cycle for the code. Yeah, sure. So the first thing that I'd say is the Australian Building Codes Board is a partnership between the Commonwealth and the states and territories. It's an area where the constitutional power to regulate buildings is held by the states and territories. The Commonwealth brings all of those bodies together to create a national code. And the aim of that is to try and promote national efficiency and productivity so that things like designs can be transferred across the country, materials, labour, skilled people. The code is, over the last decade, has been updated on a 3-year cycle. And so having worked on a 2022 update, the next schedule was for 2025. We consulted on that last year and it's currently ready for consideration by building ministers.
What sort of analysis have you done on what the cost impact on an average house or apartment could be from changing it?
The next edition of the code is primarily focused, the work we've done is primarily focused on improving commercial energy efficiency.
Right.
There are only a small number of proposals that are focused on the residential sector. We put all of those to consultation, including cost analysis. The most significant of those, the most interesting of those, is a proposal to try and reduce the rate of water leaks in apartment buildings. and the modelled cost of that would be an increase of $900 per apartment and avoid an average loss of between $2,500 and $10,000 per apartment in defect damage.
So the main change on the residential side is in relation to water treatment in apartments?
That's the main change proposed for the next edition, which is still to be considered by building ministers.
That's it?
That's it for residential. There are always, so we receive proposals for change from across industry, across the sector, across the community.
Yeah.
We receive several hundred per update cycle. There are a range of small changes in the code, but the one that I'd point out as being one that carries a cost and we think a large benefit for the community, a large confidence boost for apartment buyers, is the one to do with waterproofing.
Are you considering anything that would reduce the cost of building?
We always look at better ways to help industry understand and apply the code, and that is a key part of our work. We have an education program that develops material that we supply to the industry groups like master builders, HIA. We develop consistent education material, provide it to them free of charge for them to run out as seminars with their members. We've also got a proposal underway to look at supports for modular and prefabricated building technologies. We think that that can help contain the cost of...
Would that be a separate code?
It wouldn't be a separate code. What it would be is a smoother compliance pathway, so it would be a faster and easier pathway for those trusted manufacturers.
Where's that up to, the prefab stuff?
We published a handbook in November last year that explains how to navigate the current rules within the NCC, and we've had good feedback from domestic manufacturers about the clarity there. And then we're working on a new scheme. It's in its very early stages, but the aim is to have something up and running within a couple of years to really power that up.
So is there much difference between each state and territory when you look at the overall cost of building a house which is compliant with the code?
The cost can vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction based on materials, rates, the style of housing they build, the sort of soil. In terms of the regulation, the vast majority of the National Construction Code is consistently adopted across the country. There are variations from state to state that will depend on their local environment, their local community and economic needs, but the vast majority is consistently applied.
Okay, but as it stands, you're considering one change would have a greater cost, but are you considering anything in detail that would reduce the cost?
So just to be clear, Mr. Rake talked about it might have a greater upfront cost, but on average would reduce the cost to apartment owners who are subject to leaks and water damage.
I understand that, but
it's a net present value calculation. Your average building owner would be better off.
But we're in a, as you know, period of very expensive to build houses and uncommercial in many cases, which is why there's been a massive collapse in housing supply, one of the reasons, sadly, under this government.
Anything that reduces the potential cost is good.
I agree.
And one of insurance costs have gone up, and a lot of that's because of the remediation needed to be done as a result of water damage, etc. So anything that improves waterproofing will potentially reduce insurance costs going forward.
We do have a view that, I mean, this is, as I understand it, on a 3-year cycle. It is there is a very substantial amount of home building to come, irrespective of, I understand the argument that you're making, but about the housing policy settings more broadly, but there is a very substantial amount of home building and apartment building that is in the pipeline for the economy. The intersection of the code and questions like the price of building a home is one question. Of course, it should be agile and respond to those sort of propositions. The questions that go to the other costs that I think the Secretary has referred to in terms of water and apartment buildings. Of course, it has to be agile in terms of safety questions as well. We've seen what's happened in other jurisdictions when governments have hit the brake on responding to changes in technology and the regulatory environment. Like the Grenfell apartment disaster was absolutely associated with the Thatcher government refusing to engage in proper regulation of this sector, including building codes. And we have, in some states, apartment buildings that are not habitable at the moment because of that. This is not the only question, but keeping an agile approach to the National Construction Code, we do see as having an intersection with those issues of quality and safety. That's why I was surprised to see your leader announce a 10-year freeze, which is not consistent with a modern economy coming to grips with all of the innovations, not just modular housing, but including modular housing, including modular design, that are likely to have a big effect on access to housing and the cost of housing.
Thanks for your political speech. So, Mr. Rake, what sort of engagement have you had with builders, people who actually build houses, in the development of future codes?
So we engage with builders, builder representative groups across the country through their state and territory organisations and through their national body. I most recently met with master builders, head's a little bit fuzzy on it, last week or the week before. They have a national regulatory committee. And you asked about changes or projects we have on foot. But as part of our consultations, and I mentioned that we receive up to several hundred proposals for change each cycle, I've openly asked for ideas that could help make the construction of housing faster, easier and contain costs. We're very keen to see those. Just this week I met with a group of architects and builders, a very small group, who have got an idea they'd like to bring forward that could support faster and easier redevelopment of medium density, low rise development in existing suburbs.
Yep.
We're very keen to work on those. It's part of the partnership that we have.
So you are the CEO of the Building Codes Board, is that right?
I'm the CEO of the Building Codes Board. I'm appointed as a senior executive of the Department of Industry, and then I work to support the board. The board comprises 18 members, including representatives of industry.
And the states?
And the states and territories.
Okay, so how many times have you met with Minister O'Neill, who's the Housing Minister?
My accountability is through the board. The board is accountable to building ministers. I haven't met with Minister O'Neill.
You haven't met with her. Has her department or her office asked you for ideas for how you could cut the cost of construction of new houses?
We work with our colleagues across government, and that includes the other agencies that have an interest in housing, including the housing team within Treasury.
Very specific question. Have you been asked to put forward ideas that would help cut the cost of construction during this housing crisis?
So,
no.
As part of the general operation of
Sounds like a no.
So I'm happy. I mean, we're happy to take it on notice because there's the building board. There's also the department that does most of the policy work, linking to other components of the government. There have been the government has announced a series of housing policies, all of which have been worked through the usual processes of government consideration, and we would have provided input on those housing policies as they were worked up. So, there's different parts of the department that work on that, and it has been a focus.
Let's see what you come back with, but it sounds like a no. But let's see what you come back with. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Quinn, for that final answer there. So that concludes the questions the committee has for DISA Outcome 1 Program 1.1. Thank you for answering our questions. You go with our thanks, and the committee welcomes representatives from the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation, and we'll take a brief recess while you come to the room. committee resumes and we welcome representatives of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation and we welcome you in particular, Mr Gall. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and congratulations on your appointment and your first appearance, at least in this role, before our committee. I see that you have an opening statement for us. Would you like to take us through it, or would you like to just table it?
Chair, if it's okay, I would like to take you through it, if that's okay with the committee.
We are amenable. Please proceed.
Fantastic. Well, David Gall, the CEO of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Chair, Senators, I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today. I'd like to pay my respect to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as Chief Executive Officer of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Indeed, it's an honour to lead the NRFC at this important moment in our journey. Since stepping into this role, I've been impressed by the quality, the dedication and the expertise of our team. The NRFC was created with a bold and ambitious purpose to transform and diversify Australia's manufacturing capability. That mission has attracted colleagues with deep experience and a shared commitment to drive meaningful change. Their work has been critical in building strong foundations, ensuring we're well positioned to deliver on our mandate. I also want to acknowledge Rebecca Mann, who's provided steady leadership as Acting CEO before returning to her role as Chief Operating Officer. The NRFC has made significant progress in a short period. Since November, we've announced 7 investments, committing around $400 million across several priority areas. These investments are catalysing private capital, supporting emerging industries and strengthening Australia's manufacturing capabilities. They do reflect the NRFC's role in shaping the future of manufacturing and industrial innovation in this country. Our 7 priority areas provide focus to drive transformation in the economy. The pipeline of opportunities we're seeing across these areas is strong and well diversified, and I'm excited about the potential for the NRFC to help scale and commercialise. While much work lies ahead, what gives me the greatest confidence is the strength of the team and the clarity of the purpose that drives this organisation. We welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Gall, and I'd also like to echo on behalf of the committee your thanks for Ms Mannon as well, who made appearances in an acting capacity here during the establishment of the corporation, and we appreciate that work as well, so thank you. I'll go straight to Senator Stewart.
Thank you. And thank you for appearing. Congratulations on your appointment. Thank you for your time in the role as well. I suppose I want to go back to, maybe I'll get to the 7 priority areas in a second, actually. I want to understand, if you can remind the committee, what the National Reconstruction Fund's function is. Easy question to start off for you.
Thank you, Senator. The function, or the purpose, if you like, of the National Reconstruction Fund is to help transform and diversify industry in Australia. We talk about manufacturing, and indeed it is about manufacturing, but manufacturing is a capability which occurs right across the value chain. So it might be products, improvements in product manufacture. It could be improvements in the manufacturing and the way, indeed, services are delivered through the businesses that we're able to support financially as well.
Yeah. And how, so can you step us through in a bit more kind of, I suppose, detail how it is that you support industry? I always think about these things in, like, how am I explaining to my mum what the National Reconstruction Fund does? What are the industry, like, because she doesn't understand the jargon, right? So how do we explain to the average person on the street what this actually means and why it's good for you to be doing the job that you're doing?
Yeah. No, great. Look, thank you. I think the way I'd answer that question, Senator, is to start at the highest level. So it is about, in our priority areas, and I'll get to what those are in a moment, but in our priority areas, support businesses in those priority areas that are looking to invest, looking to transform their industries in a way that sees manufacturing actually realise a potential for these businesses. Now, these are going to be businesses at all stages, from very early stage right through to significant, substantial businesses that, with the right funding at the right time, can really commercialise their products or services in a way that I think Australia can be actually world class at delivering those products and services. So first thing to know is that we're about money. We invest. We either invest equity in the businesses, right through to debt and/or guarantees for those businesses to support their growth. So it's, think of it from investing in shares. So think about it as, therefore, every Australian actually owning shares in the company.
We've been talking a lot about shares the last 2 days in this committee, so
yep.
Seems like an appropriate reference.
Okay, there you go. Right through to it might be junior debt or sub-debt, which means it's higher risk than the most senior secured debt, but there'll be an appropriate risk return calculation and consideration for that, right through to helping the acquisition of new manufacturing plants, new manufacturing techniques, etc. So clearly we do it on within our 7 industry sectors, but by investing and or lending money to specific businesses that form part of those sectors.
Yep. Okay. And I suppose I'd be keen to kind of understand what are some examples. Have you got any examples off the top of your mind that you can speak to?
Of
you talked about kind of I know a business that might be at the start-up of their phase through to the kind of larger scale businesses. What does that look like?
Yeah, look, Senator, yes, I can. And what's been interesting when I've looked through the pipeline of transactions, i.e. the businesses that have approached us through a variety of channels, we have seen, importantly, I think, representation of all the 7 priority areas that have been called out to form part of our mandate. So that is pleasing. Examples include businesses, for instance, in medical science. The most recent example of that, and it was an investment that was announced very late last month, was Harrison AI. There's an example of a business that is established, that already employs quite a number of people, but a business that's got that had options in front of it of where it chooses to expand and grow in Australia. I think by the NRF cornerstoning the next phase of expansion capital into that business, and then crowding in other equity participants to again add to the government's money, the NRF's money that's gone to that investment, has really enabled Harrison AI to continue that expansion here in Australia.
Great.
Now that's probably to your question, that's probably an example of a business that's what I would say is already established, but at that stage where they're going through and about to go through the rapid scaling phase, and there will be good, well-paid additional jobs that will come with that over time too.
We love to hear about good, well-paid, secure jobs on our side of the Parliament. You've talked about the 7 priority areas a couple of times. Can you just talk us through what those are?
Yes, I can. So the first is around renewables and low emissions technology. Don't expect the NRF to be funding, where plenty of finance exists, funding, say, a wind farm or a solar facility, but we will be funding businesses that are, say, manufacturing components or looking to enhance supply chains of componentry that then go into renewables or low emissions technology. So it's about that broader ecosystem, not just about, say, a piece of infrastructure. The next is enabling capabilities. And good examples of some of those enabling capabilities, which will expand right across the different industry segments. Areas like artificial intelligence, areas like quantum, and indeed capabilities like robotics as well. And we have made a few investments now and announced those that are very much focused at developing out those enabling capabilities. The third is defence capability, and again working with not just the government but the private enterprises, including small businesses that are trying to really break into the whole defence industry and the opportunities that sit in and around that. Transport, which can be about, crossed quite nicely with sort of lower emissions and renewables in that transport sector as well. Resources value added, and it is about what more can we do in Australia about taking the raw commodities, the raw resources, and doing value added processing here in Australia as well. And we are seeing opportunities in and around that.
Because lots of that gets sent offshore at the moment, doesn't it? So
and I think the opportunity there is to do a lot more of the processing in select areas where it makes sense. Onshore here, and where we compete globally as well. We want to be able to do that in a way that gives these organisations global competitiveness. Agricultural, forestry and fisheries value add. I think we're already seeing some great examples there where, again, it's rather than in its sort of as a soft commodity primary form, shipping it offshore, to actually do further value add here, both for domestic and international markets. And the final one's medical science, which again we are seeing a lot of opportunities in and around that. Great Australian innovation that's going to need support to properly scale and properly commercialise in a decent time frame.
Thank you. And I'm keen. So I understand you've made 7 investments to date.
That's correct.
Do you know how many jobs these investments will create?
Yes, I'm going to get, if it's okay, Senator, Dr Manning, to be more precise in the answer to that question. Before I pass to Dr Manning, I think there will be direct jobs in the businesses that we've invested in. They all operate in a broader ecosystem as well. And so there is additional jobs that some materialise early on and some will materialise over time. One of the things that I want to make sure as an organisation the NRF is able to help Australia with is to understand a bit more about that broader impact. So we do have a small team, but some members of the team that are very focused at then going around and understanding then that broader impact that's occurring as well. But Dr Manning, more particularly on the jobs associated with the investments that we have made.
Yeah, and even like I'm interested in the kind of the what are the kind of direct jobs, but even if you've got the information on kind of what the broader impact is, I'd be really appreciative.
Mary Manning, Chief Investment Officer, National Reconstruction Fund. Thank you, David. Thank you, Senator. To date, we have made 7 investments. And as part of our Act and legislation, there's a section 17, which specifically says that we need to have regards to creating jobs, not just jobs specifically, but high-skilled jobs. And there's also a part of section 17 that talks about regional development. So within our investment,
of the Act.
within our investment process, there is, for every investment we look at, we do consider those aspects of the investment. So maybe I can give you some examples from the 7 investments that we've made thus far. The first is Arafura. This is a $200 million investment commitment in a rare earths company. So the site is located north of Alice Springs, and the logistics hub will be in Alice Springs. Is expected that during the construction phase, over 600 jobs will be created, and then in a steady state, it will be approximately 300 jobs. The mine at the Arafura site has a 38-year mine life.
The other point there is that obviously these are regional jobs, and we're looking forward to that outcome. Another example I can give you is Quantum Brilliance. So this was a $13 million investment in a quantum company. They currently have 80 employees, and the company expects that by 2026 they will have 140 employees. They are building a quantum foundry in Victoria. Another example that I can point to is our investment in Russell Mineral Equipment, which is a $40 million investment in a company that is based in Toowoomba. So again, regional jobs. They have 450 employees currently, and to the point earlier, in terms of some jobs are direct, some are indirect, some are new jobs, and some are maintaining jobs. The RME is an example of where our investment will maintain these jobs in Australia and in Toowoomba. And as that company grows and scales further on, we expect additional job creation there. Those are 3 examples. I'm happy to answer questions about additional investments if you'd wish.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could talk me through the 7 investments. You've got to 3 so far.
Yep. The third one is Myriota. Myriota is a company that's based in Adelaide in South Australia. It's a sensing company which fits under the enabling capabilities priority sector that David mentioned before. They currently have 80 employees, and they have anticipated that this was a Series B funding, so that the second raise in terms of venture capital, that the Series B will lead to up to 100 direct and indirect jobs. So those are not just adding the jobs to Myriota's workforce, but throughout their supply chain.
Great.
Another investment is Vault, which is a $22.5 million investment in a cloud company. They currently have 55 employees, and our investment is expected to create jobs over time because, and again, these are very highly skilled jobs, and it's important to keep them in Australia. And then the last investment that I will mention is Harrison AI, which David also mentioned. They currently have 200 employees. Our investment will help continue development of their AI, creating high-skilled software jobs and AI-related jobs in Australia.
Thank you. And I suppose I'm interested in if there's kind of a First Nations lens that you apply to what it is that you do. And through an inquiry that we did in a committee that I chair, talked about the challenges that First Nations businesses face, particularly when they're in the startup phase or even they're trying to expand. And you talked about in your evidence earlier about supporting businesses trying to break into the market, and the inquiry heard that First Nations businesses in particular experience a whole bunch of extra barriers because they are Aboriginal businesses. So keen to understand what it is that you might be doing in this space to kind of get rid of some of the bias that exists towards First Nations businesses.
Senator, thank you for the question, and I might kick off, and Rebecca, if there's anything you'd like to say on it, please feel free. We are hugely conscious of the element of our mandate in and around Section 17, which talks to underrepresented groups in the community. As part of that, we absolutely want to be able to find and work with Indigenous groups where I think the NRF can make a difference to, again, their growth, their commercialisation of their business, and indeed I would be hopeful that we can also help introduce them to a broader network of investors to accelerate that growth as well. I think there are a number of ways we're going about that at this point in time, and certainly what I've seen in a number of, I'll call them sort of collaboration groups out there, like the banks and others, working closely. What I want us to be able to do is work closely with, their parts of their organisation that's also focused at Indigenous business to see how we can help and promote some of those opportunities as well. But Rebecca, you might just elaborate further if that's all right.
Happy to. Rebecca Mannon, Chief Operating Officer, National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Senator, thanks for your question. I think we consider First Nations businesses in a number of ways at the NRFC, and the first of those, of course, is through our investment process. Dr Manning indicated earlier the number of factors that we must have regard to when making investments, and certainly the representation of First Nations peoples is part of that consideration, so it is an important part of our investment process. In addition to that, we have kicked off a process of consultation with First Nations stakeholders. We're really keen to make sure that we understand exactly who we should be engaging with, broadening our network, and doing that in a really respectful way and a really deliberate way to make sure that we can really understand some of the things that you just mentioned around, what are the barriers and how might we as an organisation work to address those, either through our own processes or other outreach or partnerships and connections that we might be able to make as well. As part of that work, we're talking to other specialist investment vehicles and investors to learn from them about what they are doing. We know that a lot of work has already been undertaken in this space, so we're keen to learn as much as we can as a relative new organisation. So we're doing that, and then finally, we're considering our own operations, not just the investment process, but how we operate as an organisation and how we make sure that we are, for example, recruiting and thinking about diversity as we're recruiting people into the NRFC as well.
Practising what you preach. Thank you very much, and if you need assistance in that, happy to be of help.
Delighted. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr Gore, on your appointment. What are we actually reconstructing from?
So, thank you, Senator Bragg, for the question. In our name, we have the term Reconstruction Fund. I think we've been very clear in our purpose, what we're actually here for and what we're doing and the purpose.
Yep.
In terms of the name Reconstruction Fund, that was certainly provided to us once this the bill and it went through Parliament. So we've been given the name Reconstruction, but what we've done is taken and explained through all of our documentation what the purpose, the priority areas that we're focused at and what we're here for.
Okay. Do you have a policy about remaining politically neutral?
Senator, we see ourselves as a corporation. I report to the board of the corporation, and I would say yes, absolutely, we're politically neutral from that perspective. But we've got a very clear purpose, and we're going about executing that purpose.
Great. Who at the corporation is responsible for maintaining impartiality?
Senator, the governance of the organisation is such that there is a independent board. It comes under the NRFC Act. The board are, I think, very clear about their mandate, and I and the management team are very clear that on all things NRFC, we report to the board.
Okay, so would the department work with your corporation to provide the Minister's Office with a media release or a draft media release? Would that ever happen? Would that be appropriate?
Senator, I would have to potentially take that on notice, but I yeah. Oh, thanks.
So from the department's perspective, yes, we do engage with the NRFC when there are announcements to be made. Information is provided subject to the governance arrangements, and we have arrangements in place with the National Reconstruction Fund, as we do with other entities in the portfolio. And so information would be provided, and it would. We have a communications staff within the department that support the minister's announcements.
Okay. Isn't it an independent corporation?
Just as the CSIRO is independent as well, so it is a corporation that performs the functions as set out in the legislation. It is part of the portfolio. It supports the. It's a Commonwealth entity,
right.
So it provides information for press releases like all other entities of its type across the government.
So it would consult, or it might consult, the Minister's office before an announcement is made?
Yes.
It would. Okay. And do you think
it's
that...
not really consulting if it happens afterwards, Senator. Like,
well, it's an independent body. It's an independent body supposed to make up its own.
The proposition's too silly for words. The CFC, which your side of politics opposed and said would be a disaster, but you're heaping praise on recently. The National Reconstruction Fund, which you opposed every step of the way.
What are we reconstructing from?
The CSIRO. Well, I'll come to the your interest in the etymology of the word reconstruction. I don't know whether this is a sort of grammar school or an estimates committee, but of course the government makes announcements. The government is the government, Senator.
But this is an independent corporation, is it not?
When an institution...
Is this independent or not?
Senator Bragg.
That is set up for the purposes that it's been set up
Senator
for.
Bragg, if you keep intervening, I will suspend the committee, as I said I would, when we had a private meeting and when it became extremely necessary to have a discussion in that private meeting about behaviours.
So I guess what I'd say is, in response, Chair, is that you rarely rein in the Minister when he makes political speeches. The clerk made it very clear that estimates is not for political speeches.
I move that we suspend.
Yeah, I'm not going to have that commentary on my chairing either, Senator Bragg, so I suspend.
I'm very happy to do that.
The committee resumes. I'm going to ask the Secretariat to print a letter that's been provided to chairs during this estimates rounds from the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. And the letter states that over the course of the current Senate estimates hearings, the PWSS has observed behaviour by a small number of senators which is not respectful, courteous or aligned with the behaviour codes recently endorsed by the Parliament. It refers to the Behaviour Code for Australian Parliamentarians, setting out expectations on behaviour and how people should engage with each other in the course of the work that we all do. I note that I read out in the opening statement the behaviours that the code requires of all of us. I don't think anyone watching this committee over the last couple of days would think that senators in this committee are complying with these behaviours or with the behaviour code. And I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. That is an instruction that all chairs are giving as part of Parliamentary Workplace Support Services work to try to improve standards here on the committee. So I will table this letter. I will circulate it to committee members and ask that we all recommit not just to the behaviour code but also to agreements that have been made to deal with very difficult matters that have arisen over the last couple of days in our private meetings as well. In relation to the Minister's responses and the Deputy Chair's concerns around the Minister's responses, the Minister has the right to answer questions and a Senator may not like the answer that is given by the Minister, but the Minister is being relevant to the questions that are being asked. So the Minister should be heard in silence when he is giving his answers. And I'll just say again that if there are interjections, again, I will do what I said I was going to do before in previous discussions and what I have done in this latest iteration as well, and I will suspend the committee. So I think where we are now at is that a question was asked and the Minister was responding to that question. And if you have not concluded, the Minister has the call.
I think I might... Sorry, point of order. I'd like to either respond to that now or I'm happy to call a private meeting.
I'm happy to have another private meeting.
That's what we'll do then, because I'm not... let's have a private meeting.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm just going to give this to the Secretariat. What's the best way? Do you have a copy of that letter?
No, I don't actually.
I've got it.
You need to suspend, Jess.
Suspend. Minister.
Thank you. The question was asked half an hour ago, and I recall the question, and I'm proposing to deal with. I started dealing with the first part of it, but I think I'll ask the Secretary to use less colloquial and more precise language than I to describe the position of the National Reconstruction Fund and its relationship with the activities of the department more broadly and the government. In terms of the etymology of the word reconstruction, Senator, economic complexity is not the only measure of how fair or successful or resilient or safe an economy is, but it's not a bad start. And according to the Harvard Economic Complexity Index, the Australian economy, since the Howard government was elected in 1996, when we were 65th in the world, now in the most recent measure in 2022 puts us at 102 in the world. There's a very substantial decline. Over the course of the decade leading up to 2022, Australia declined 7 positions on that index. And we have been in a downward spiral on those questions. That has implications for our future growth because economic growth will be less if we don't arrest that decline. It has significant implications for household incomes. It has significant implications for our security in both hard and soft terms. And it has particular implications for productivity in the economy and a range of other measures which I would have thought you would have had some interest in. So in terms of reconstruction, apart from, of course, the significant events of the last decade, including the global financial crisis, the COVID pandemic, the changing geopolitical environment, this government was elected with the view that we needed to focus on the interests of Australians now, but also to build Australia's future. And that, if you're interested in the history of that term, and you've asked the question twice, so I suppose you want an answer. That is the relationship between the naming of this Commonwealth Corporation and the policy objective that the government is seeking to secure.
Fabulous, thank you. Now, is the corporation helping with preparation for question time?
So I might just position the corporation in the governance structure.
Yep.
So the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation is a corporate Commonwealth entity for the purposes of the Public Governance and Performance and Accountability Act. You asked about the connection for decisions.
Yep.
Under the Act, under the PGPA Act, one of the requirements is that ministers are kept informed of significant decisions. So investments by the corporation are judged to be significant decisions. Just as I mentioned, other corporate Commonwealth entities within the portfolio, ANSTO and CSIRO being 2, significant decisions are communicated to the shareholder ministers.
And that would include assisting at question time preparation?
So information may be requested of the department. We may request it of our portfolio entities. All of that support is done with the department. So the NRFC, you mentioned independence. The Act is very clear about the corporate governance structures, which is the board is appointed by the government. And the board appoints the CEO and other significant staff, and then investment decisions are made at arm's length from the government. But that is not the same as saying that the corporation, in all of its functions, is entirely independent of the government, because it is governed by the PGPA Act. Accountability is required to be accountable to Parliament, thus their attendance at estimates, required to provide information on their operation through budget processes and their significant decisions. So that's how it's positioned in a governance sense. So in some cases it's independent, in other cases it is not.
Supporting question time preparation is part of that?
So we do provide information to ministers and the government for the operation, and so, for example, if the minister was asked in Parliament for a question about the funding of NRF, then the expectation is that he would answer because it is a corporate Commonwealth entity. So
Okay.
there is information provided to ministers for question time, yes.
Who's the face of the NRF? Is there a face of the NRF?
Are we looking at
Is it the CEO?
Senator, the two, if you like, spokespeople for the NRF.
Yeah.
One of them is me, as the CEO,
Yeah.
and the other is the chairman, Martine Wilder.
Okay, and who makes the final calls on announcements in relation to investments? Is that something you do in conjunction with the Minister's office, or do you make that judgment yourself?
So, Senator, in terms of announcements, we're very much working with the counterparty or the company that we're investing in. They're going to have a significant say in terms of the timing of the announcement, and the announcement will be made when the various parties to the announcement are actually ready to do that. You can imagine there's lead times here, there's a lot of documentation that has to be completed, etc. And in our experience so far, there's also been a number of instances where there are other investors, private investment money coming in as well, and it's a matter of actually coordinating with that as well. We have been, I think, fortunate, and the portfolio companies have been fortunate as well, of having the Minister attend announcements.
Right.
And obviously the Minister needs to find out before the announcement to be able to attend the announcement.
Okay, are you aware of a circumstance where, before the first investment of the corporation, that the media outlet AU Manufacturing may have breached the embargo?
Senator, given that was before my time, I'll just get Rebecca Madden to answer that question,
thank you.
please.
Senator, I don't recall, no.
Do you want to take it on notice or look into it?
Happy to look into it, Senator.
Yeah, okay. What will happen in the caretaker period?
Senator, during the caretaker period, the NRFC will observe the caretaker conventions.
Well, what will that mean for you in a day-to-day sense?
Senator,
around investments in particular?
Around investments. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the caretaker conventions, as I understand them, allow for business as usual to continue. From the NRFC's point of view, we would continue to work with investee companies, undertaking due diligence and considering proposals that are with the corporation for assessment.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Look, thanks for your attendance today and the work you're doing. But I do have some questions in relation to the acquisition. Was it a $32 million capital acquisition in Harrison AI? Is that the amount?
Senator, that is the amount, yes.
And what was the nature of the investment?
Senator, I'll get Dr Manning to answer that specifically as our CIO.
It was an equity investment in Harrison AI in a Series C equity raise.
All right. And when you say an equity investment, did we get I don't think it's public. Is it publicly listed?
It is not publicly listed. It is a private company.
So what is our equity stake in the entity?
Those terms are commercial in confidence. If we disclose our percentage stakes, then people can back solve to other factors which are commercial in confidence.
Part of the investment guidance for the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation requires an analysis of compliance with legislative and regulatory requirements. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And requires, and when a proposal advances, and due diligence is done. The guidelines also require assessing the proposed investment in detail, including project, financial, legal, technical, environmental, social and governance bracket ESG risks.
Yes.
Yeah, was that done for Harrison AI?
Yes, it was.
Did the fund undertake an investigation of the circumstances in which Harrison AI obtained Australian patient data to train its models?
I will start by giving a brief overview of the investment process and where different analyses fit in our investment process.
Provided you come back to answer my question, I don't mind that digression.
Yes. The first step is to screen investment proposals for whether they are eligible and aligned with our Act and our mandate. The second step is about due diligence, and there are 3 separate stages to due diligence: an initial assessment, a phase 1 due diligence, and a phase 2 due diligence process. Throughout that, we look at all aspects of the company, which you just mentioned: financial, technical, environmental, social, and governance. And we are confident in the analysis that we did in Harrison AI, and we are confident in our investment.
Well, did you undertake an investigation of the circumstances in which Harrison AI obtained Australian patient data to train its AI models?
We did look at environmental, social and governance issues as part of the due diligence, and we are comfortable with our findings and comfortable with the investment.
Well, as part of that, did you review the evidence that shows that Harrison AI's chest X-ray model, for example, was trained on data taken from Australian patients by an organisation called IMED? Those patients were not, did not give consent for their medical data being used to train AI. Many of them were public patients. Many of them had the X-rays taken and the searches done while they could not have given consent because they were unconscious in a public hospital. Did you look at those risk factors when you invested in Harrison AI?
As I said, Senator, we looked at the environmental, social and governance factors, including data privacy, and we are comfortable with our findings.
Well, when you say you're comfortable with your findings, you're comfortable with the fact that IMED is the subject of an open investigation by the Privacy Commissioner because of the factors that I just put to you?
We are comfortable in the due diligence that we did in Harrison AI and the investment that we've made.
Well, you see, I'm asking you a very specific question, and it's quite frustrating when you won't address that question. Were you aware of the investigation by the Privacy Commissioner into the circumstances in which IMED obtained some of the most deeply personal medical information about Australian patients when you made the acquisition of Harrison AI?
We looked at all of the governance factors associated with Harrison AI, including data privacy and patient data, and we are comfortable with the processes that Harrison AI has in place, and we are comfortable with our investment.
Mr. Gall, as the Chief Executive Officer, was it brought to your attention at the time you and the board determined to spend $32 million of public money on Harrison AI that the core data that was used to train the Harrison AI model came from Australian patients without their consent and in circumstances where the privacy regulator is undertaking an urgent investigation into the company? Was that brought to your attention?
So, Senator, when the approval was put in place and the due diligence was done on Harrison AI, that was before my time as CEO. But when I did start at the organisation, it was the fact that there were concerns around privacy issues, and that had been considered through our due diligence process was brought to my attention. That's sort of after the fact.
Have you sought a review of whether it's appropriate to continue to have such a large stake of public money in a company where there are such very real concerns that Australians' privacy, and here we're talking about deeply private matters, chest X-rays, radiological records, deeply personal matters that were taken without their consent and fed into Harrison AI's AI model. do you think that's an appropriate investment by the public?
So, Senator, I think there was two questions in there. The first question was around what are we actually doing ongoing? And to answer that question first is that with all of our portfolio companies, we will continue to monitor, to look for issues, look for ways that we can make sure that we're obviously supporting the investment that this, Australian population, Australian taxpayers have made in these businesses. But there is, and building an ongoing, we call it an asset management function, to enable us to continually review any issues with the companies that we've invested in.
Have you reached out to the Privacy Commissioner to understand the nature of her investigation and the concerns that are live with the Privacy Commissioner to evaluate whether or not this is an appropriate continuing investment?
Senator, I would need to take that on notice. I don't know the answer to that question.
Don't you think you should?
I think that the way we've built our function, that issues of significance would get raised through the appropriate committees that are looking at each of our investments.
This investment was announced on the 29th of January 2025. Was that when the deal concluded, or had the deal concluded earlier than that?
Thanks for the question. So.
Yes, thank you. So as we mentioned before, once a deal is signed by the counterparties, then a deal can be announced. So the deal was signed very shortly before, and at that time we are comfortable that Harrison AI has fully complied with Australian privacy laws, and we came to that conclusion before investing.
Ms. Gould, as at the 29th of January, it was a matter on the public record, the investigation by the Privacy Commissioner of IMED, and it was a matter on the public record that Harrison AI had refused to respond to media inquiries about their acquisition and about the privacy concerns. Was that brought to your attention?
Senator, no, it wasn't. But I will say that was my second day at the organisation as well, and I wouldn't have necessarily have expected it to have been brought to my attention at that point.
Do you know if the fact of the Privacy Commissioner's investigation of IMED and the circumstances within which IMED fed that material into Harrison AI's model, was that raised with the board clearly?
Senator, I'd have to defer to my colleagues on that.
As I started by saying, we have 3 phases to the due diligence process: the initial assessment, the phase 1 and the phase 2 due diligence. And as part of those deep dive due diligences, aspects around data privacy were assessed in those papers. And
yes, but my question was the board briefed about the live privacy investigation by Australia's Privacy Commissioner of IMED, given that IMED had fed that material without patient consent into Harrison AI model? Was the board briefed of those facts?
The final paper, the investment paper, does go to the board, and ES&G, environmental, social and governance, including data privacy issues that we undertake during the due diligence process, are part of those papers.
Ms. Gore, I'm going to ask you if you can provide any clarity on whether or not the board was advised of the ongoing privacy investigation by the Privacy Commissioner of IMED, given that we know that IMED fed patient data into the Harrison AI model without patient consent. Do you know if the board was briefed on that before the acquisition?
Senator, I don't know if the board was briefed on that, but the reason I don't know is I wasn't there at that time.
Well, I'd ask, will you take it on notice and advise the committee of whether or not the board was briefed?
Yes, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Does anyone at the table know if the board was actually briefed about that?
I think he said he'll take
Yes.
it on notice.
Oh, sorry, but...
Yes.
Well,
as I mentioned, in the Phase 1 and Phase 2 due diligence papers, it covers E, S and G aspects, including data privacy, and we did a fulsome review, and that would have been covered in the governance part in Phase 1 and Phase 2 due diligence.
Well, you see, I'm hearing a lot of imperfect language would have, general statements about ESG. I'm asking a very specific question. If the fact of the Privacy Commissioner's ongoing investigation of IMED was clearly and unambiguously brought to the board's attention before $32 million of public money was invested in Harrison AI. And is
data privacy issues were covered in the final Phase 2 paper, which does go to the board.
So,
Mr. Gall, I'd ask you to take that on
Senator,
notice.
let's take that on notice and we'll answer your question.
Were you also aware, regarding data for Harrison AI's chest X-ray data, that an academic paper published by Harrison AI's staff claims that its chest X-ray model was trained on Stanford chest X-ray data, which, according to the university, is not permitted for commercial use? Was the board advised of that?
Senator, there will be lots of very detailed elements that I think will have clearly gone into the due diligence process. But again, our process would have looked at those, but would have looked also at the overall opportunity that Harrison AI has as well, and on balance and properly recognising the risks and issues and opportunity here. The decision was obviously made to continue. One of the things, Senator, I have done is looked at our investment process, and I do think it's a thorough, I think it's a good process. We need to keep ensuring that it is entirely fit for purpose, but from what I've seen, what Mary and her very professional team have taken me through, I think we have a good investment process in place today.
Before I raise this with you now, were you aware of the fact that the Privacy Commissioner has an ongoing live review into IMED, and that IMED had fed that data, the subject of that review, into the Harrison AI model? Were you aware of that before I raise it with you today, Mr. Gall?
Senator, I wasn't aware of the Privacy Commissioner issue with IMED.
Well, so then how can you be satisfied about the thoroughness of the investigations done by your team when the first time you find out about it is not from your team, but from myself in a Senate estimates hearing? How can you be satisfied with the thoroughness?
Well, with respect, Senator, he's undertaken to take it on notice. I've conducted a quick look myself at what's publicly available, which was no doubt the same information has been provided to you. There is, in September, a series, at least one media article, which says that the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner the article says, at that qualification, that the Privacy Commissioner is engaging with IMED. Not clear to me whether that's an investigation that relates to this company as well. You assert, I don't think you have asserted that it is. I think you're asserting that investigations in relation to IMED providing data. I think it's reasonable, given that the CEO is recently appointed, for him to take those questions on notice. It's not. I don't think that's an unreasonable position to take.
Minister, I'm not in any way cavilling with the CEO taking certain aspects on notice, but you heard the CEO say that he was very satisfied with the rigour of the investment, the investigations for investment.
I heard him say two things. I heard him say that he was very satisfied, and I heard him qualify that, as I would expect him to, by saying that, they are a new organisation. They will continue to, I can't remember the exact words he used, but continue to evolve their approach.
You then heard the CEO say that this was the first time that this potentially significant issue about a $32 million investment had been brought to his attention.
Well, you say potentially significant. He's taken it on notice.
Well, do you think it's significant, Minister?
Well, I think I have only heard your assertions and read what's available to me on the wrong side of the paywall, an article on the internet. I don't form views that quickly.
Well, I can't speak for your Google search. These concerns are real. They are detailed.
You say so, Senator, but he's taken it on notice, and that's utterly reasonable.
Mr. Gall, will you be undertaking or causing to be undertaken a review of the potential risks to the Commonwealth and the circumstances within which this $32 million investment was made? Now you're aware of the ongoing Privacy Commissioner review?
So consistent with my offer to take that on notice and come back to you, I'll make sure that we do that.
And you're aware that one of the key investment factors that the fund is required to take into account is not acting in a way that is likely to cause damage to the Commonwealth's reputation. Do you think that if the concerns raised about IMED, acquiring patient data, radiological data without their consent and feeding them into Harrison AI are made true, that clearly that might impact on your obligation to not act in a way that causes damage to the Commonwealth's reputation?
I just don't think that's a question that anybody could reasonably answer, Senator Shoebridge, and you know it.
Well, then,
that is an assertion has been made.
I'll phrase it differently.
It is the subject of an investigation. Yep. Let's see where all of that goes. There's a temporal question here about who knew what, when, and was the fund approaching this completely correctly? Well, you're free to interrogate that. The fund has said that they'll come back to you on notice about those questions, but it's pretty difficult to answer a question about something that may or may not happen in the future.
Well, we've had the temporal question answered broadly. I mean, you answered part of it in a 3-minute Google search, knowing that there were clearly articles.
There's an
written.
article.
Let me finish.
There's an article.
There were articles written about this on the public record in September, and yet the fund made the acquisition a few days before the 29th of January this year. So the temporal question's been answered, hasn't it?
No, it has not.
Oh, okay.
There's a series of assertions that you've made, a series of assertions that are in an article. The Chief Investment Officer has said that these are the matters that they deal with during the due diligence process, but they have taken that on notice. I think going through, there are very sound reasons, given the imponderable nature of some of the assertions that are made, for these things to be taken on notice, and they have.
Well, I'll just read onto the record what's come from the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, which is obviously the office within which the Privacy Commissioner sat. It said in September they were making preliminary inquiries at that stage into IMED. Companies must have a clearly expressed and up-to-date policy about their management of personal information, take reasonable steps to notify individuals of how their personal information is used, and can only use or disclose personal information for the primary purpose which it was collected. The spokesperson went on and said the data collected could be used for a reasonably expected secondary purpose, but that, and I'll quote again, given the unique characteristics of AI technology, the significant harms that may arise from its use, and the level of community sound concern around the use of AI, in many cases it may be difficult to establish that such a secondary use was within reasonable expectations. Now, Mr. Gall, that was all available to the board and your organisation months before the investment was made. Was that brought to the attention of the board? And assume you'll take it on notice.
Well,
and I think
it
that's
has to. I mean, you're reading from
And
something somewhere.
I assume you'll take it on notice, but were those concerns of the Privacy Commissioner directly taken to the board?
Thank you.
So, again, we'll make sure that we address that when we come back on notice for that question.
I note the time.
Does that conclude questions for the National Reconstruction
No.
Fund Corporation? Oh, you've got questions. Okay. Just a moment. Yeah. Do you want to go for 10 minutes and then take the dinner break and release them? I think so. We're in a position, I think, to give you the call, Senator Cox. I think you said you only need 5 to 10, and then we'll delay the dinner break if the minister hasn't made different arrangements. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask some questions in relation to the investment in Nolan Mines for Arafura? So I don't know if that's you, Ms Manning. I just wanted some clarity, and like Senator Shoebridge, was that an equity investment?
It is an investment commitment of $200 million in an equity-like instrument.
Okay, what's the equity stake that we have?
So this particular instrument is a convertible note. That's why it's called equity-like or a hybrid. At certain times during the investment's life, it looks more like a debt instrument, so a note. And then obviously once a convertible note converts, then it looks like equity.
Okay.
Or it is equity.
Now, just to confirm, this is on top of the $840 million that was given to Arafura Rare Earths Metal Project in March 2024. Is that correct?
So this is a convertible note, which is from the National Reconstruction Fund, which is separate from funding from other entities, including other Commonwealth entities.
It's the government have already given 840. So I know that the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation has given the 200 million, but previously there has been 840 million that's been given to Arafura Rare Earths. Is that correct, Minister? Someone from the department, Ms Quinn?
So I haven't got my team here that look after the exact numbers, so I'm happy to take it on notice, or when they're here from the Critical Minerals team, they can provide that information.
In relation to the share of the 200 million for the National Reconstruction Fund, it's been quoted by your chair, Mr Wilder, that the money would go into helping Arafura build its rare earths refining capacity and infrastructure. Can you explain what that means to the folks that are listening out there tonight?
Yes. So this is an investment, and it's $200 million. The current site and the ore body is approximately 138 kilometres north of Alice Springs, but it is currently an ore body. So there is two phases to the project. One is the construction, and then after its constructed...
So construction of the mine, is that...?
No, construction of the infrastructure and the processing facility for the mine. So part of our investment, that is the use of funds from our investment, is to develop this project over its life cycle.
Okay, so it's essentially to get it up and running, and it's in two phases. Did you say?
Well, there are multiple phases, but one is obviously to get the project up and running, and then there's various phases in the flow chart of Arafura for the processing, and then there's also another phase in terms of getting those products to market.
Okay. How did this amount be arrived at? So who did the numbers for it?
The investment team did the numbers, but...
Sorry? Your investment team?
The investment team at the National Reconstruction Fund.
Okay.
But perhaps I could give some background in terms of how these projects work. Obviously, there is a mix between debt and equity, and the debt financing had been largely agreed before. Arafura is a publicly listed company, so there is a lot of information on the ASX in terms of the timing of the debt financing being concluded. But in a project like this, it makes sense to have a mixture of debt and equity. And so we have made the $200 million equity commitment. And then there is still additional equity commitments that need to be raised in the market from strategic investors, from other institutional investors, and from retail investors in order to have the complete amount of money that is required for this project to kick off.
Which I'm sure Ms Reinhardt won't have any problem in raising any of that money. And I see the ASICs have been notified in relation to the securing of some of that investment. Is there any return on this investment for the public?
Yes, there is.
Do we know how much?
There is on the ASX the disclosure in terms of the part of the convertible note when it is a note. In terms of the overall return, it would depend at the time when the note converts into equity, the share price of Arafura's shares at that time.
Okay. Was the NRFC aware of the environmental breach that that Arafura had declared in their 2024 annual report? And did they take any of this into consideration into making a $200 million investment on the back of $840 million to one of the richest women in Australia who has shares in this? Did you take into consideration that there was no, that they put at low risk cultural heritage, that their EPs were not complete, and that we are talking about self-monitoring of groundwater in that location? All so we can just tip money into there. Did NRFC actually do their due diligence? Did you talk to DQ and other parts of the government to see very clearly that this assessment should not have been rushed through, that you should have made sure, because they were actually fined for that? Was that something that the National Reconstruction Fund actually knew about?
Yes, as part of our due diligence, as I mentioned in the previous line of questioning, we have robust environmental, social and governance analysis. I believe
so, Ms Manning, we feel, NRFC feels quite secure.
Senator Cox, just consistent with everything, I'll just let Dr Manning conclude her answer and then come back to you.
Thank you,
Dr Manning.
Chair.
Yes, the NRFC reviewed the EPBCA Act fine, which I believe was approximately $16,000, and we are satisfied that Arafura took the corrective actions and that we are comfortable with this going forward.
Ms Manning, they called it an administrative error. I don't think they took the correct action in relation to ensuring that their paperwork was completed. They had a plan in place, and I'm pretty sure in a high-stressed water area like Alice Springs, in the central Australia, where we already have a multitude of water licences that have been handed out by the Northern Territory Government, that people living in this area would have a very, very different view. Do you agree?
We did the analysis, as I mentioned, and we think that they have taken the corrective action. We did on-the-ground technical due diligence, and we are comfortable with our investment commitment in Arafura.
Did you talk to any of the local traditional owner groups about this?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, given that Arafura have declared that they would employ a 20% workforce to work at Nolan's mine, has there been any due diligence around the actual capability for that to happen, given that the federal government is tipping money into Alice Springs as part of their Central Australia agenda? Is there any capacity, because we know the constant failure of employment targets in RAPs across this country, where First Nations people don't want to work for mining companies. I don't know if that's a news flash for anyone here, but they don't. They see that as destruction of their country. So do they have the capability to be able to achieve that target?
As part of our Phase 2 due diligence, we do an impact assessment. Part of the impact assessment looks at the Section 17 aspects of our Act, one of which is creating economic opportunity for historically disadvantaged people, including women, people of disability and First Nations, and that analysis was undertook as part of our Phase 2 due diligence.
Does that include a vulnerability index?
I would have to take that on notice. It is not a metric that we typically use in our Phase 2 due diligence.
Right. Thank you, Ms Manning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Cox. That concludes the questions the committee has for the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. Thank you very much, Mr Gall and team, for appearing, answering our questions. You go with our thanks. Thank you. The committee is now suspended until 6:45 for dinner, when we will return with Outcome 1, Program 1.3. We are suspended. The committee resumes. The committee resumes with DISA Outcome 1 Program 1.2, which includes Australia's chief scientist. And we'd like to congratulate you, Professor, on your appointment. We look forward to your appearances at the committee going forward. We thank you for the work that you've done and that you will do in the role. And if there's no remarks here, Ms Quinn will proceed straight to questions for Outcome 1 Program 1.2, and I'll go to Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks everyone for coming along this evening. My first questions tonight will go to PsyQuantum, which I don't think will be of surprise to anyone. Is it the Australian Government's position that its contract with PsyQuantum will result in Australia building the world's first quantum computer in Brisbane?
So that is the intent. So PsyQuantum has been supported by funding from the Australian Government to progress their development of a quantum computer. They have set out their intentions and we look forward to supporting them.
Mm-hmm. What date does the government expect that computer will be operational?
So this is a matter for PsyQuantum as a company with multiple investments and technological milestones to progress. They have indicated in their publications that they expect the facility that they're building in Queensland to be up and running towards the end of 2027.
End of 2027. You say that's a matter for PsyQuantum. It's the Australian Government's funding, though.
It's partly funded, but it's funded by a whole series of other funders as well. So Australian Government is part of the funding, the Commonwealth Government, Queensland Government, but then other private entities.
Mm-hmm.
So they are a company that they work through their technical milestones. Quantum technology is a new field, so nobody can be absolutely definitive about when things will come available because there's a sequence of steps that they need to work through. So they've given their intention and exactly when it happens will depend on them meeting their technological milestones.
And sorry, refresh my memory, what is the total dollar figure of federal government funding that is being expended on an intention to build a quantum computer?
So I can... Do you want to go?
Senator Helen Wilson, Deputy Secretary, Science and Technology Group. The Australian Government has invested $463.3 million.
Mm-hmm. 463. And I'm correct in saying it's about the same in terms of contribution from the Queensland State Government as well, which is how we get to the close to $1 billion. Okay. What is the current status of the project?
So the status of the project is that they're working through the steps they need to be able to...
So when you, Ms Quinn, when you say they, do you mean PsyQuantum?
Yes. Sorry. So that the company is working through its investment plans and its technological milestones and all the steps that they need to do along their journey to building the first to putting together their technology. They have opened head office in Brisbane. They've made agreements with the state, with Queensland universities in terms of technological sharing and capability, and they have opened a testing facility at Griffith University to start testing the components of the computer. They're all steps along the way, and they're in the process of working through all the approval processes for the facility.
We'll get to those approval processes, but you say working through technological milestones. Have they met any of those milestones yet?
So they have met the technological milestones. They through their lifespan as a company, they've had series of technical milestones, and it's my understanding they've met all of those technical milestones through their processes.
So, sorry, are they milestones that the department has required PsyQuantum to reach as part of your agreement with them?
So some of those were prior to the Commonwealth's investment in the arrangement. So through due diligence, we were able to ascertain what their milestones were and whether they'd met them and things like that through the due diligence process. In terms of the subsequent steps, I'd have to just check where we're up to on the technical milestones.
Yep, they are keeping us up to date, as you would expect, with all their latest developments. I would also note the US DARPA has recently, again, made an announcement about its assessment of PsiQuantum and where the US DARPA feels that PsiQuantum is up to. I would draw your attention, Senator, to an announcement that PsiQuantum has actually made today. There was an article in the journal Nature.
I'm aware.
So we're in regular contact with the company, and we work with our colleagues in the United States through DARPA as they also undertake assessments of where PsiQuantum are up to on their technical milestones.
So just to be very clear, have any milestones been achieved since the funding was announced on the 30th of April last year?
In terms of technical milestones, I'll take that on notice. Some of that will be commercial in confidence, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Where are we at with the planning approvals process for the project? I had a conversation with infrastructure one day this week. I couldn't tell you exactly when, given it's Thursday night. Because obviously they will need to receive a planning approval from Brisbane Airport, given that's where we're building this computer. And they said that they hadn't received anything from Brisbane Airport yet. So what is your department's understanding of where the planning application process is at?
Senator, you're absolutely correct. It's the Department of Infrastructure that administers that legislation and that process. We certainly have been in what I would say are preliminary conversations with both PsiQuantum and the Infrastructure Department as they go through that process. So we talk to PsiQuantum, we talk to our infrastructure colleagues to make sure PsiQuantum are aware of exactly how the process works, and there's been preliminary conversations that we've had.
And you don't have any conversations with the airport itself because it's technically infrastructure's
the Department
part
of
to manage
Infrastructure
that.
administers it. You're absolutely correct.
And we do understand there's been exchange of information. The Act that the Department of Infrastructure goes under has a sequence and series of titles. So, for example, the word draft means something specific in the legislation, but there has been an exchange of information to facilitate the subsequent processes, like they do with other entities.
So my understanding is that we're not even at the formal draft application stage with infrastructure at the moment.
So we're not at the formal draft as it is in the legislation, but there has been exchange of information.
And so it's the department's understanding that it will be PsiQuantum submitting a planning application as well, or purely
it's Brisbane Airport who deal with the Department of Infrastructure process. So PsiQuantum works with the Brisbane Airport. The Brisbane Airport work with the because they're the ones that are regulated.
Has there been any request at this point in time from your department to expedite any element of that planning application process?
So we've provided information about how the process works, but they're under the Act, it's entirely the Department of Infrastructure's regulatory duties.
So there's been no direction from the minister or anything like that to.
So we have no regulatory oversight of the process, so it's not something that would ever come up.
When are you expecting the sod turn to occur on the PsiQuantum project?
PsiQuantum have said on their website that they're expecting to break ground in 2025.
2025. That's this year. It's my understanding that the planning application process that infrastructure administers takes, at least sort of in the 6 to 9 month, but more realistically the 12+ month period. Do you think they're on track to turn sod in 2025 if we haven't even got the application process formally underway yet?
It's a matter for the Department of Infrastructure and Brisbane Airport. They have a sequence of processes that can be done consecutively. They don't always have to stack up. It depends on the nature So I don't have a professional view on the veracity or the timing. The PsyQuantum is investing a great deal of effort in it. They've got people working on it, doing the process and doing everything we can see that they need to do. But they are in a regulatory process, and it'll go through in the usual course of events.
And it's one of the reasons, if I might add, Secretary Senator, that PsyQuantum has been in these preliminarily early conversations with the department so that they can be in a position to not only meet the statutory timeframes but really make sure that they're providing the right information that's required.
Has PsyQuantum conveyed to you any expectation of when the planning application will be submitted?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, just because, again, it is the Department of Infrastructure's process. They certainly haven't indicated to me, but I will take that on notice and just check with some of the staff.
I might rephrase the question just to see if I get a slightly different answer, because I am interested in this. Does the department have an understanding of when the planning application will be submitted?
We have yes, we would have what I would call a good understanding of how this should play out over the next week, 2 weeks, months, but I don't have an exact date. No, I will take it on notice.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I am a little concerned. I know that PsyQuantum have said in media reports that they think the first construction work will take place before July this year, which seems consistent with that 2025 milestone that you referenced. How is that going to be possible if Infrastructure's aviation group hasn't received the application yet?
As I understand it, each submission is unique. They have a series of steps they go through. I don't believe they've given a specific time frame. So Brisbane Airport, I believe, is very experienced at dealing with the process. I imagine they know exactly what they need to submit. PsyQuantum is working closely with them, and they'll go through the process.
What exactly is happening at the site in Brisbane Airport at this point in time? Apart from planes taking off, I accept that, sorry, in relation to the quantum computer.
I thought there'd be in relation to it. I'm not that close to the on-the-ground components, and so we may or may not know either. I mean, at this point, what we're doing is making sure that people understand the processes, that we don't have a regulatory role in this process, and so we're not the lead on anything to do with that. And so we are engaging with the company for other elements of our relationship with them. But on this, the relationship is PsyQuantum to the Brisbane Airport Corporation and them into the regulatory process. And so we may or may not know all the intricate details about what they're doing, because it's not something that we're required to know, and it might be inappropriate for us to know elements that are not related to our functions.
But do you have any concerns that there's a chance that the approval won't be granted for possibly 9 months? That doesn't stack up with getting sod turned in 2025.
So the project has a whole series of processes. They're working through them. It's the intent. They are moving on other aspects of the arrangements, including technological MOUs, working with the ecosystem of quantum scientists to be able to build that capability. So they are operating on several different fronts, all of which need to come together to be able to set up the facility and operate the technological achievements that they're talking about. So we are monitoring what they're doing. The sequence and timing is important, as in any project, but at this stage they're working through the processes.
It's a lot of stars that are going to have to align, though, to start building this thing or start sod turning on this by mid-2025.
I am not an expert in planning processes. I don't have a personal opinion.
Okay. I'm sure you're aware of some of PsyQuantum's other work worldwide in this space. You wouldn't have given them the contract otherwise. Are you aware of the quantum computer that they're building in Chicago?
Yes, we are aware of the arrangements.
Has your department received a briefing from PsyQuantum regarding that project?
yes, we have had discussions with them about what their intentions are and the support they're receiving from not just from the United States, but we do receive information as an investor on their plans.
Mm-hmm. When did you first receive a briefing from PsyQuantum on the Chicago project?
We might have to take that on notice and go back, because it was at the time that they had struck the deal with the Chicago. There was several entities, so we would have received the information at that time.
Mm-hmm. Minister, has the minister you are representing received a briefing from PsyQuantum regarding the Chicago project?
Having heard what the department said, I'll just take that question on notice as well.
Thank you, Minister. Has PsyQuantum briefed the department on the status of that Chicago project, or the milestones that project is progressing through?
Senator, yes. I meet regularly, it's approximately once a month, with very senior PsyQuantum staff in the United States. I recall that we last had a conversation about Chicago probably 6 weeks, 2 months ago, but I'll take it on notice and get the exact date. In those monthly catch-ups that I have, we cover a range of topics, and Chicago has come up.
Mm-hmm. Has PsyQuantum briefed you on what approvals have been granted for the Chicago project? What are the timeframes for commencement, completion of the Chicago project?
Not in detail, no.
Now, it's been publicly reported that planning approval was given for the Chicago project by the Chicago Planning Commission on the 22nd of November last year, and by the relevant City Council for the Quantum Park on the 13th of December last year. Are you aware of those approvals?
Yes, I've seen the media reporting.
I was about to say, were you aware of them because of the media reporting, or were you aware of them because PsyQuantum told you about them? But I think you've answered that. When do you understand PsyQuantum will begin building their computer in Chicago?
I will take that on notice. And again, when you say building a computer, apologies, it gets a little technical. PsyQuantum have been clear they will build the world's first fault-tolerant quantum computer in Brisbane by the end of 2027. But there are various other ways they can do testing and what they call beta. So I'm going to take that on notice because I haven't met with them in the last month, so I haven't got the most up-to-date information.
So what's the department's understanding of what PsyQuantum is building in Chicago?
I will take that on notice because, again, as I said, things have moved since I probably last met with them. But they are certainly building the world's first fault-tolerant quantum computer in Brisbane by the end of 2027. I will ask staff to get me the more technical information that we last received from PsyQuantum in relation to the computer that they will build in Chicago.
But can you confirm that they are building a quantum computer in Chicago?
I will take that on notice because it does get quite technical quite quickly. So if you give me some time, I'll get the staff to just step out exactly what the difference is. But it is to do with size, scale, compute, and the way they characterise it. I do not want to mischaracterise what PsyQuantum are doing in Chicago.
Okay. If they're not building a computer, what are they building?
We've taken the question on notice, and we're happy to provide what we can within the constraints of commercial confidentiality.
Yeah, thank you. I was about to go there.
Is there a chance that we could get a bit of clarity on that question tonight?
We will do our best.
Okay. If that's the case, I might move forward to a slightly different topic, and we'll come back to this Chicago question later. My understanding is that you've launched a review into your probity activity in relation to this contract. Is that correct?
No. We've undertaken. If this is in relation to the What's on Oz tender, what we're doing is a lessons learnt exercise, as we do for all major projects that we undertake on the project, which is focused on what we have done and the processes within the department, so that we learn lessons for other projects that we might undertake in the future. So we do this for all kind of projects that we do, and so it's not specifically looking at probity, it's looking at our arrangements through the course of the due diligence and finalisation of the decisions of government.
So, sorry, is that review only looking at the due diligence and the finalisation of the contract, or is it looking further back than that to the procurement of it?
To the procurement of
the vendor?
Secretary, if I might, and Senator, because I'm responsible for the internal review, I would characterise it more as a department, we're trying to just capture what I would call best practice and lessons learned from how we undertook the project. We're not reviewing any contracts or procurement per se. We're looking at how did we as a department, certainly looking at our obligations under the Public Government's Performance and Accountability Act, provide the best advice to government. So how internally did we as a department get the right staff, undertake the due diligence? It is an internal way for us to learn lessons and capture some of that best practice.
When was it decided that you would undertake this review?
So we have a standard practice if we're doing a major project that we'll have an evaluation or review at the end of it. It's part of the project cycle. So at the very start, the intention was always to do an internal review, as we do on every other major project.
Okay, let me ask that a different way. When did you start doing this review?
I can confirm that we contracted McGrath Nicol to do the work in October 2024.
October 2024.
But we would have made a decision to do that right back at the very start of the project. But not that particular procurement. We would have waited till the project was at a sufficient stage to be able to review and assess.
Yes, so what was the sufficient stage? What was that? How did you know that you were at the sufficient stage where you could initiate the review?
So in this case...
What's the trigger?
Beg your pardon, Secretary. It was following the government's final decision.
To award the contract to Psyquantum?
To invest
in
Psyquantum,
yeah.
Sorry. That was the 30th of April last year, though, am I right? October 2024 was 6 or so months after that.
So there's various steps that we go through. We were originally going to do this work through our internal auditors as part of our audit program, because it's part of our regular work. But there was a conflict issue, so we needed to go out for other people to be able to do the work.
What was the conflict issue?
I can take it on notice, but it was our internal auditors were doing work associated with the Psyquantum company, and so we didn't want...
Sorry, as in your internal auditor is contracted to work for the Psyquantum company, or your internal auditor was looking at another project somewhere in government that...
No, the internal auditor had commercial links with Psyquantum elsewhere in their entity.
Yes.
And so we didn't use them, so we went out to an external provider. Otherwise, we would have used our internal auditing processes.
Who's your internal auditor?
McGrath Nicol.
No.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
I was going to say that the conflict was not well managed, if that's the case.
That's no.
Let me. I don't want to misspeak, so I'll just check.
Could you also, while you're checking that, Ms. Quinn, check when your internal auditor was last appointed?
I can ask for that to see whether someone can provide that information. Yeah. Do you want me to come? I'll ask and come back.
I'll keep going then. So you had to go out to market for the review because your internal auditor couldn't do it. How long did it take you to go to market?
I'm not sure.
No, I'll take that on notice.
It just seems interesting to me that the decision to invest was made at the end of April 2024, but...
There were still sequences and steps in terms of finalising. I mean, things don't kind of stop on a dime. So, and we're in an ongoing relationship. So, this was scheduled in with other work, etc. So there's no mystery from my perspective on the sequence and the timing. Would we have liked it a bit earlier? Yes, because we would have started it a bit earlier if we hadn't have had to go out to market.
Okay. When do you expect McGrath-Nichols will complete this review?
I will take that on notice. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the procurement in front of me, but it shouldn't take too long. And again, I would note that as Ms Quinn, the Secretary, has indicated, we've continued to be capturing some of the lessons learned and best practice the whole way through. So we're feeding that already into McGrath-Nichols process.
I know that you obviously haven't dealt with an investment similar to this before, but usually speaking, for a project of this size and complexity, how long would you expect that a lessons learned review to take?
Not having done a lessons learned of a project like this, I'm reluctant to provide an opinion. But as I said, I'm confident that the whole way through, have we been capturing best practice? Have we had internal conversations about the lessons that we've learnt along the way? Mm-hmm. So I don't expect it to take months and months and months, but I'll take it on notice.
Again, on notice as well, if we would be able to have the terms of reference for the review, that would be useful. And I would also be interested to know, and again, if you could provide this information tonight, that would be ideal, what the fees are to McGrath-Nichols to undertake this review.
I can give you the contract value now. Senator,
oh, wonderful.
Helps.
Let's do that.
It's 109,890.
109,890.
So 109,890.
So we have two providers in terms of our internal audit. KPMG is one, and they renewed their contract in 2023. Mm-hmm. And we're just getting the second one. So we have different auditors for different purposes. So I'm just waiting for the second one to come.
Okay. We might come back to that as well. I'm interested to know if you have two internal auditors, why the other one, the one that wasn't conflicted with PsyQuantum, couldn't do this project.
It could well have been just to do with workload, but...
Sure. Moving on to another element of the project, non-disclosure agreements. There have been a few of those signed in relation to this project and the procurement process that you went through and the EOI process that you went through. Is that correct?
So the expression of interest process did have non-disclosure agreements, yes. Mm-hmm. That's fairly standard practice.
Mm-hmm. It's my understanding that PsyQuantum signed an NDA as well. Is that correct?
They did, yes.
Yes. Did they sign that NDA at the same time that the EOI applicants signed one, or did they sign it earlier?
I think they might have done it earlier.
They did it earlier. I will get you the date, Senator.
Thank you.
We have two auditors because we have a panel arrangement to ensure we don't have capture.
Okay. If you've got a panel arrangement of internal auditors, I'm sure it would have been relatively easy to figure out the conflict issue with one and go with the other, though. Isn't that one of the points of having the panels?
So we went through the process of finding the best way to get this service. So we can take on notice the ins and outs of all the processes, but there was a discussion with our internal audit process, our auditors, an assessment about the best way forward, and then there was approach to market, and then we received it. We were very conscious about ensuring that we followed, actual and perceived conflicts as we do in all the things we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Back to the EOI process then. So PsyQuantum signed an NDA early. Do you have a date for that?
I'm getting it for you, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Ms Wilson. And then the EOIs, the EOI applicants had to sign NDAs in relation to that process as well. And do you have a date for that?
I will get that to you, Senator.
Would it be fair to say that PsyQuantum signed, I think we've discussed this, but PsyQuantum signed their NDA before the EOI applicants signed theirs?
Yes.
Is it the same NDA?
I don't think so, because there were different attributes. The people who were providing the information through the expressions of interest had one only related to the expression of interest. The one that we had with PsyQuantum that we also signed as a Commonwealth would have been potentially broader.
What was that? Sorry, Ms.
It would have been broader, covering
Why
other
is that the
aspects.
case?
Because the expression of interest was asking a set of questions, and the due diligence process that we undertook over time with PsyQuantum was answering those questions and other questions. It was a sequence and series of discussions.
So, sorry, you've got, let's say there's 10 questions that you want PsyQuantum to answer, and of those 10, you've said 5 you want the EOI applicants to answer. I'm using those numbers for ease of expression. Why bother going out to the EOI process for those 5 questions if PsyQuantum's apparently looking at them anyway?
So what the EOI process was designed to do was to test the market for the capability to be able to produce the capability that the government was interested in investing in. So that process was designed through whole of government processes, building on the standard process for expression of interest. And so we went through that process. It was designed in concert with the technical advisory panel, the interdepartmental committee, including our Department of Finance colleagues who look after these processes in conjunction for other portfolios. So we designed that process with that in mind to test the market, and that's what we did.
Why then was PsyQuantum doing more than what was asked by the EOI applicants before a decision had been taken?
Because in the sequence and steps of the process, PsyQuantum had approached the government back quite a number of, I think, years even before, and so there was a kind of set of information provided. We were in a process. The subsequent kind of breadth of the discussion with PsyQuantum was broader than the expression of interest process because it covered all sorts of additional information as you get to the commercial negotiation aspects of any deal. So the expression of interest process covered the expression of interest. If any of those companies had been selected to go forward, they would have had to sign, as you would in any commercial negotiation, an additional NDA to cover the commercial negotiation phase. So there was a sequence of events through this process over many months, and so we did not require the expression of interest companies to have the same breadth of coverage because it would be onerous on them to start with in terms of their processes, and if they'd subsequently been selected to go forward in a subsequent process, then we would renegotiate with them.
So just
purely on a regulatory burden basis.
Just so I'm very clear here, were you undertaking commercial negotiations with PsyQuantum before your EOI process?
No, we were in discussions about their capability, their proposals, and doing due diligence processes. But no decision had been taken. There was a proposal the government was considering. No decisions had been taken. The decision was to go out to the market and test the availability of others, as we would do in any situation like this. So there was as previous estimates have said, there was a proposal brought to the government. The government did many stages of due diligence as part of that, and based on the quantum strategy as well, which the government was reviewing as it was going through. So they were interested in evaluating what capability there was in the Australian and international market to deliver the sorts of investments the government was interested in. So there was all these steps. One of them was to test the market more broadly than what PsyQuantum was offering.
But seemingly you were only testing the market on a small portion of what you'd already been...
No, that's not the correct interpretation of what I said. Okay. You asked about the breadth of the EOI, of the non-disclosure agreement, and that was targeted at the EOI so that it wasn't
onerous on the companies in terms of being able to participate in the expression of interest. So we were not, we hadn't narrowed the scope or anything. The scope of the EOI was as we've published the kind of the EOI publicly. That was the intention of the government wished to see that information, and that's what we sought through the EOI process, and that was evaluated through subsequent due diligence processes from a technical perspective and capability perspective, and then subsequent decisions were taken by government.
Senator Chandler, I'll come back to you. Yeah. I just wanted to intervene for a moment and say that we were due to go to the next portfolio, which is resources, about 3 hours ago, and this has been a half hour block of questions that you're engaged in. How much more time do you think you need here?
I definitely need some more time, Chair, but if you want to move, I would...
About 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, a bit more than that, I think,
right,
on
okay.
this topic.
Okay.
But I am trying...
You're conscious of time?
Yeah, absolutely conscious of time.
Thank you, Senator Chandler.
If I could just, to close out the auditor question that you asked. So KPMG do our internal audit and EY do our managed initiated reviews. So we have that's the split of responsibilities.
Okay, thank you for that. I will endeavour to be efficient, Chair, because I recognise that you've got other things to do and I've got other colleagues who would like to ask questions later on in the program. So just on the NDA, the NDA that PsyQuantum signed, was that a standard NDA?
Senator, if I might just jump in and certainly confirm that the NDA that PsyQuantum signed was on the 21st of March, 2023.
Yes.
And due to some of the commercial in confidence nature of some of the things in the NDA, I will take it on notice, but I wouldn't characterise it necessarily as standard, but I will take it on notice.
Okay. But it is different to the NDA that the EOI applicants...
And that's we've previously provided these sort of these timelines on the notice, but we did a stage 1 due diligence with PsyQuantum joint with the Queensland Government in February to May 2023.
Yep.
And Senator, if I can just confirm too, just so we've got it on the record, though I think we've done this before. In terms of the EOI process, we invited 21 companies to participate on the 11th of August 2023, and the EOI closed on the 11th of September 2023.
Yep. Why would the NDA be commercial in confidence when you weren't undertaking commercial negotiations with PsyQuantum?
I didn't say it was commercial in confidence. I said due to some of the commercial in confidence discussions, I wouldn't characterise it as a standard NDA, but I've taken it on notice to get back to you in terms of the type of NDA they signed.
Okay. I'm just moving through my questions here. Are you able to table a copy of the NDA that PsyQuantum signed?
I'm happy to take it on notice. I think it was requested through the production of order of documents, and so happy to take it on notice and confirm the status of that document.
Did that NDA preclude PsyQuantum from talking to any investors that they might have been in a process of negotiating with the government?
So we're happy to take on notice. We did have arrangements to ensure the confidentiality of our discussions, but that we also had arrangements if they needed to talk to particular investors that we would have visibility and awareness of that and agreement prior to them doing so. So I'm happy to see what we can share with that. I mean, usually there is a safe space to be able to share information between parties, and then there is mutual agreement if other parties are to be informed of various matters. For example, we were asking them what they were doing with other investors and interested, just like we asked other people. So the purpose of the NDA is to protect the discussions and the commercial nature and the technical milestones of companies, so that you can have a protection of their IP and decision making, and consistent with Corporation Act obligations and the government transparency obligations as well.
Did the department ever have any concerns that PsyQuantum wasn't complying with the NDA?
So I've been asked this question before, and not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. There was a $91.2 million accounting loss reported for the financial year ending 30 June 2024 on the national interest account associated with the PsyQuantum deal, correct?
That's a question for the Export Finance Australia.
And they're probably appearing right now, so hopefully one of my colleagues will hear that question and go and ask them. Okay. In regards to PsyQuantum's tech progression for the quantum computer, when was the last time the government was briefed regarding PsyQuantum's technology progression to build the quantum computer?
So we clearly received information overnight on their latest developments, but as Ms Wilson said, we regularly engage and talk to them at least once a month, and so that's the main avenue through which we get updates.
On notice, would you be able to provide to the committee the dates that you have had briefings with PsyQuantum since the last estimates?
Certainly.
Thank you. What is the status of PsyQuantum's technology progression? Have they made any technological advances since the announcement that they'd be building the quantum computer?
Well, certainly their announcement overnight, Senator, again, as you said, you've seen, and we're happy to go into the detail of the announcement overnight. And again, I would repeat that we are monitoring how DARPA in the United States is continuing to work with PsyQuantum in terms of monitoring their technology milestones.
Does PsyQuantum need to prove and demonstrate technology milestones before building can commence of the quantum computer in terms of its engagement with the department?
So there are milestones that they have to meet across a range of different factors in terms of governance, funding, and technological and approvals, regulatory approvals. So there's a whole sequence of steps that and gates that they need to go through in terms of the release of various elements of the funding. So that's all been negotiated with support for the company and their development milestones, but also protection for Australian taxpayers.
But my understanding from a brief chat with Finance earlier in the week, and I suspect concurrently with EFA at the moment, is that there have been no payments made against the PsyQuantum, if I call them investment vehicles, I hope you know what I'm referring to, but so the two loans and the equity note.
There are three different components, and I do believe that one of them has been made.
The convertible note, Senator, has been made. The others haven't.
Oh, okay. That's news. What milestone was met to convert the note?
The note hasn't been converted. The funding for the convertible note has been provided, but it hasn't converted to equity yet.
Oh, okay. Right. No, that was consistent with my understanding then. Okay. But so there will be a milestone that needs to be met for that equity note to be converted, but that hasn't yet happened.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell the committee what the milestone is to convert the equity note?
I believe that's commercial. It is covered by the commercial confidentiality requirements.
Okay. Just checking to see which ones I've skipped through here. Do you have any expectation of when the loans expect to be drawn down, or when the equity note converts?
So it's got a condition precedent. So it's not on a timing. It's on a certain activity that will be undertaken.
Raising capital.
So there is a funding element to it, but there are others as well.
I'll ask the question, are you able to tell the committee what those elements are?
in the broad sense, I've already mentioned them: governance arrangements, arrangements around national security deed elements, arrangements around regulatory steps, and then funding elements. So, I mean, there are a set of mitigations put into the contracts to ensure protection of risks and mitigation of downsides. So there's a whole sequence of different elements.
Do you have any expectation of when capital raising will occur from PsyQuantum?
They're in the middle of a Series E capital raise, Senator, which is so far proving to be quite successful, is my understanding.
Time frame on that?
It's a commercial decision for the board of PsyQuantum.
Okay. Last estimates, we learned that an independent technology assessor will be appointed to assess PsyQuantum's technology development for loans to be drawn down. Is that correct?
We do have various assurance mechanisms in the system to verify the milestones, yes.
Has the independent technology assessor advisor been appointed yet?
We have a range of experts that we draw on, Senator, depending on exactly the technical milestone they may be looking at. So we draw on those experts as we need to. But I'm just checking whether we do have an appointment, whether we've made that exact appointment. But we continue to work with a range of experts as we monitor PsyQuantum's development in their technical
When you say
milestones.
a range of experts, are they experts within the department, APS staff, or are they external to the department?
And I can confirm they have been appointed, and they're a range of people. There's some people within government, but I'll just confirm exactly where the others and who they are.
Yes. And when were they appointed? So you've got a panel of assessors, is what you're basically saying?
We have a range of people that we can draw on from within government and outside as necessary, depending on what we're assessing and what we need to look at.
And so have those...
The term panel has a particular meaning within government procurement sense, so
yes.
we don't have a panel as a procurement panel.
No. Sure. Has this group of assessors conducted an assessment yet on the PsyQuantum work?
They've conducted various assessments all the way through the various phases of due diligence that we've conducted. So we've called on them several times through many phases of work.
Due diligence is one thing. Have they made any assessments in relation to technology?
Yes, they have.
When did they make those assessments?
I'll take that on notice. Some of that will be commercial in confidence, but we'll take it on notice.
Would it be fair to say, though, that that technological assessment hasn't resulted in passing a milestone because we still haven't moved any money out in relation to the contract, the investment?
So I just have to be careful that there's no insinuation that they have not met any technical milestones. We have no information. That is not our view. So just want to be very careful about this is a commercial company with commercial considerations, and we need to be very conscious of what we say to protect their reputation as well as our obligations to provide accurate information. They have not failed any steps to date.
Sure, there's a difference between failing a step and not passing a step.
Neither of those is the case.
Right. So they haven't been assessed for progression of any steps.
So they are working through their processes at this stage. I don't believe there are. We've been doing various bits and pieces, etc. But in terms of the steps, I don't believe there are any failure or lack of passing where they're scheduled to come.
When are they scheduled?
That will be commercial in confidence, just as the milestones themselves are. Quite a lot of these milestones are conditions precedented because they're sequenced elements, and so it's not as simple as it's a complicated process. It's a complicated deal. It's got different elements designed specifically because it is a new technology and a new set of sequences. Some of the arrangements are things like legal obligations, membership of boards, hiring of staff. There's the whole sequence of mitigations in the contracts we have with them.
Senator, it is a question for EFA, but in the spirit of providing the information that I have, they have appointed an independent technical advisor. I'm just getting the date of when.
Thank you. Are you allowed, oh, I shouldn't say you allowed, you get to decide that. Could you tell the committee who the advisor is?
That is a matter for EFA, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay, we'll make...
Chairman, I'm just going to share the call now.
Oh, sure. Share away, Chair.
I'll go to Senator Ghosh. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you to the officials. My questions relate to the strategic examination of research and development and the discussion paper that's been released on that subject. Are you able to answer those questions?
You can start. We can see how we go.
Wonderful. It's been touched upon a bit today, but I want to talk about economic complexity and diversity in the Australian economy. The discussion paper does touch upon this in a number of different places, but what has been found, or what conclusions can we draw about the current state of the complexity of the Australian economy?
Thank you, Senator. Australia's economic complexity is currently ranked 102 out of 133 nations and has been on a steady decline since measurements began. That's out of the discussion paper.
And are you able to offer us some insight as to why there's that low level of complexity?
There's a range of structural reasons as to why there's been a decline in our overall R&D. Business investment in R&D has been falling over many years. In fact, it's fallen by more than a third since 2009. Australia is excellent at research. We're very good at research, but we do lag behind other OECD countries when it comes to development and translation. And research collaboration across sectors, so between universities and business, is also rather low. So there's some of the structural issues that we're facing at the moment.
But just to note, the discussion paper has been released by the panel to get other people's views on this issue. And so just a general call for submissions if people have views on what's happening. There's the diagnosis element of the review, and then they'll move towards recommendations.
Appreciating that answer, and that this will be part of the process of the submissions and then the final recommendations and report. Are there any initial comparisons that we can draw, for instance, between Australia and the US, the UK or Singapore in relation to that gap between our research output and translating that into industry or into economic complexity or diversity?
The panel is absolutely looking at the approaches of other countries, and for example, they're looking at, as you said, they're looking at the United States, they're looking at South Korea, they're looking at Japan, they're looking at Germany, they're looking at Israel. So yes, absolutely, are they looking at how other countries are approaching R&D investment and how to lift R&D investment.
And I mean, our structure of our economy is different. We have a larger share of agriculture and mining relative to some of these other countries, and so I mean there are underlying kind of opportunities that we have that other countries don't have, which also go to the measure. Some of it's also the measurement of the actual index itself. So the mining industry is incredibly complex, but that's not how it's judged in the complexity index. So a lot of the innovation and the application of high-end technology such as robotics and artificial intelligence and a whole sequence of other scientific things is not captured because mining is judged to be low complexity in the construction of the index. So it's really important that we look deeply at this issue and look at the structure of the Australian economy, our capabilities now, but also our opportunities for the future, and that we think about the mechanisms that work for Australia. We are not South Korea or the United States, so we should be looking for what is going to work in our context. And that's the task of the panel through the discussion paper and the submissions.
The whole aim, Senator, of the examination is to strengthen Australia's overall R&D system and reignite further investment. And the panel's assessing, you know, the benefits to economic growth and productivity from a more purposeful approach to R&D.
one of the concerns in the Australian economy at the moment is a lack of productivity and a lack of productivity improvement, and that's been a long-term issue in our economy.
Yeah, not just the Australian economy. I mean, low productivity has been evidenced in other nations as well, so it's not just Australia. And so there is a global issue of productivity, and then there's a domestic lens on it as well. And so that, but low productivity is a problem for Australia's future prosperity.
And is that linked, in your minds, and to what extent is that linked to that lack of business investment in research and development?
I mean, so the evidence is clear that that the dollar value of investment in R&D that's commercialised boosts national income. All the evidence is that that is something that we should be looking to do. The question is what arrangements and how to do it for Australia's purpose.
Sorry.
I was just going to add to the Secretary's comments. You know, the expert panel's been pretty clear. Innovation through adoption is no longer enough. We do need to activate R&D as the engine of the economy, and part of that challenge will be lifting business investment.
Are there any insights at this stage as to why that investment has been so low? I mean, the benefits of R&D investment, certainly over the long term, seem to almost speak for themselves, both at a firm's level and at an economy-wide level. But why in Australia do we have this sense that there hasn't been that investment?
Well, so there were quite a few. There's been a relatively low business investment. Has been not just a recent. Actually, more recently, we've had a great deal of investment. There's been various discussions as we've moved through time. Initially, the concern about non-mining investment was mining investment was booming and non-mining business investment was not. And at that time, there was a great deal of discussion about what was causing that. Some of that was to do with the fact that the competitiveness in our mining industry had resulted in a $1.10 US dollar Australian dollar exchange rate, which was making it difficult for non-mining sectors to prosper. When the mining investment boom, which significantly added to our productivity and added to our national wealth, kind of moved into production phase, we then saw lower investment than expected. There were a bunch of discussions around that. Some of it was to do with the risk culture within business, in terms of the phrase used was sort of scar tissue from the GFC and other factors that Australian investors were more risk averse than other countries. And then subsequently we move into things like COVID and other sort of shocks. So there's been a sequence of shocks and impacts on the Australian economy. The most important thing for thinking about the future is what are the policy settings and the arrangements we need to boost investment and to be able to commercialise the innovation and the research that we are actually world class at. And there's a whole sequence of issues from capable staff, funding, business cultures, taxation systems, other regulatory regimes. So all of those things are to be considered, but part of that's the ecosystem in which research and development and business investment operates. And we do need more R&D in Australia to produce higher productivity going forward.
And Senator, I might just quote the chair for you, the lovely Robin Denholm, who has said Australia's business culture needs to shift to build an environment where taking calculated risks is acceptable. There is an onus on company leaders to create space for scientists, engineers and innovators to experiment, fail and ultimately succeed.
So that's a proposition by the chair of the panel, and they've invited alternative views or corroborating views with evidence so that they can provide advice to the government.
So the terms of the discussion paper and the call for submission seems incredibly broad, and I note your point about commercialisation. Is there a framework by which you're going to look at areas where Australia has a comparative advantage, particularly internationally, or is the expectation that will be driven by the people making the submissions and the commerciality of those relevant areas of investment?
So in my experience of review panels and processes like this, it's a bit of both. That the panel of the review panel have been selected for their expertise in this area and their personal knowledge. They are drawing on a secretariat staff drawn across public public sector and other contributors from academia and elsewhere. They will look at the submissions. They will clearly have to come up with a framework in order to provide advice to government. So it's a bit of both in the process. When we're thinking about Australia's comparative advantage, one of the things that we, like a term I use, is we can create our own comparative advantage. We are a function of our capable people, our natural resources and our regulatory frameworks. And so we have some natural resources which create a comparative advantage, but we still need regulatory frameworks, and they're decisions of governments at all levels.
They're doing a lot of data analysis at the moment, Senator, but they're absolutely out and about doing the public consultation and speaking to a whole cross-section of industries. And as I said, they're holding roundtables. There's been some online events. There's more roundtables and bilaterals scheduled.
But just one note on the data that the panel have put in the public domain. There's always different parts of the system will see themselves in the review, because we've clearly got businesses, academics, and then we've got government. The statistics show that our biggest differential to OECD and other comparative countries is in the business space. And so that's, from the data that's available, is the first one. But the question is, how is that interrelated with other aspects, because they're all connected.
One of my concerns in this space is when we talk about turning our research foundation into more practical or commercial endeavours, is that we don't undermine our commitment to basic research. In relation to this R&D strategic examination and the way we set up the system afterwards, how important is basic research in that context, and how do we ensure that that retains its importance or its support within the system, while also looking to then move into the commercial or the more practical aspects of its application?
Senator, part of the terms of reference do direct the panel to examine how we can grow our core science and innovation capability, so it's something they'll be considering.
We should be able to keep our excellence in research as well as move into value-added processes. Other countries have been able to do those two steps, and so I think Australia should be able to as well.
Is the review looking at the R&D tax incentive?
It's part of the whole ecosystem, so it's not necessarily been tasked to look at it in specific intensity, but it is part of the system. And we will be providing information, as will others, in terms of how it operates and what role it currently occupies within the system, and how it's set up and all those sorts of things. So it's certainly part of their remit.
In addition to tax, what are the other sorts of policy incentives that you are, in broad brush terms, expecting or you think would, at this stage, assist in making or encouraging that R&D investment?
So the kind of sequence, the sort of buckets of kind of issues that the discussion paper goes through. One is funding and incentives and arrangements around funding. One is around the risk culture in institutions that undertake commercial decisions and research decisions. Then you go to the commercialisation and business models and how those are developed within Australia compared to others. So, for example, I've kind of mentioned earlier in relation to a question about structure of Australian business, there's a really interesting report by the AASA about the missing middle. Other countries have more mid-sized firms. We have lots of little ones and big ones relative to other comparable economies. So the structure of business is a factor, the structures of our markets, the opportunities we have. I mean, there is a whole sequence of kind of issues. At the end of the day, economic decisions are driven by opportunity and regulations. So what's the incentives people have?
And do you have a sense of the profile in some of those comparative countries, US, UK, South Korea or Singapore, as to where the business R&D investment comes from in those three categories that you were talking about, small, medium and then larger?
So they all, I mean, the regulatory regime and the relationship between business and government and universities and other entities in the ecosystem are different in all the different countries. I mean, there's sort of the characterisation that South Korea has a great deal of government leadership. They have come from a government entity-driven cooperative relationship with firms, so that the government's very heavily involved. The United States is involved, but in a different way. They provide a lot of infrastructure through their national science and technologies, and they have a very strong university sector that attracts the talent of the world. So the United States has got the government still heavily involved, but it does it in a different way. And then you move, Japan's more like Korea in terms of the way the government gets involved in decisions. Germany has a different focus again. They have a lot of middle-sized companies that do a lot of their R&D, and they're supported through the financial systems such as the Landesbanks in Germany, which are publicly supported financial institutions. So they do it through that, but they also have a different arrangement for IP and how they kind of store that. And then you've got other smaller countries that do different things, like the Nordic countries in Israel. So everyone has a slightly different arrangement because it depends on the role of government, the role of business, the taxation structures, and the actual underlying comparative advantages of the countries. So it's a complex question, and I look forward to the review and all the submissions that people will be making to bring it together so that it's a question that Australia has looked at before. This review is an opportunity over a reasonable amount of time. It's not being rushed, it's being set out in stages to allow for a really good examination of a fundamental question that we need to answer for our productivity future.
Is that a natural place to finish, Senator Ghosh, or do you have another question?
I'm interested in this over number, but that's fine. Thank you, Chair. That's a good place to stop.
Okay. It really does sound like a really interesting review. So,
I've got about 10 more minutes, Chair.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to recap on where we were at previously, no loans have been drawn down in relation to PsyQuantum and the equity note has not been converted, correct?
So the equity note is structured as a loan instrument to start with.
Yep.
And then it converts to equity.
And that has not happened?
So
it is not converted to equity.
It hasn't converted,
yes.
But they have received the money, so it's operating as a loan at the moment.
Yep.
So they have, in that sense, received funding.
But the other two loans have not been drawn down?
Correct.
Correct. Does the department have any concerns regarding technology risk in relation to PsyQuantum?
None that have been brought to my attention, no.
No.
None that have been brought to your attention. Any within the department?
I doubt so. Otherwise, people would have brought it to our attention.
So, just quickly back to the Chicago question, and I know we took a few questions on notice there, and I will look at those answers very carefully. Given the fact that we know that PsyQuantum is building another computer in Chicago, has the department sought any assurances from PsyQuantum that the computer that they are building in Brisbane will, in fact, be the world's first quantum computer?
Yes, we have.
You have sought assurances from PsyQuantum?
Yes.
When did you seek those assurances?
In the
as the that was the decision, the agreement between the government and the company.
Sure, but this Chicago project has cropped up.
And so we have a set of agreements with the company, and they're doing other. They were in the United States and are in the United States. They've also had activity in the UK before, so we're aware of all those activities. So the government's deal with PsyQuantum is as you said, to build the world's first, and we have sought assurances subsequently.
Subsequent to the Chicago build getting approvals at the end of last year?
Yes. We have continued to have regular conversations with them on a whole range of things, including the commitment to build the world's first fault-tolerant quantum computer in Brisbane in 2027.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have a couple of questions for the Chief Scientist on this. If he could come up to the table, please, just quickly. Couldn't let you get off scot-free for your first estimates.
Hello.
Hello, Professor. Have you reviewed PsiQuantum's technology?
Not at all.
You haven't?
No.
It's an almost $1 billion investment from Australian taxpayers. Will you be undertaking an assessment of PsiQuantum's technology?
I'm waiting for my security clearance to come through, and then I can look at the science behind the claims of PsiQuantum.
Right. That's a bit inconvenient that you've got to wait for the security clearance. I mean, sorry, I understand why you have to get the security clearance, but it's a bit unfortunate that you're not in that position yet.
There's plenty else to do, Senator.
I don't doubt that, Professor. Do you have a list of priorities of technology that you'll be examining, and is PsiQuantum's on it?
The way the Chief Scientist works is there's a work plan negotiated with the Minister of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't negotiated that work plan with the current Minister.
Mm-hmm.
He's been very respectful of the fact that there's an election coming up.
Sure.
So the things that I'm working on are extremely important, finishing up some work from NSTC, National Science and Technology Council, and they include our study of misinformation and disinformation,
Mm-hmm.
and also infrastructure, or the research toolkit, as NSTC calls it.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my immediate priorities between now and the next government.
Okay. When you get your clearance, will it be a priority for you to review PsiQuantum's technology?
Well, absolutely. I think the Minister described me as a curious person. I'm fascinated both as a scientist and as a taxpayer about that technology.
Have you had...
Senator,
Sorry?
I've been described as a curious person too. I should...
I've never heard you described that way, Senator Ayres.
I should... I think that's right. That's right. I've really opened the door at this late stage. That is true. I think as the Chief Scientist, and welcome Professor Hammett to your first estimates, as indicated, there is a work plan that the Chief Scientist develops,
and we're not there yet
with the Minister.
In effect,
that process, I think, is underway. The last Chief Scientist did have an exhaustive engagement with this particular piece of work. So I won't prejudge that work plan, but you can imagine that there'll be a level of engagement that is not about duplicating work that is already done,
Mm-hmm.
but will be appropriate to, as you say, a piece of work like this that is of such national significance.
Mm-hmm. Professor, have you had, recognising that you haven't got security clearance yet, have you had an unclassified briefing on PsiQuantum?
No.
Okay. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator Chandler. I understand that concludes the questions that we have for Outcome 1 Program 1.2. We thank you all for answering our questions. Thank you, Professor Hammett, for your first appearance at Estimates as well. We'll see you again. Program 1.2 goes with our thanks. And we now welcome Outcome 1 Program 1.3, supporting a strong resources sector, and we'll take a brief recess while you come to the table. Outcome 1, Program 1.3, supporting the strong resources sector. If there were no opening remarks of any kind, we'll go straight to questions and we'll go to Senator McDonald.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Chair. And great to see you. Exciting part of the day now that we've got rid of all that other boring stuff. So I'll be putting in a bid that we move further ahead in the schedule going forward. Chair's not picked up on my brilliant idea. Move resources further forward on the agenda.
I'd like to change the output 1.3 and give it a higher number then.
That's exactly right, yeah. A 1.3. Anyway, I'd like to ask you some questions about the East Coast gas market. It was reported that in peak demand periods of last year, the South West Queensland gas pipeline was operating at 106%. Noting this, would you agree that in the demand period there existed no physical way to get more gas from Queensland down into southern states?
So that technically is a responsibility of the Department of Energy, who look after the domestic onshore energy market. But we read all the reports, ACCC and AEMO and the others, given the shared responsibility. And so there are at times constraints on the movement of gas from Queensland to southern states. And there is a series of storage facilities and other mechanisms to try and smooth out demand through the cycle. And there are people looking at those issues to see whether there are alternatives.
Noting that the ACCC forecasts southern states to have a shortfall of 16 petajoules in 2025, what options are available in the immediate term to fill this gap?
So the mechanism that the Minister for Resources is responsible for is evaluation of whether the Australian domestic gas security mechanism should be triggered or not, and that is a process that we go through every quarter. Which allows us to assess what's going to happen in terms of the East Coast gas market and whether there are any supply issues that require that mechanism to be activated. So far, the market has adjusted such that mechanism hasn't been invoked.
Does the government have any plans to support infrastructure upgrades or new supply developments?
So on the kind of infrastructure front, there is a domestic energy market consideration, and I am aware that they are going through a process to look at options in that front. In terms of supply, as I think you know, Minister, domestic onshore supply is a state matter. Offshore supply is a matter that this department supports the Minister in, and so there has been an examination of acreage releases and some of those have progressed in recent times that will, not for 2025, but going forward, potentially add to supply.
New offshore acreage releases?
There have been, yes. Or not,
no, I'm sorry.
I'll get my terminology right, but all the different stages, we are progressing through those in order to make available for companies to invest in new fields.
Terrific. So what stage are new offshore acreage releases at, please?
Do you want to...
Yes, so Robert Jeremenko, Acting Deputy Secretary, Resources Strategy Group. Senator, so I'll get Mr Weeks to come to the table, who has all of the details, but in terms of the last public announcement by the government, it was September 2024 that the Minister announced and we provided some further detail to you from memory after the last estimates about the actual timings of the various stages in those processes for the three releases. But just to support what the Secretary was saying on and to your question about the infrastructure, I mean, there has been reported some positive messaging and announcements from private companies, APA in particular, in recent days in terms of plans to increase that capacity. And that is one of the areas that the ACCC has spoken to as accounting for that possible shortfall in winter, as well as the Secretary mentioned, the storage capacity in Iona. But I'll pass to Mr Weeks.
Cliff Weeks, General Manager, Offshore Resources.
Senator, can I just get you to restate the question? There are a couple of different things there.
The Secretary said that there were new offshore acreage releases in the pipeline and that there were different stages. And I just want to ascertain what stage any new offshore acreage releases were at.
The way we look at it, Senator, is there's, as a system, there's different parts that, so you have your acreage release. Prior to that, we receive nominations from industry. Yes. So as part of that nomination process, we collate that information. We then provide it to government, and then government decides if they want to do an acreage release. Mm-hmm. Within the system as well, we also have exploration permits, retention leases, and obviously as they come online, they will move into production. Mm-hmm. So as an ecosystem of all those different types of titles, that's part of the response. Yeah.
Terrific, thank you. What I was specifically getting at was new acreage releases, and from the Secretary's answer, I inferred that there was new acreage releases that would be happening offshore soonish in a time frame, and I wondered if you could speak to that, please.
Well, we had the acreage release last year, Senator, that I can go through the different proponents of that.
In my mind, Senator, I was thinking about the requirement for acreage releases and then subsequent investment to bring supply on. You know, we can go through the numbers about where things are up to. I wasn't thinking about an imminent announcement or anything like that of new ones, but because obviously it takes time once the release has happened in order to get new supply to market.
Okay, so if we go to the two from last year, Vic L35 and Vic 36, announced by Minister King on the 27th of September 2024. When did each of those licences first reach the Minister's desk?
Just give me a second, please.
You're right.
So the information I've got, Senator, so bidding closed on the 3rd of March 2022, resulting in 10 bids over 9 of the areas. 6 offers were made. 2 permits were awarded from the release, T50P offshore Tasmania and Beach Energy, and WA 554 offshore Western Australia to Woodside Energy. 4 offers lapsed and reverted back to vacant acreage. I'll have to look through. I've got my team online, Senator, so I'll try and get that date for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. What I'm trying to figure out is how quickly these are being turned around. So what date they went to the Minister's office, and then what date did they come back out? What date did you get a decision? Because I recall that they were released on the same date as the ACCC shortfall report. All right, while you're working on that. Mr Jeremenko, what projects currently under development could address those shortfall warnings, please?
Well, Senator, there have been some encouraging announcements by Beach Energy in offshore Victoria. So there have been 2 new gas production licences granted in September 24, which I think was a connection to your last question. And they are specifically going to, once active, boost supply in the East Coast market. Senex Energy is also proposing a $1 billion expansion to the Surat Basin projects, and the plan is that will produce up to 60 petajoules each year, and that's also East Coast, but granted Queensland, but as I say, there are some encouraging signs in terms of investment and pipeline capacity.
There does seem to be a lack of understanding across Australia that the shortfall is in the southern states, in Victoria particularly. Can I assume that the price of gas developed, for example, the beach projects or in or offshore of Victoria, will avoid the transport costs of piping gas from Queensland and will therefore be more affordable?
Well, I mean, the price will, a number of factors will influence that price, but I mean, keeping everything else equal, not having the transport costs for those projects that you would have if you were bringing the gas south would obviously be an input into that price, but there are a whole host of factors, including work that's underway on import terminals and the overall supply of gas in the market as a whole. So
That's a very broad discussion.
Well, yeah.
Specifically, what I was asking was that the development of supply locally will not incur the costs of moving it, whether it be through an LNG import terminal or through a pipeline.
Yes, I was saying yes in a very complex way.
Yeah. Whether that results in a lower price or not is a separate question.
Yes. Are there options in Victoria to develop new supply?
I can answer that, Senator. There's 14 current exploration permits in Victoria, so I can give you the details if you'd like.
I would appreciate that.
So I'll start with the permit numbers. So Vic P43, which is...
Okay, if there's 14, I'm going to ask you that you write this down on a page and provide it rather than me transcribe it. If that's
Absolutely.
Okay. So thinking of those 14 exploration licences, they're all exploration licences, are they?
They are, Senator, and 13 of them are active.
Okay. So given they're still exploring, we don't have any idea of how prospective they are yet?
That's right, Senator, yes.
Okay. Are we relying, they're onshore exploration permits?
Sorry, I don't do onshore.
No, that's my question. These permits, are they onshore or offshore?
Offshore.
They are offshore. Excellent. Considering the pipeline constraints in peak demand periods, what gas storage options are there in Victoria and New South Wales?
So gas storage is looked after by DQ. So in terms of that detail, I don't have it in front. I mentioned the Iona storage. There's certainly work underway. Victorian Parliament has passed some legislation recently to look at some possible different storage options for petroleum. So there are a couple that I have to hand, but we could certainly talk to colleagues and get you that detail.
My understanding is that storage was at 13.9 petajoules in November of 2024, and so they need an additional 11 petajoules of additional gas at Iona before May for winter.
Correct.
Storage.
The ACCC report pointed that out, but certainly with the and it was also pointed out in that report encouraging signs that the that level of storage as at that date was higher than was predicted at some point earlier. So encouraging that there was more in storage to ameliorate any potential winter shortfall in the southern states, but then also, of course, there's the pipeline capacity that will still allow the Queensland gas to be brought south.
All right.
But
so
the ACCC's assessment is that it's tight in 2025. That's their overall assessment.
Yeah. Is the government looking at options to support the development of new or expanded storage options in Victoria, like the depleted Bass Strait basins?
So that is a matter for the energy ministers and the Department of Energy. So we don't look at. I mean, we.
I assume you're consulted though, given that you're responsible for production.
So we do work with them, but they are the ones that look at energy storage. We look at what's happening offshore, and as Mr. Jaramanko said, the change in the legislation in Victoria was to allow for potentially for more storage through their part of the offshore system. So we certainly worked with them in the development of their legislation to make sure it was consistent with Commonwealth legislation, so that they're working potentially together. But in terms of actual advice on storage options in Victoria or elsewhere, that's a policy matter for the Minister for Energy.
What about depleted offshore basins, Bass Strait basins?
If it's in the offshore component, then that would fall to us, yes. So
what options are there for offshore Bass Strait depleted basins?
So the first element was the Victorian legislation changes that would allow gas to get from onshore through their component into the offshore, and they've passed that legislation. So that then the question then is a commercial matter about who wants to make available or explore those options. So from a regulatory perspective, things are in place. It's up to either commercial concerns or those who look after that policy to look at it.
So from a regulatory position, there aren't barriers that you foresee for you converting a licence from a production licence to a storage licence in a depleted offshore.
So there would have to be a process to go through on that, but and we would step through it, but we haven't. I don't think we believe we've received any applications of such a nature.
No, there would certainly need to be, to support what the Secretary was saying, we would need to examine whether there would need to be more regulatory framework around the sort of thing that is proposed by, sort of thing that the Victorian legislation looks like it will now permit. And Senator, you've probably spoken as well. We've spoken to GB Energy, who are interested in being involved in that, and have spoken to Victorian colleagues. But at this stage, there is no engagement with us, nor is there a need for us to move at this stage to enable that to occur. But we're keeping a close eye on that regulatory framework.
All right. So are you doing any work on what the regulatory changes might be in order to facilitate something in offshore waters?
I would have to check with the team. As I say, they have been in touch with Victorian colleagues, and I imagine some of that discussion would have touched on it, but I wouldn't say there is a large program of work underway, but there may have been some initial discussions.
Thank you. Considering these issues and the forecast that the East Coast considering these issues and that the East Coast is forecast to have between 77 and 112 petajoules of surplus supply this year, despite the 16 petajoule shortfall in the south, surely the urgency is either upgrading the southern gas infrastructure or developing new southern supply. Would that be reasonable?
Well, they are two factors that could go to making sure that we do not reach a position, as is forecast, of a shortfall on the East Coast in 2028. I mean, the other...
Sorry, just to be... The shortfall in Victoria.
Yes, East Coast. East Coast, as the ACCC puts it.
Right, okay. I'm just intrigued because we're talking about a surplus further north and a shortfall in Victoria. And it perturbs me that we have an Australian gas crisis when it's really a Victorian gas crisis that we're trying to solve, getting gas to Victoria. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I was just going to add that the other policy levers that the government has enacted include the Code of Conduct and the exemptions framework, the ministerial exemptions, that as a result of those exemptions granted to 6 companies, there are some 604 petajoules of extra gas over the next sort of 8 years that are being committed to the system, including in years that, according to the ACCC forecast, we're going to be shorter in terms of the supply. So that is a positive factor as part of the work that we do with DQ, with states, to try and really bring to life the challenges that were outlined in the Future Gas Strategy, which is we will need gas as a transition fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's positive that you've identified additional gas. We still remain the constraint of actually getting it south, don't we? So I look forward to seeing what APA comes forward with their $70 million upgrade announcement and see how much additional gas that will allow for. The ACCC last night said that we've been recommending for a number of reports that any mandatory moratorium in a number of states be lifted so that there could be proposal consideration to enable new supply in the southern states, which are facing quite significant supply shortfalls. Is the government aware of this advice?
So, I heard the majority of what you just said, Senator, but just the first bit. ACCC said that they have heard, did you say?
Last night they said, we have been recommending for a number of reports that any mandatory moratorium in a number of states be lifted so that there could be a proposal by proposal consideration to enable new supply in the southern states, which are facing quite significant supply shortfalls.
Sorry, thank you for that. Absolutely. I mean, they have been open about that in their public reporting in those interim gas inquiry reports, and the ACCC with DQ, Treasury, ourselves, and other relevant departments will meet regularly to discuss the gas code exemptions. ACCC reports feed into our consideration in advising Minister King on the heads of agreement and the domestic gas security mechanism decisions each quarter. So the ACCC is part of that broader conversation.
And we brief our ministers, both ministers, the Minister for Industry and Science and the Minister for Resources, on the ACCC reports.
So has the government, and I'm talking about this department, had any engagement with the Victorian or the New South Wales governments about this, about lifting moratoriums?
The Minister for Resources has conversations with her counterparts through the Resources Ministers' meetings, and the situation in the gas market has been discussed at that forum. In terms of other discussions that the government might have had bilaterally with ministers, I would have to take that on notice.
Minister, can I ask you what actions is the government taking to address the mandatory moratoriums in the southern states?
Well, certainly, if you look at the future gas strategy, it does, I think, make it pretty clear that the government's view is that there is going to need to be more supply in the system, and of course that extends to both more supply, but also to some of the infrastructure questions as well. We don't do megaphone diplomacy with the states, so I'm not sure what discussions the minister's had directly with her counterparts. She has approved, as you've just been discussing, new exploration permits, including off-store storage capacity. In fact, there's been substantially more CCS
Would you
permits.
mind if I interrupt?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. It is this issue of the state-based moratoriums that I'm trying to get to, because, as we've just discussed, it's getting it to the local pinch points of Victoria and New South Wales. And
I think I've gone on that question. If there's anything more that we'd say, I suppose we'll provide it on notice. But I've tried to be, we are in government, not megaphone diplomacy here in terms of the position of the government. That's open to you to do. And others, who aren't in government. Our position is we want to see more supply. We've, as Mr Jeremenko has outlined, there's a little over 600 petajoules of domestic supply commitments which have been secured now, so there is action on this front. We have, since we've taken government, extended the gas trigger, which the previous government didn't extend. So we are, I won't go through the whole list.
No, thank you. I'm looking for additional information.
We're very focused on this question against the backdrop of 10 years of previous government sitting on its hands.
Of course, predictably. Thank you, Minister.
It was predictable.
Considering that
true.
the southern states will be in a 16 petajoule shortfall this year, surely the most urgent and desperate need is to develop new southern supplies, which is what I'm trying to get at, is not what's happening in the northern states. It is the restrictions, the mandatory restrictions in Victoria in particular, that is offshoring jobs from that state. The ACCC said that they weren't aware of any actions that the federal government had taken to encourage states to lift those mandatory restrictions. The ACCC also flagged their repeated concerns with lengthy approval delays and its impact on the development of new or continued supply. Does this not prove that the government's delay of the North West Shelf extension is contrary to repeated advice from the ACCC?
So, I mean...
Sorry, I was asking Mr Jeremenko, but Secretary?
The government went through the whole process of the gas strategy to put out for all, including state colleagues. There were discussions around the development of that strategy and the launch of that strategy about the need for more supply in Australia. There are several mechanisms through which the government engages with its states. Minister King has a Resources Ministers meeting and Minister Bowen has the Energy Ministers Forum. Both those forums have discussed, as my understanding, issues related to gas supply as well as other things. We have been working through with the government, and the government has taken action on all the areas it has control of. The matter around environmental approvals is one for our environment colleagues.
So the ACCC has also highlighted that diverting additional LNG from Queensland will not be enough to address the structural shortfalls caused by lack of gas development in the southern states. This being the case, can you point to any new domestic gas projects that have begun operation in the last 3 years in Victoria?
So we've discussed the prospective one from Beach Energy.
Mr Weeks might have some.
Yeah.
Senator, at the last estimates you had some questions around Artisan and Labella fields. So we have some information around their contribution to the East Coast gas market. So gas from both of those fields in the Otway Basin will restore the Otway gas plant to its nameplate capacity of 205 terajoules per day. The supply capacity is equivalent to 15% of Victoria's current total supplies based on AMIO estimates. So the plant is currently operating at 70% of nameplate capacity based on FY25 production of 150 terajoules.
Terrific. When did you say that nameplate capacity would get back to 100%?
So the first gas from Artisan and Labella is expected in mid-2026.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to the Chief Economist, please. Thank you, Mr Wicks. Very helpful as always. My questions, as you unpack, I'd like to ask you about the December 2024 Resources and Energy Quarterly. Ms Dardell, page 50 of the REQ under gas states that global gas demand increased by around, 3% in the first half of 2024. Additionally, figure 6.1 on the same page highlights significantly increasing global LNG demand growth forecasts to 2026. Noting this, can you outline your expectation of the growth and demand for LNG in the next few years, please?
Thank you, Senator. Michelle Dowdle, Chief Economist and Head of Division Analysis and Insights. So as the REC sets out, we do expect demand to grow over the coming years, particularly in the Asian region, as we see industrial activity continue to increase there. And we also see the broader industrial decarbonisation around the world contributing to increased demand for gas as more processors switch from coal to gas.
What opportunities does Australia have to fill this increasing demand?
So we are currently a trusted trading partner with a number of our Asian counterparts, and so there are continued opportunities to have investment from those countries and meet those demands through a range of expansions in production.
Sorry. On page 51, it noted that the global LNG demand will be largely driven by Asian demand. And given our lengthy export relationships with Asia, I would agree that that seems to be an obvious place for us to be growing our LNG exports into. Page 52 also notes the increasing industrial demand for LNG in Japan and Korea, driving increasing LNG demand. What opportunity does this provide for Australian exports?
As I said, we have existing relationships with those countries, so ongoing opportunities to continue to build on that and be their trusted trading partner. I would note that, though, there are a range of fields around the world that are being developed, so it's one that there is increasing competition for Australian gas, but there are still opportunities for Australian producers to supply those markets.
Terrific. Considering this future growth and demand from our trading partners, what engagement did you or your office have in the development of the future gas strategy?
So we had a range of consultations along with our policy colleagues, with both producers, industrial consumers, our international governments, so the Government of Japan and Korea, as well as a number of other commentators and market analysts who have views on the future needs and demands.
The technical economic analysis underpinning the report was coordinated by the Office of the Chief Economist.
So these predictions about future LNG demand were factored into the strategy?
They were.
How does this strategy lay out a plan to meet this future demand then?
So that's back to our policy colleagues. Over to you, Rob.
Well, certainly making sure that, as the strategy does, make it very clear that the foundational contracts that a number of these international customers and countries have engaged in, and as a result of huge, in the case of Japan particularly, huge investments in Australia to enable the infrastructure to find and process the LNG is one of the big parts. I'll also note that our ongoing engagement with international partners, both through our posts in the countries as well as through representatives here in Australia, will continue to inform policies that those countries are looking at. I mention that because, as you may know, Senator, last week Japan, the Cabinet endorsed its 7th energy plan, and that reinforced the fact that the demand from Japan in terms of Australian LNG will remain as high as it has been and remain relatively stable over the next 15, 20 years, mainly because of those long-term contracts. But they also pointed out that under a risk scenario, if nuclear and renewables do not take up the slack in their energy system that they plan, it may actually increase by some 10% the amount of gas that they, LNG, that they will need out to 2040. So I think the messaging, the continued engagement with international partners on the government's clear plan to have gas as part of the system out to net zero 2050, which Japan also has, in the case of Japan, but with all partners, certainly helps to encourage that continue.
Thank you, Mr Jeremienko. The committee is due to take a 10-minute scheduled break. We'll do that. We'll return at 8:45. During the break, the committee will meet and see if we can provide any advice to some of those waiting in the rooms behind about whether they're needed or not. But the committee will break and resume at 8:45. The committee resumes with DISA Outcome 1, Program 1.3, and the committee advises that we can release Geoscience Australia.
I had about 400 questions to Jess.
And we can also release the CSIRO. You go with our thanks, thank you. We resume with 1.3 resources, and I go to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you once again for the witnesses for being here. My questions relate to the production tax credits and our critical minerals policies. Has the department modelled how many jobs can be created in Australia by building our capacity to process and refine critical minerals onshore?
So I don't believe we've got a specific number, but as part of the analysis that we provided to the government as part of the deliberations under the Future Made in Australia, worked jointly with the Department of Treasury and others, we did apply the national interest kind of framework and the economic analysis, and it was clear that there were benefits to Australia to increasing the complexity of our processing for critical minerals, which is what the critical minerals tax incentive is designed to do. It's not that part of the ecosystem is not designed for extraction, but for processing and adding more value added within Australia. There's economic reasons for doing that in terms of the value added capability and the increased profitability from those resources. There are environmental reasons in relation to transport costs and emission reductions. On the other side, there are issues to manage in terms of the processes, and there are national security reasons to consider the development of supply chains because the critical minerals processing system is very concentrated in one country at the moment. So we need to diversify our sources of supply for